Chapter 201 Chapter 197, Victory. Boom, buzzing. The sound of heavy blows with electric knives resounded throughout the battlefield. It was so loud that many soldiers frowned. After all, this sound was very ear-piercing. The electric knife of the US Emperor Mecha collided and was stunned. No one had ever dared to attack like this. Using your hands to bombard the enemy's weapons is unprecedented at this time, unless that person has strong strength. Although the US Emperor Mecha was stunned, the mecha suddenly turned around and spun around. Two electric knives rang in the air, braving the thunder and lightning. After ensuring that there was no one around, the mecha stopped turning and looked at the electric knife in his hand. Hiss. It was not the mesh that made the sound, but the first speaker sitting on the high platform. He was shocked and horrified. The electric knife used by the mesh was hard material in the world. They were all found and transformed from the ruins. But Yi Tan ruined the electric knife. The first speaker of the US Emperor was a little frightened in his heart. He started from a new beginning to a lot of Yi Tan's fighting power. The German president standing on the side saw that the mecha he studied in his country really couldn't stand up. His expression was distorted and disgusting like swallowing, and his heart was like a horse galloping past at this moment. Beat the dog. Then the mecha was directly crippled just because it grabbed the Chinese player's calf. What is special? And Yi Tan was standing on the scrap German choice mecha at the moment, looking at the American Emperor mecha in the distance, and inside his steel suit. His right arm was already stained with red blood at this moment, and a lot of bone stubble had emerged. Do you think that the US Emperor's electric knife is so easy to deal with? It is the hardest steel in the world, and it is specially used on interstellar warships. Even Yushin base cannot build that kind of steel. Yi Tan looked at the US Emperor mecha with cold eyes. His right arm trembled slightly unconsciously. But the anger and violence in his heart are getting stronger and stronger. Since Huang Quan passed, he has not encountered such a powerful enemy. If it hadn't been for the Red Dragon said, once all the red police units are built, the master can get second time strengthening, and drinking the potion of strengthening will affect the strengthening the base gives him. So Yi Tan didn't pay much attention to his own strength. But after this time, Yi Tan decided in his heart that no matter what, he would improve his strength in the future. Instead of relying on the Red Police Corps, the US Emperor mecha moved, slamming it towards Yi Tan with a single blade at a speed that human eyes could not see. Yi Tan watched calmly. His left leg slowly tilted forward, and the power of his whole body surged toward the footsteps, condensing. The speed of the Meidi mecha is very fast, and it is about to approach Yi Tan. Boom! At this moment, suddenly a few flames flew directly from the sky, shooting towards the US Emperor mecha. Boom! The fire exploded directly on the US Emperor mecha, causing the US Emperor mecha to pause. It's now! Yi Tan roared in his heart, and his feet flew towards the American Emperor mecha. As the body surged, the speed was also super fast, reaching the chest of the American Emperor mecha in an instant. The US mecha hasn't reacted yet, just heard a loud noise. Then the whole mecha slowly turned up in disobedience, stuttering everywhere. The head of the Meidi mecha slowly lowered, and he saw that his chest was actually used by Yi Tan, piercing a huge hole, and all kinds of wires and instruments were exposed to electric sparks. Afterwards, the entire mecha slowly lost all power and began to stagger to the ground. Boom! The heavy sound of the mecha falling down. It hits everyone's heart directly. Everyone's heart is shocked. Won? Yi Tan won? The American Emperor lost? Standing on the high platform, the first speaker saw that the mecha of his country had really fallen down, and could no longer stand up. Immediately the anger in his heart was boiling and surging. Why is the mecha of national research so easily killed? The first speaker was very angry, and he couldn't blame anyone now. If there wasn't that person to invade the mecha, perhaps their American Emperor would have been eliminated long ago. Large mechas have super attack power, but they are difficult to master in terms of movement and operation. The whole scene was silent. They thought that the American Emperor was the best in this battle, but they didn't expect that Yi Tan would win it. Although Yi Tan is the smartest and most powerful scientist in the world, that doesn't mean that he is capable of the American Emperor Mecha. Yi Tan's ability once again shocked people all over the world. They really didn't expect Yi Tan to be so powerful. Under the Antarctic ice cliff, in that spacecraft, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at the already black screen. In the dark light, they couldn't see the master of these beautiful eyes at all. With difficulty, only the corners of the beautiful eyes master's mouth rose slightly. He muttered to himself in this dark place with a sweet, light voice. What a powerful man. The violent aura on his body is really unprecedented. There is also the aura of the army, as if it is dominated by that man. This kind of trust is impossible even for the Imperial Army. Okay, it's a bit interesting now. I didn't expect to be able to encounter this on this indigenous first-class civilization planet. It's going to be a lot of fun. The light voice was as sweet as a bell, but it couldn't keep the coldness in those words. The screen in front of the beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and the images on it changed crazily, all of which were messages. These messages seemed to be giving orders to someone. On the battlefield of the competition, the mecha of the American Emperor was destroyed by Yi Tan, and the competition was over. Yi Tan returned directly to his troops. The fruits of victory will be handed over to Huaxia. After all, I need so much land. Is there a profit? Now the population of Huaxia has exploded, and land is given to Huaxia, which is the best choice. Dear viewers, what you are seeing now is the end of the competition. The final victory belongs to our hero Yi Tan. Of course, our hero seems to have no interest in the land of various countries at all. Then the final victory will be handed in. Give us Huaxia. We Huaxia will always be Yi Tan's most loyal and reliable partner. Fan Jian didn't make any mistakes in front of the camera like never before. The praiser Huaxia praised Yi Tan. As for the people of Huaxia, when they received the news that the final victory belonged to Huaxia, their hearts jumped suddenly, and their bodies were a little weak. At this time, the troops of various countries have already assembled and are preparing to leave. Yi Tan's arm had been smeared with the strengthening potion at the moment, and he almost recovered soon. He stood in front of the troops and watched some countries prepare to evacuate. Even the reporters of the failed countries will not be interviewing the winners at this moment. Chapter 202-198 Conspiracy. The test was over, and all countries began to gather troops to prepare for evacuation. And this time the winner, Huaxia, is also pulling back, staying here. Can't stay here, otherwise something big will happen. All countries retreated tacitly, and Yi Tan stood there quietly, still looking back at the moment when the American Emperor was killed just now. He just asked Red Dragon to investigate. The results of the investigation surprised him. The US Emperor's mecha did not know when it had been invaded and controlled the mecha. What surprised Yi Tan was that no one could invade the Earth with the built-in defense system of the mecha. Although it is a piece of cake for the Red Dragon, it is harder for the Earth civilization than climbing to the sky. But it was still invaded. This means that the invading person does not belong to the Earth at all. Yi Tan's eyes were icy, and the Earth had already arrived, and he even knew it. It seems that I still have a lot of poor strength. At most I can only be arrogant on the Earth. Where can I go? Outsiders have arrived on Earth, and it seems that all the strengths of my base need to be developed as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the end, no one can stop it. Yi Tan went back in an anti-gravity sports car. The dense clouds of steel made envy, jealousy and hatred in the eyes of many national troops. If their troops are equipped with anti-gravity sports cars, who is afraid? But all this belongs to that man Yi Tan. The German president had not left yet, standing on the high platform, looking at the sky sports car with a fierce expression on his face. The expression on his face changed again and again. He greeted this Third World War contest. But it's over like this. We obviously already have relics and some super large assault weapons. We are no longer afraid of Yi Tan. Why should we divide the land? We are not satisfied. The German president roared wildly in his heart. In China, the gongs and drums are noisy at the moment, and firecrackers are blasting. There are laughter and laughter everywhere. The throbbing drums all over the street kept beating. Why? Because today, China has already stood on the heads of all countries. Because China can already be said to be a superpower. If we add land divided by countries this time, what will China grow to? The comments on the website exploded at the moment. 6,666. Great, my country, this time we can finally exhale once. Yes, all countries used to oppress us and suppress us. This time we can finally trample on their dignity. Cool. Today I saw that China Huaxia became the final winner. The faces of the leaders of those countries were as ugly as cheating, and I felt so happy. If this kind of thing happens several times, then other countries will directly become China. Ha ha ha. The next day, China had posted on its official website the transfer of land cession rights from the participating countries. In Germany, President Nader has already started a meeting. This meeting is all leaders from various countries. In that secret meeting room, President, we are ready to use all single-line networks. Once someone intervenes, the meeting will be immediately terminated and interrupted. A man in a suit stood beside the German president and said. The German president was somber-faced at the moment and nodded gloomily. The reason why he arranged this meeting was because the American emperor told him that the US emperor's mesh was invaded, or why the two of them planned privately will fail. The American emperor also reminded him that he must not link to the local network. Yitan must have an intelligent system, so it can't be connected to the domestic network. Otherwise, what is the difference between this and Yitan standing here? The German president came to a large conference room. This meeting is above, all of which are similar to Penguin videos. All are single-line networks. The German president stood in front of a camera and cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, we have failed in the competition, but China has won it. If we hand over the land to China, then how will China be pushed? I believe you all know." The first speaker of the US empire lowered his head with a gloomy look. He was once the overlord, but now he feels that everything is for the German president to hold his nose, not their American emperor. Leaders of other countries are silent. This is not a virtual meeting and can discuss each other in a low voice. The German president was a little restless in his heart. After all, this competition was held by him. If countries lose their land, will they target Germany? Their Germany finally got up, thinking that back then, Germany was the real power. If it hadn't been defeated in the Second World War, they would have surpassed the American imperialism. They cannot be targeted. What if we don't hand over the land? At this time, the American emperor said with awe-inspiring words of murder. Everyone was startled. What do you mean? Not hand over the land? How could it be possible? This is being tested under the attention of the world, and people all over the world are watching. If you don't hand over the land, isn't it shameful? Where is the face of each country? The leaders of all countries quietly looked at the first speaker of the US empire to see what he said. The first speaker of the US emperor has a grim smile and disdainfully said, "Do you want to hand over the land of various countries to China? If it is handed over to China, then we will quietly watch China's rise." Yes, this time it is Huaxia who won. But what if we do not hand over the land forcibly? If we don't hand over the land, then Huaxia will definitely target us, and Tamron will help Huaxia target us together. The Italian president said hurriedly. The leaders of other countries agreed to nod their heads. This is true. If you don't hand over the land, Tamron will definitely target them. They haven't seen Tamron's strength in the competition. Everyone, have you ever thought about it? If it wasn't for us not to hand over the land? The first speaker said with an expression of conspiracy. The leaders are stunned. What do you mean? It's not that we don't surrender the land. Is it possible that the country is in our hands, and it is not civilians? Correct. People. The leaders of various countries suddenly realized. What you mean is that it is impossible for the people to let us surrender the land, and we make an article on it. The German president came out. Wow. The entire conference room boiled over all of a sudden. That's right. When the land is handed over this time, the people will definitely be disappointed in the country and they will parade in resistance. But if the people are used to do this, they will definitely not have to surrender the land. After all, Tamron dared to shoot at people. Unless Tamron's ultimate goal is not to unify the world, who would surrender Tamron if it fires? Chapter 203 200 chapters, Alteration. Huaxia's spirits became China's first force and rose up against the confrontation of foreign netizens. At the China Capital Round Table, the leaders have not yet discussed the results. One of the problems they are thinking about now is that they don't know Yi Tan's character. If they tell Yi Tan, they will attack Yi Tan's neurotic character, and they will definitely go to the capitals of various countries to make them go off, and this shot will have a huge impact on Yi Tan's future. The technology invented by Yi Tan will not be sold in the future. If Yi Tan unifies the world in the future, these people will definitely not convince him. In this way, Huaxia must be the last to receive the fruits of victory. At that point, Huaxia will definitely have a conflict with Yi Tan. Unless, Yi Tan doesn't care about these people, don't care about money, don't care about unifying the earth. So this made the leaders of Huaxia very distressed, and the senior officials of Huaxia have now reached an agreement that they will never be an enemy of Yi Tan. Huaxia should develop well, and foreign forces let Yi Tan toss, but this time, they can't figure out Yi Tan's character now. China is still discussing, and in the United States, Washington, the city that became the first capital of American imperialism, has flags fluttering everywhere, and groups of people protesting. Parade everywhere, in the street. There is no usual military suppression, police guarding. Let the people resist. In a hidden place in Washington, this is now the office of the first speaker. Since the head of SHIELD was killed, no one has served as the President of the United States. The US imperialism is not arranging a president anymore. It is all the hegemony of the speakers. Why? Because I was getting a speaker, maybe I would get up tomorrow morning and be beaten to death by Yi Tan on the bed. President, the protests of the people are becoming more and more inspiring. There have been many cases of violence against the people. If this continues, I am afraid we will not be able to suppress it. A secretary stood in front of the first speaker and said. The first speaker had a successful expression and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, what you want is this kind of effect. Let them make trouble. The bigger the noise, the better." When the time comes, Huaxia wants an explanation. This is an explanation. Unless they dare to tell us, do it. The secretary can only nod his head and continue to work. The first speaker waited for the secretary to leave, with a crazy smile on his face. Since Yi Tan was born, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. This time the test made him fall into an ice cellar even more. He would have nightmares and dreams every night. Tens of millions of people ate his flesh and blood raw. It can wake him up every night. Since the competition was over, it has been 3 days, and Huaxia has been pressing, and there is no situation on Tamron, which means that their plan is proceeding according to the plan. After a long time, this matter of dividing the land will be shattered. If this happens, it will definitely cause a serious blow to China, and even stop China's growth. The first speaker grinned, and he felt that victory was in hand. In Germany, the German president has always felt uneasy these days, and sometimes even felt a little trance. A secretary stood in front of the German president and said, "President, Dr. Konrad Adenauer is already on his way. Are we going to prepare?" The German president squeezed the bridge of his nose and temples. "Go get ready. Remember to go through the back door, and don't let other people see it. If you see it, maybe what bad news is coming?" "Yes, President, then I will go down first," the secretary respectfully said. The German president waved his hand, and then the secretary withdrew. The German president saw the secretary go out, rubbed his head with a headache, and fell asleep on the chair. But in this sleep, he felt as if he had an extra consciousness in his brain, vying for control of the body. The German president was frightened and someone invaded the brain. The German president didn't know how to resist. He only knew that his consciousness hurt again, and the pain made his body madly withdrawn, and he felt that his brain was about to explode. "Mr. Konrad Adenauer, please here. The president is inside." Afterwards, the door was pushed open, and the secretary came in with a doctor with a white coat and gentle eyes. This doctor seemed to be a frequent visitor here, and seemed to be very familiar with the German president, and walked straight to the German president. The secretary next to him followed closely. "Are you asleep?" Dr. Arden said softly. The secretary next to him frowned and looked at the German who was asleep, and his body trembled slightly. "I was talking to me just now. I am asleep now." "But sir, you should take a look." "God, I feel the president is very weird." Then Arden nodded and took out the stethoscope directly from the medicine box. It was just out of the German president's heart and began to diagnose. But the heartbeat that I heard was called a turmoil, violent for a while, stable for a while, and Adenauer's face was dignified. The secretary I saw was nervous. "Sir, it's okay." Adenauer turned his head, made a hushed gesture, and continued to diagnose. A few minutes later, Adenauer wiped the sweat from his face. Now he felt a blinding feeling in his heart. "Is this still a human heart? It has a heart rate of over 300. How about sir?" the secretary also asked a little anxiously. Adenauer doesn't know how to say it now. "Could it be that our president is no longer human? Still say? Now 300 per minute is still increasing, which is nothing short of a beep. Why does it happen by yourself? What the hell is going on, sir?" the secretary asked anxiously. When Adenauer closed his eyes, his heart shook, and died. "Mr. President's heartbeat is chaotic now. It is not the frequency of ordinary people's beating at all. It has reached more than 300 per minute, and it is still increasing. Now you need to go to the military hospital for inspection." After listening to the doctor's words, the secretary called a beep. "What happened? How come you are no longer human? Just now I was talking to me, but I am not a human being when I come in." The secretary is messy at the moment. He doesn't know what to say anymore. "Oh, wake up." Looking at it. Just before the secretary thought it through, the German president suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, the redness was all bloodshot, and he looked terrifying. Adenauer just put the stethoscope into the arms of the German president. Adenauer jumped when he saw the German president stand up abruptly. But the next second, it was so scared that his soul was gone. I saw the German president pick up the hard ashtray from the table and slam it crazy at Adenauer's head. Boom, boom. Adenauer had not had time to hum. He was directly killed by the German president with an ashtray. The secretary looked at the scene with horror. He didn't know if he was called a guard now. The German president seemed to have changed, and licked his lips bloodthirstily. And under the Antarctic ice cliff, there is a first vision on a screen. If the secretary sees it, he will be crazy. The first vision in the video is the president of Germany, their president. Chapter 204. Chapter 201, Arrogant People. The German secretary looked at the German president dumbfounded. The sudden uproar of the president shocked his heart, and the German president in front of him made him feel very strange. It seems that the president in front of him is a demon from hell. Go. Let me post it on the website. We in Germany will never bow to China, let alone surrender any land in the country. If they force us to surrender the land, then we will have to see you on the battlefield. Hearing such domineering preaching by the German president, the secretary trembled in his heart. Is this the once insignificant president? How could he become so domineering? It is like a different person. The secretary looked at the bloodshot eyes of the president and nodded hurriedly. He was a little scared now, for fear that the German president would run away and kill him. The secretary went out and didn't dare to ask what was wrong with the president, and the Adenauer lying on the ground. After the secretary went out, the German president's face was straight up again. A bloodthirsty smile turned up from the corner of his mouth, and that face, all with horrible expressions. Let the children look scared. Tam Dragon Company, Yeetan. It destroyed my toy, so I will use you as a toy this time. Hee hee. In the room, horrible laughter circulated. In China, the gods of the empire were frantically dealing with foreign netizens. Suddenly, an official website issued by Germany was violently gone. German official website: we are a country, we are a fighting nation, we are not willing to be humiliated, so we give away the land. and we will not bow to China. The competition was just childlike fun. If you want us to hand over our homeland, then we will see you on the battlefield. We in Germany will not give in. This official website came out. The whole Germany was boiling. Well said. Our morality will not surrender the country. Whoever wants to surrender the country, I am the first to refuse, whether it is China or Tameron. We will not succumb and stand by in support of Germany. Why should we surrender the land? In a competition, we want us to divide the land. It is impossible at this time. I love the country, support the country. China, we will not hand over our homeland. We have the ability to fight on the battlefield. The once defeated country. Note, writing about Germany is easy to be harmonized. Everyone can understand the virtues. The abbreviation is good. I feel like writing this way. I will see you in the military court tomorrow. The Chinese people, seeing this official website, went straight away. Beat the dog. It's obviously your German contest. Now it's back. It's really spicy, shameless, and I'm not convinced. See you on the battlefield. See you paralyzed. Come on, wipe your German dog. Oh, when is the German dog so arrogant? Why are you so bullshit? When Ye Tan bombed the US emperor, he didn't see you coming out. When bombing the Sun Nation, you weren't like the tortoise. It's like a tortoise with a shrunken head. Now, how come you're going to be late? Spicy chicken. See you on the battlefield if you have the ability. As a sane me, I can't bear this announcement after seeing Daegu. Brothers, tell me, can you bear it? Fuck. If you don't accept it, do it. Wipe your damn German dog is a hot chicken. You are the once defeated country. The empire that our Chinese people built with blood can tolerate you such a bad practice? Tomorrow I will go to Darbing to contribute to the country. I will kill you German dogs. Dash. The hearts of the entire Huaxia people were agitated by virtue. The Huaxia people could not tolerate such arrogant statements. Even if there is no land, they have to fight to the end with Germany for this purpose. China is no longer what it used to be, and the people are no longer the same people. If you want to bully China, first ask if the people of China are willing. And other countries are also beeping at this moment. What are they doing now? Didn't you say that you've just let the people resist? Did you get hormones in Germany or something? Such an arrogant public confrontation. Didn't this arouse China's resistance? Although countries are a little numb in their hearts, they are still very happy to see such results. After all, this can test the attitude of China and Tameron. You can also see what Ye Tan thinks. Countries have begun to eat melons and watch the show. And this matter is not over yet. In Germany. At this moment after their country issued this official website, the whole German people began to go crazy, and they continued to cheer on the streets to promote the spirit of morality and the spirit of undivided land. The Germans are crazy. At the military service station, where is crowded at the moment, people are everywhere signing up to join the military. They are all in the same mood. They want to participate in the war and fight for their country. After all, Huaxia's superstars have already spoiled their hearts. What is called a real superstar? They are crazy now, just to rush into Huaxia and kill those superstars. In the German capital, the meeting room of the German president, everything is set up, and the aircraft carrier fleet is also ready. The secretary said respectfully, standing beside President Germany. At this moment, the corpse and blood lying on the ground have been cleaned up, and President Day orders have all been conveyed. That's a quick one, and all military districts have all prepared well, and now we are waiting for a battle with China. Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, we will start to approach the Huaxia Sea. If the Huaxia Sea still has such a hard attitude, we will directly destroy their country. De Zong said with an unbeatable attitude. The secretary is really beeping at the moment. Was Huaxia destroyed if you said it could be destroyed? Did you have a problem with your brain? What's wrong? Seeing the secretary's questioning expression, Mr. De disdainfully said, what? Are you afraid that we won't be able to destroy this country? I'm telling you the good news. All the technologies of the ruins are in my mind, and I have let the scientific research department begin to build. I believe that at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, several super-powerful weapons will be developed, and it will be easy to level China. Seeing President Germany's overbearing words, it made the secretary's heart hard to tell whether it was true or false at the moment. Who would have known that Yi Tan used a brick to slap President Germany on the head last time? It was the last time Mr. German performed an experiment on his head. Something went wrong, which caused him to be nervous now. The secretary went down. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Every time he came, he could feel the bloodthirsty breath of President Nada, which was simply devouring people's madness. When the secretary went down, President De had a bloodthirsty smile. Huaxia, an interesting country. Yi Tan, you can play with me tomorrow. Chapter 205. Chapter 202, Electromagnetic Railgun. Germany is preparing. China is preparing. The world is full of tension. In the capital of China, the chief looked at the generals on the round table with majesty. Everyone, Nada is crazy. They are so shameless and upright. This shows that they are going to fight with us to the end. Also, the news came just now that De has already begun to gather troops and prepare for war. Wow! Preparing for the battle? What kind of news was this? All of the generals suddenly convulsed. This is driving China to death. De Huaxia is not afraid, but countries all over the world come to join in the fun. What kind of impact will that be? China will be wiped out instantly. Bang! The first chief slammed the table and stood up suddenly, and said with majesty and domineering, "What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, let them stay here forever. Our China is no longer the weak country back then. We are not afraid of anyone." At this moment, the hearts of all the generals were raised. There was a kind of madness in their hearts, the madness of wanting to crush all countries to death. Tell the world, if you don't hand over this land division right, then we will see you on the battlefield. Wow! This time, all the generals stood up with excitement, and looked at number one with craziness. At this time, the mood was unique. In the past few years, Huaxia has been targeted every year. They have been holding back this moldy air for a long time. This time, Huaxia is finally going to stand up. On Huaxia's official website, Huaxia's superstars are still spraying frantically on those abroad. But suddenly, China has a new official website. China is not a small country, nor is it a defeated country trampled by your mouth. Those who bully will be bullied. Those who insult me must be killed. If you don't hand over the land, just see you on the battlefield. How afraid of our country. Fight 2. Boom. Everyone in China exploded when they saw this official website. War. Those who deceive must deceive. Those who insult me must kill them. I see the declaration of the country. I am considered worthy in this life, a person, no family, no country. That is the saddest thing. For us home fight. I have already cried. At this time, for the first time, I saw such a domineering declaration from our motherland. Let alone, I have already signed up to serve as a soldier, for our homeland. There is only war. On the official website, the Zanzi was so powerful that all foreigners who entered the official website of China were stunned and shocked to see the neat comments. A line of words is all one word, war. Line by line, one screen, all. Let all foreigners take a breath. They have never met people from such a country. That word of war can reflect how crazy their hearts are, how iron-blooded they are, making people boil over. After receiving the news from China's official website, all countries were stunned and dumbfounded. All of them took a breath, and looked at the biggest banner of Huaxia's official website. Huaxia really got up and the dragon woke up. In the German capital, the president is not good. China has just issued a declaration, demanding a war. The secretary ran into the German headquarters in a panic, shouting excitedly. He was a little scared in his heart. He didn't expect Huaxia to have such a big emotion. He originally thought that Huaxia would retreat in the face of difficulties, but now, he completely refreshed his concept. Huaxia is still that dragon, at this moment, has already woken up. President Day's eyes squinted and opened suddenly. It was still a bright spot in the early morning, and it was noon on Huaxia's side. I did not expect China to be so determined. But President De seemed not to be surprised by the news, just lay on the chair and shrugged. I see, go ahead and continue to perform the task as scheduled. What? The secretary was a little dumbfounded. Not a little excited. Don't you feel anything? Huaxia is about to go to war. You said you knew it. The secretary is now very suspicious that the president in front of him must be a fake. I met a fake president. What to do? Wait online. Huaxia, Mr. De muttered to himself in the room. And in the Four Islands, Tamron base. Yi Tan was already at the door of the combat barracks in a relaxed suit, guarding the sudden appearance of a super unit. But in the base, Yi Tan has now advocated vigorously building scientists. 1 can't do it, then 2 can't, just 100 can't, 1000, and more. It can always be solved. A technology comes. After the last test, Yi Tan already felt that the crisis was pressing. After all, who knows whether there is space fleet aviation technology in those ruins? If there is that in the ruins, Yi Tan will definitely be suppressed. Moreover, all countries now have relics, and they are becoming more and more arrogant, and Yi Tan's own development time is too short, and he is not a powerful existence at all. He has always had space-based weapons as a pillar. And now, the attitude of all countries means that they already have anti-space-based weapons. At least, Yi Tan didn't dare to use space-based weapons to try it out. If he got the common sense and was counter-attacked by others, then Yi Tan's base would be destroyed directly. Master, the latest news. While Yi Tan was watching all the construction of the base, Red Dragon suddenly displayed the latest world news on the screen. Yi Tan turned his head to look. Seeing that countries are so shameless, especially Germany is so arrogant. Red Dragon. Has the electromagnetic railgun research been successful? Master, it has been successfully researched and can be launched into the universe. When Yi Tan heard this, he clenched his fists, and said, okay, launch it to the universe immediately. I want Germany to come and fill the mountain with cool chrysanthemums. Dominate. On island number 4, there is a huge pit. In the pit, there is a huge rocket. The design of this rocket is very unusual. The rocket is all black. Around the rocket, there are several huge cabins hung at the tail. There are no gunpowder inside, but electromagnetic technology components. Everything is ready. Do you want to launch? In Yi Tan's headset, magnetic words came out, the voice of a scientist. Yi Tan stared at the rocket in the video. It was loaded with an electromagnetic railgun. This thing ascends to the sky, which is the death period of all countries. Yi Tan does not believe that this technology that surpasses the first-class civilization technology can be blocked by the Earth. American Emperor, Germany, Sun Country. Wait for me, Yi Tan muttered to himself, and said directly, launch. Permission has been opened, ready to launch. Chapter 206 Chapter 203, The Fleet of the Sun Nation. Thanks to Eddie for the reward. In Germany, the German president has assembled a large number of troops. Starting to rush towards China, the internet turmoil has caused the smell of gunpowder in the two countries to reach a critical point. And now it is almost breaking out. President, the troops have been assembled. Are you ready to set off? The secretary opened his bloodshot eyes and dreamed that the president would suddenly choke him to death. I had nightmares every night and didn't sleep well. President De stood at the table, looking at the map with bitter eyes. On the map are the 4 islands and all the maps in China. On the map of the Asian base on the 4 islands, the red signs are very obvious, and they are treated with care at first glance. If the secretary sees it, he will be surprised. This is not to deal with China, but to deal with Yi Tan. Yi Tan is not Huaxia. If you go to Huaxia, you still have 60% certainty, but if you want to go to the 4 islands, it will be a death. He used to be a bloody sea. At this moment, he still remembers that Bailey Sea area is all the blood of pirates. Terror. What happened to Yashin base? President, The black clouds covering the Yitan base have caused interference to our satellites, making it impossible to see the situation inside. However, based on the situation around their base, Yitan seems to have no idea. Hearing the secretary's words, Mr. De gave a grim smile. The Aboriginals are the Aboriginals. I didn't notice such a big movement. It seems that this toy is not good. Tell the world our virtue. We must start a war against China. Boom. If the secretary was hit by 5 thunders, his whole body trembled. Is it really about to begin? Is the Third World War coming? The secretary hurried to make arrangements. On day official website, the eye-catching headline reminded everyone our country may be divided. If you want to fight, then fight. Wow. The whole Germany became lively. They didn't have any excitement. Their hearts were full of worries. This time China is going to fight against the country that has risen. Isn't it a non-influent country? Does it really have the hope of a big victory? I hope that the flames of war will not burn into the country. Many people in Germany are praying. In China, when the senior officials saw us suddenly log out of this official, they were all in an uproar and directly furious. In the international arena, many countries are laughing. This time it is a real war. It is no longer the kind of bombing. National power is not a joke. This time it can hurt China. What all countries are willing to see at this time. Although the leaders of the countries don't know what morality is like now, they still support it very enthusiastically in their hearts. If you can pick up a leak, it will be perfect. Immediately, many major countries around the world took direct action. Countless warships are directly preparing for war, and the military forces of all countries are in action. The whole situation is very tense, so everyone can smell the smell of going to war. After the sun passed, the newly promoted emperor was looking at the report in hand. Their Germany is really not afraid of death. Since I can't integrate into the world, why should I stand on the same line with them? Why not stand on the same line with Yitan? We used to be an ancestor, said with an expression that is not intriguing. The secretary on the side was stunned. What are you going to do at this time? Do you want to take refuge in Yitan? The emperor took a deep breath, looked up at the ceiling, and muttered to himself, Huaka Orjan. Do you want to take refuge in Yitan? Now the whole world can't suppress Yitan, and the sun is coming to us. The more disrespectful we are, if we take refuge in Yitan, can we finally dominate the earth? The secretary trembled fiercely all over. The emperor. Do you really want to take refuge in Yitan? What if Yitan doesn't agree? The Japanese emperor snorted and waved his arms. I will give Yitan the entire Sun Nation to see if he agrees or not. The secretary was stunned, and his heart was shaken. What is the situation? The entire Sun Nation was given to Yitan. Is this crazy? Do I live on a fake earth? Go, connect me to Yitan. I want to tell him that Germany is going to attack China, and we want to take refuge in him. After the Japanese emperor finished speaking, he showed an evil smile, very gloomy. In the 4 islands, Yi Tanzing looked at the huge rocket with a heavy look, buzzing with fire. Ready to launch 1075-321. Liftoff. Puff. The huge rocket in the deep pit suddenly ejected thick flames and flew slowly towards space. At the moment of launch, the speed was very slow. Then, the speed got faster and faster, directly exceeding the speed of sound and shooting toward outer space. Yitan looked at the small firelight in the sky, muttering to himself, "Did you succeed?" "Yes, Master. The electromagnetic railgun has been out of the universe. Nothing happened midway." Yitan nodded after hearing this. It will take half a day to install the electromagnetic railgun, and once this half day passes, Yitan will add a life-saving weapon again. The power of the electromagnetic railgun is not comparable to that of space-based weapons. "Master, call the Sun Palace." Yitan was taken aback. What did Xiao ask him for? Didn't he eat enough of the poop last time? Or is it the same as the US Emperor? Take it. As Yitan's voice fell, a virtual screen appeared directly in front of Yitan. "Hi. How are you, Mr. Yitan?" Yitan looked at the newly promoted emperor with disdain. This emperor was even more disgusting and nasty than the previous ones. When he talked and smiled, His expression was disgusting. Say, Yi Tan said coldly. The emperor didn't expect Yi Tan to have such an attitude over there. Obviously he was already low enough. The emperor suffocated his stomach, and smiled patiently. Mr. Yi Tan, we are here this time to take refuge in you, to become your power, and to stand with you. Hearing that Emperor came to surrender unexpectedly, Yi Tan suddenly snorted. He has been firm in thinking that there will be no pie in the sky. Not to mention that Emperor will stand on the same front with him. Fuck, Yi Tan shouted angrily. The Emperor's face in the video suddenly distorted, and the aura in his heart became even more hated. Mr. Yi Tan, I am willing to hand over the entire country to you. Chapter 207. Chapter 204, 100 aircraft carriers are coming to China. Mr. Yi Tan, I am willing to hand over the whole country to you. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom roared hastily in the video. He was afraid that Yi Tan would not agree. If he did not agree, the plan he had conceived would not be realized. Oh, what use do I want your country to do? Where is your current capital? Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom was taken aback. What was going to be done at this moment, and asked the capital. Do you still want to come to the Duncannon? When Yi Tan saw the uncertain Japanese emperor, he immediately despised in his heart, and said that he would give him all the kingdom of the sun. Now, looking at the expression of this guy, it was really disgusting. Mr. Yi Tan, we really want to take refuge in you and dominate the entire earth with you. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom said demandingly. Yi Tan sneered. Do I need you little devils for the hegemony? You use it to flush the toilet for me. I am sick of it. Barga, the emperor, roared angrily. He was already low enough, but he didn't expect Yi Tan to insult him so much, and there was no place to put his face. Master, the electromagnetic railgun is installed. It can be launched at any time. Yi Tan's eyes lit up suddenly. Is it finally coming? Get out of here, little devil. In a special trick to sink your Sun Island directly. Yi Tan shouted domineeringly, and then prepared to close the video. But at this time, the unbearable emperor grabbed the video frame over there and shouted frantically, Yi Tan, you will regret it. Do you think you can dominate the Earth with space-based weapons? Wrong, 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 I tell you. Countries have already developed anti-space-based weapons in the ruins. With that kind of thing, your space-based weapons are a fart to them, and you will soon perish. Yi Tan's eyes suddenly became cold, and Ling Ling looked at the crazy emperor on the screen and said coldly, Hey, shameless pen, wait and see, guard your capital. The screen went black. Barga, Yi Tan, your sins are unforgivable. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom was madly roaring over there. This time he did not reach an agreement with Yi Tan, which made him very angry. If you can cooperate with Yi Tan, then his plan may be completed. But now, the Sun State may suffer rejection from other countries and become an independent existence. At that time, destroying the country will not be easy. The Emperor, do we closely monitor the sky? I'm afraid of what Yi Tan said just now. The secretary lowered his head and trembled. The Emperor turned his head with a look of anger and looked at the secretary's stubborn look. He suddenly became angry. He went up and kicked the secretary and shouted angrily, Barga bastard, what happened to Yi Tan's space-based weapons? We still have anti-space-based weapons. I don't believe they can destroy our capital. The secretary lay on the ground with a grin and looked at the crazy emperor with a pale face. What the Sun Nation did instantly spread to the ears of all countries. After all, every country has arranged eyeliners in other countries, and the Sun Nation will almost become their back garden. Therefore, it is easy for them to inquire about these things. They are angry that the Sun Nation is like a dog, preying everywhere, like slaves. Although they don't know what the Sun Nation has, they still can't calm down. If there is a chance, we must get rid of the Sun country. However, they are most worried about Yi Tan. The news that Germany is about to start a war with China has let the Emperor Sun tell Yi Tan. What will Yi Tan do? Does Yi Tan still have any secret weapons? If it is a space-based weapon, countries don't need to worry about it. If there are other secret weapons, countries need to weigh whether to participate in this German operation. But in Germany, that arrogant momentum is getting bigger and bigger, and it starts directly from their German live broadcast. The scene where countless naval soldiers landed on the ship and the aircraft carrier fighter group escorted directly began live broadcast in Germany. This made countless Huaxia people angry, and everyone shouted to join the army and contribute to the army. Germany is really shameless now. Why Yitan hasn't responded yet, giving them a space-based weapon and let them all disappear. I really want to see Yitan bombard Germany and kill these devils. War, all those who violated our China will be hacked to death. And at the senior level of Huaxia, the entire Huaxian machine is operating under the 10th level of alert at this moment. These senior officials also gather together every day to discuss meetings and layout. Chairman, the German aircraft carrier warship is almost approaching the junction of the China High Seas, and within 3 hours, it will enter the China High Seas, a Navy general said from the side. With the majesty of the chairman's face, the situation is becoming more and more endangered at this moment. You can't make any mistakes. This is the first real war that China has been quiet for hundreds of years. To let people around the world see China's rise, we must rely on it. This battle is over. Order the naval warships to load the ammunition and fill the form immediately, and give me live ammunition. Also, I must be equipped with sufficient combat preparation materials. I can't drop the chain at critical times. As long as their German ships dare to enter China, they don't need to ask for instructions and attack directly. Following the mighty and domineering order of Chief One, the people below immediately stood up and saluted to Chief One. Boom, Chairman, good news, good news. Our 100 aircraft carriers are here. A secretary trotted all the way, shouting all the way to the conference room, with a very excited expression. Wow! When everyone heard it, they were deeply shocked. 100 aircraft carriers. Are you sure you didn't tease me? And when Chief Number One heard this news, his heart became excited. 100 aircraft carriers were sent at this critical time, which means that Yitan has been paying attention to this matter. If this is the case, will all countries really fail to pay the land division rights as they wish? Yitan is a lunatic. Not everyone can afford it. Okay, immediately take over 100 aircraft carriers for me and clear the open sea for me. This time, the group of dogs will be shocked and shocked. Chief One said happily. Everyone is full of enthusiasm. 100 aircraft carriers, that kind of scene must be very spectacular. If the opposite side sees these 100 warships, will they continue to fight? What would they think if the American emperor saw that China had 100 warships? The US and the number of aircraft carriers in service had fewer than 20 ships. At that time, they were dominating the entire planet. And now, China has 100 ships. If this were to appear on the high seas, would the leaders of the various countries commit suicide? It is estimated that their hearts must be beeping. Chapter 208 Chapter 205, Lion Steel Torrent in the Huaxia Sea. There is a shocking scene. Those hundreds of aircraft carriers, such as huge islands, are sailing at high speed. On the aircraft carriers, they are all the latest Chinese fighter jets. In the bottom of the aircraft carrier, they are all densely packed warriors, countless military supplies, and tanks, ammunition, etc. Is that our China aircraft carrier? When will there be so many? Around the aircraft carrier, there were scattered fishing boats, with people standing on it. All of them stared at this scene dumbfounded. What the hell? Why don't you hurry up and take it with your phone? Last time we were a guy because we filmed the anti-gravity sports car video of the Tamron group and sold it to the newspaper. The people around hurriedly took out their mobile phones, and they were no longer concerned about fishing. So they took this video first. Hundreds of aircraft carriers rushed in the direction of the German fleet in this way. The displacement is 10 times larger than that of all aircraft carriers on the Earth, and the speed has also doubled. These hundreds of aircraft carriers directly became a torrent of steel, which shocked people's hearts. The fishermen directly sold the videos they shot to the Huaxia Daily. All official websites directly publish a single news. That is, China's 100 warships, who will fight against the enemy, who will fight against the enemy. In an instant, this news video directly detonated the entire China. Countless netizens have joined the discussion. Army Chakaka, is this really our China aircraft carrier? I can't believe it. Any one of you will cut me off. It's so exciting. Now they're making a crackling sound in Germany. So cool. For the first time, it is the first time I have seen Huaxia so powerful. Looking at the torrent of steel, I believe that we can defeat Germany and kill those foreign devils. Fuck. This Nima is real and fake. It's so crazy. 666. Dead foreign devil. Ahem. Don't you want to know where these 100 aircraft carriers come from? According to all the information in the research video, one result is that the direction of these 100 aircraft carriers is the 4 islands. I drove out of Yushan base. Wow. As the Truth Emperor spoke out, the entire discussion area began to go crazy again. I fucking, really fake. These 100 aircraft carriers sailed out of Yushan base. If so, Yitan must be paying attention to the whole situation. He must have made big moves. Help to see Germany tomorrow. News of demise. Excitement, excitement, really exciting. I didn't expect China to have 100 aircraft carriers. As far as I know, the US Emperor has less than 15 swishes, and some are no longer in service. So they will charge us. Hundreds of aircraft carriers can already crush various countries, and aircraft carriers are the iconic face of each country. Tut. When I woke up, I saw the crazy changes in the world. I am glad that I live in China. If I don't say anything, I will kneel and worship Yitan. The crazy and lively news of Huaxia directly caught the attention of all leaders of various countries. They all took a big breath. It was terrible. China actually owns 100 aircraft carriers. What is an aircraft carrier? It is a large mobile arsenal, which has a powerful effect on all types of warships. Moreover, with so many aircraft carriers and the number of fighter groups on board, how much would it cost? If they take off in a swarm, it is estimated that they can blow up a city. Seeing this video, the leaders of various countries began to fight back and felt that the muddy water this time was not so good, and that the aircraft carrier came from. They all understood that it must be Yitan, except for Yitan, who can be so short. Time has created so many aircraft carriers. If Huaxi owns 100 aircraft carriers, wouldn't Yitan have more than 1,000 whoosh? Then he's just surrendering. Of course, leaders of various countries will not do this. In Germany, President Nade looked at the tablet in his hand with a gloomy face, and the fingers that clenched the tablet were creaking. It's interesting. The speed of construction is no less than the speed of level 3 civilization. It's a really interesting man. I must see what he is like. If someone else stood here again, he would be stunned. The dignified 40-year-old man, who even said with soothing, would definitely be horrified. Come on, prepare a plane for me. I want to go to the front line, coexist and die with the army. Mr. De shouted. Germany was preparing hurriedly, and the secretary arranged for the German president's special plane to go to the front line. The front-line German warships have begun to collide with China. China's naval warships are escorted by only 2 large aircraft carriers, while the German warships are escorted by dozens of warships. This time they can have so many warships in Germany. Some of them are reinforced by the US. And they also have relic technology that allows them to produce aircraft carriers. The speed has accelerated a lot. The 2 armies are facing each other. On the German warship, a naval general was looking at the opposite Huaxia battleship with a telescope. TSK Tusk, just a few warships, and want to fight us Germany. Are you kidding me? The general put down his binoculars and said mockingly to the slightly younger officers nearby. Ha ha ha. That's right. What power does Huaxia have against our Germany? Just give them 100 years, and don't want to surpass our Germany. Ha ha ha, well said. This time we capture China, we will definitely win. We are the vanguard. We must fight a good battle. Yeah, with our General Harlem guarding them. What are Huaxia and the others? Ha ha ha, Thero assholes. The commander-in-chief of this German warship was the general who spoke first, Harlem. He was extremely comfortable when he heard the words touted by everyone. Okay, let's take the China first. Let's get ready to let the warships start off. Let us, the vanguard, enter their China and grab all resources. Yes, several officers heard the commander's order and saluted them all, and then proceeded to make arrangements. Woo! The horn of war blew. The German warships were like crazy dogs, and at the moment when the horn sounded, they all rushed into the China Sea. However, the Chinese battleships did not move, they did not receive the above instructions, and all of them stared at the rushing German warship with fearless eyes holding the gun. Not afraid of sacrifice, not afraid of hardships and obstacles, as long as you offend China, you will be punished. The Huaxia battleship did not move, but numerous fighter groups flew out from behind them. Enemy assault on the German fleet, the scout shouted in the war channel. What's the situation? How did so many fighter groups fly here? Isn't China only a few aircraft carriers? How can there be so many fighter groups? Harlem was crazy growler, and the non-commissioned officers around, looking at the distance dumbfounded at this moment, with a look of horror. General, China has 100 aircraft carriers. Chapter 209 Chapter 206 The Terrifying Aircraft Carrier Group. General, China actually owns 100 aircraft carriers. The non-commissioned officer roared incredibly. Harlem snatched the telescope and looked at the Huaxia fleet. Hiss. He also took a deep breath. Fucking. Beeping the dog. When did China have 100 aircraft carriers? There is no 100 aircraft carriers on Nemo's entire Earth. Huaxia must have opened and hung up. Beeping the dog. General Harlem's heart was broken at this moment, and the German warship army was still rushing towards the Chinese fleet. Order the number 3 charge fleet to withdraw for me. Harlem's eyes widened and Lao Yuan yelled at the non-commissioned officers beside him. When the non-commissioned officer heard that he was going to retreat, he felt anxious, and he had to retreat before it started. This had a considerable impact on the morale of the soldiers. The generals cannot withdraw. If we do, it will be laughed at by all countries in the world. Then this will become our handle, and our warships are not without weapons against air fighter groups. As long as they dare to come, we have confidence to let them all down. Boom. The non-commissioned officer received a punch in the face before he finished speaking. The angrily Harlem was looking at the non-commissioned officer lying on the ground grimly, stepped on it fiercely, and shouted, Nemo, do you really want all the warships to stay here? Defy the military order, pull, go down and shoot. Harlem was really angry this time, and the sudden appearance of 100 aircraft carriers in China made his heart of fighting on the battlefield all the time unable to calm down. Also, at this critical juncture, there are people who disobey his orders. As a general, he cannot tolerate opposition from his troops. As long as there is opposition, he will never end well. Several non-commissioned officers around saw the furious expression in Harlem's eyes and hurriedly began to mobilize the troops to retreat. After all, one was pulled down, and they didn't want to do the second one. They knew the consequences of being pulled down. It was either death or uselessness. Harlem was famous for his iron and blood. In the high altitude, the densely packed fighter group, Dragon Tower, Hunter 1 has reached the battlefield. Dragon Tower, Hunter 2 has arrived on the battlefield. Dragon Tower, hunting. Laugh. Long Tower received it. Ready to launch range bombing plan. Understand. Whoosh. All the fighter groups received instructions, and the densely packed aircraft groups dispersed directly, flying towards the German warship that was slowly retreating. Has reached the position. Start to drop missiles. Woo-bang. Numerous groups of fighter jets began to bombard madly. The entire German warship group was talking everywhere, and there were fires soaring everywhere. Counterattack. The non-commissioned officers shouted frantically in the battle channel. Now I can't retreat, and I can only fight back. Although the fleet is made of iron, it can't stand the bombardment of the fighter group. Beep the dog. If it's 1 or 2, it's okay, but it's a group of thousands of Swiss fighters. It is simply killing people. On the German battleship, the turret that moved up and down, left and right, buzzed, and the group of fighter jets aimed at the sky began to spray missiles frantically. Boom, boom, the battle started. Evasion, Evasion, missile strikes. The moment the fighter group launched the missile on the German warship, the Tamron assistant in the fuselage began to remind. At present, all of China's military equipment is managed by Tamron assistant, and it is stronger than the radar on the fighter jet. As soon as the missiles of the German fleet were launched, they were evaded by the fighter group. Regardless of the large number of fighter groups, it still seemed very small in the vast sky. Asshole, give me full firepower and bomb me all the fighters. Harlem calmed down at the moment, looking at the bombing fighters in the sky with a grim expression. Following Harlem's order, the entire battleship was operational. Da-da-da. Boom, boom. The thumb began more piercing projectile and countless conventional missiles were shot into the air overwhelmingly. Mouse Hunter, now start the action of teasing the rat, in the ears of all the pilots. The Dragon Tower gave an order, and immediately all the fighters lifted into the air, scattered around and flew away, flying without a purpose at all. This made Harem a little confused. What tactic is this? Are you afraid? What are you waiting for? At this moment, General, look, the Huaxia battleship has gone out on the high seas, and hundreds of aircraft carriers, hundreds of frigates, etc. have begun to rush towards us. A non-commissioned officer looked into the distance with a telescope, yelling frantically. When Harlem heard that it was broken, he was hit, and he was hit by someone else's plan. Quickly, order all the troops to start retreating backwards. Don't collide with them yet. Let's retreat backwards. The entire German army began to move again. This time it was not charging, and it began to rush towards the sea when it came. 100 aircraft carriers cannot be defeated at all, unless they also have a powerful warship in Germany, so that they can be equal to China, and it may not be able to eliminate China. The power of the aircraft carrier is not a boast. That is the iconic thing of the empire, and it is a big country with an aircraft carrier. So the power of the aircraft carrier can be imagined. General, we have received a message from General Germany, let us rush forward desperately. The German Empire does not have a scumbag. A non-commissioned officer walked in and looked at a text message and shouted at Harlem. When Harlem heard it, his face suddenly turned black. Beat the dog. Can this battle be fought? There are hundreds of aircraft carriers in China, and you still let us rush forward. General, look, the Huaxia fighter group has retreated, and the Huaxia warships have also begun to retreat. It seems that something is happening behind them. Their speed and horsepower are very high. A non-commissioned officer raised his binoculars and shouted in surprise. Harlem was excited in his heart and looked at it with his binoculars. Withdraw, withdraw, really withdraw. They are still afraid of Huaxia, a group of country bumpkins, with 100 warships. They still don't have that courage. Tell the warships, start to prepare to charge towards Huaxia. Charge. The German army began to charge frantically again. And Huaxia has already begun to rush to the country, regardless of the German warships behind it, as if there is something wrong with their Huaxia mainland. But in outer space, the huge space-based weapon began to creak. Inside the iron shell of the space-based weapon, if you can hear the sound, it must be so. The target has been set, the strike accuracy rate is 80%, and it is ready to launch. China Sea. Chapter 210 Chapter 207, Deep Sea Bomb. Thank you Gu-1 for becoming the leader of this book, thank you. Ha ha ha, Huaxia is just a group of tortoises with shrunken heads. Are you still playing guerrilla warfare? Tell you, in the face of strength, guerrilla warfare is vulnerable to a blow. Ha 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 ha. Harlem looked up to the sky and smiled madly. He stood on the deck, feeling the cool breeze, and looked up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. The laughter stopped suddenly. Harem's eyes raised, his mouth open, and he looked at the sky in horror. Heaven, space-based weapons. Harlem roared. The surrounding non-commissioned officers blew their heads. What? The space-based weapon fired. All the non-commissioned officers looked towards the sky. Everyone looked at the sky crazily and desperately. That's right, a small spot of light has floated in the sky. Didn't they have never seen the red frame video, the way that day-based weapons appeared on the scene? wasn't it? Looking at the light spot in the sky, it is getting bigger and bigger. All the Germans looked desperate, and their faces paled. Will anyone still survive when this space-based weapon comes down? Obviously, this scene also allows countries around the world to use satellites to film the road. All of them took a deep breath, and the space-based weapons were fired. This is why they didn't send troops to attack the ocean base. It is so special in their homeland that the anti-space-based weapons technology produced by the ruins can be used. But outside, you can use a fart, such a large base, and how much manpower and engineering it takes to build anti-space-based weapons. This thing can't be built on an aircraft carrier. If it could, it would have been built, so they didn't want to send troops to attack Yitan at all. After all their skills were researched out, it was not too late to attack. Who knew that the German president had a mental illness, and he sent troops to Yitan? Isn't this just for Yitan to find a sense of existence? Swish, puff. The space-based weapon Iron Dock and the German aircraft carrier battleship passed by, directly splashing countless seawater towards the seabed. At the moment when Tu entered the seabed, many German fighters felt a sense of excitement and flew to escape. No, Harlem screamed as he watched the day-based weapon Iron Dock shoot into the seabed. As a Navy general, he has a good understanding of all kinds of war preparations and artillery shells, especially in this attack on China. He has a better understanding of space-based weapons. The day-based weapons attack real objects. If it shoots into the aircraft carrier, it can still be blocked for half a millisecond, slowing him down into the seabed, and hitting the seabed with less power, but this will directly hit the seabed. If it breaks out under the sea, what kind of terrible disaster will happen? Coming. The sea boiled. Boom. Suddenly, huge waves appeared on the entire sea, which was 1,000 meters high. The entire sea was very unstable, and all the warships began to shake. All the soldiers of the German fleet began to panic. There was panic from the soldiers everywhere. General Harlem closed his eyes and muttered to himself in despair, "It's over, it's over, it's really over." Boom, it's another wave. This time the waves directly set off 10,000 meters. All the warships swayed like small boats in front of the huge waves. Snapped. The huge waves were thrown down, and the 10,000 meter high seawater was thrown directly on the battleships, and the steel torrent battleships were immediately shredded into pieces. The entire sea area still boiled and became a huge spiral nest, which began to spin frantically. As for the German warships, none of them survived at this moment. They either capsized or became fragments. Even if there is, it is spinning wildly in this rapid vortex. The countries looked at the satellite monitoring and each was shocked. They did not expect that space-based weapons would still have such a powerful force when they hit the sea. If Yitan launched a few space-based weapons toward their country's border waters, is their country affordable? In Arben, the emperor looked at the hit sea area with a gloomy face that day, and felt a little flustered. Their country's territory was the smallest and the most insecure. The earthquakes that occur every year can be the highest in the world. If Yitan launched a few space-based weapons in their waters, then Japan would have sunk directly. Don't need to be covered by a tsunami, the earthquake in volcano will destroy them all. On the battlefield, the seabed hit by space-based weapons has now become a huge deep pit, and the seawater inside is still surging and spinning crazily. Countless steel shards float in it, as well as countless dead fish and broken corpses. It's all rolling. In China, there was no impact here. At this moment, on an aircraft carrier battleship, Chief 1 and the other chiefs looked at the boiling waters of thousands of miles in shock. Everyone was inhaling. When they were attacking Germany, Yitan sent them news, telling them that the German warship would be solved by Yitan. Unexpectedly, Yitan still had that kind of personality, and he directly fired space-based weapons at a disagreement. The German warship sent troops this time, but how many soldiers it sent, now all sank here. Too frightening. Yitan shocked all countries once and again. It seems that the countries that have been eager to move recently are beginning to weigh up. Yes, you are not afraid of Yitan's space-based weapons, but what about your sea area? GT. In Germany, President Germany has not set up a special plane to set off to the front line, because there is no need to go. After receiving the news that the entire army has been wiped out, President Germany's eyes are full of cold colors. What a magical man. He has shown more and more super-civilized things. This space-based weapon can only be possessed by the first-level civilization. I didn't expect that a native of the Earth could study it. It seems that the entire Earth only has these relics. How did he do that? The German president's control-conscious person tilted his head and thought, while the secretary looked at him with embarrassment, thinking that his president must be crazy, and that such silly moves can be made. It's just beeping the dog. This is obviously a girl's action. At this moment, all electrical appliances in the world were suddenly invaded by the red frame. Suddenly the whole earth boiled. Yeetan, it is Yeetan. Yeetan has appeared. How will Yeetan retaliate against Germany? Countless people are looking forward to this. This time, the red frame directly locks Germany, and there is a small video screen that his country are. At this moment, countless people in the German capital began to flee madly towards other cities. Just for this, many countries have been impressed. Just a red border can scare the citizens of an empire capital. How terrifying is it to do it? Chapter 211. Chapter 208. First abolishment. Thanks Gu-1 for becoming the leader. When people around the world boiled, a line of small print appeared on the red border. No promises, only this end. People all over the world stayed, and it seems that Yeetan was doing it to divide the land. And what method will Yeetan use to solve this problem this time? In Germany, after looking at the red-framed video screen, President X suddenly felt an endless sense of powerlessness in his heart. Byron doesn't know, but he knows that from all aspects of analysis, it can be seen that Yeetan, a man, must be above the first level of civilization, and it is by no means that the natives of the Earth can match. The red border video invasion, at least has a high-level intelligence, otherwise Yeetan would not be able to do this step alone. Since the red frame has been invaded, the anti-space-based weapon is also controlled by the German central computer. Since it can invade the global video, the German central is only researched by the indigenous people, and it is impossible to block the intelligent attack. After the smart attack, can the anti-space-based weapon still be used? It failed this time, but I won't give up. Yeetan, mysterious man, wait for me, President, let's go. If we don't leave, we won't be in a hurry. The secretary shouted to President Do with an anxious look, and President D's eyes started to redden slowly at this moment, and his whole body began to soften slowly. The next moment, he directly sat limply on the chair. The secretary took a look at what was going on. Why did you faint suddenly? The secretary ran up to the president and tested President Germany's breath with his hands. Damn it. The secretary was stunned. He pointed out that the president was dead, and he died so quickly. Cow, if you say you are going to die, I am still here waiting for you to die. The secretary hurried out and hurriedly took the presidential plane to other cities. The capital cannot be kept. Yeetan's neurosis could do something, but he never saw Yeetan suffer anyway. And the anti-space-based weapons can only block the space-based weapons once. What if the space-based weapons are fired continuously? There must be no hope. The secretary ran away. As long as the rich people are involved in the entire German capital, it goes without saying that the chiefs on the red border, after the small print disappeared. Suddenly there was a huge countdown. 10, 7, 4, 321.0. Seeing that the countdown quickly turned to 0, everyone suddenly lifted their hearts. Fuck, is it about to start? In outer space, a huge shaped device floats. When the countdown reached 0, the bars on both sides of H began to emit blue currents. The horizontal bar in the middle was a huge barrel. On the barrel, there was a huge mechanical arm. The mechanical arm grasped a black round iron bump. This iron bump is a mass bomb, which is produced after compression, and the principle of launch is an advanced kinetic energy killer weapon made by electromagnetic launch technology. Unlike traditional cannons, which use gunpowder and gas pressure on projectiles, rail guns use the force of electromagnetic fields in an electromagnetic system, which lasts much longer and can greatly increase the speed and range of projectiles. At that speed, even the multifunction tank radar Ilyushin base could not be locked, nor could the Red Dragon. You can imagine how huge the power will be. The entire huge-shaped device shook abruptly, only to see a red light shoot out, rushing directly towards the Earth. Appeared. Many people are already watching the sky with astronomical telescopes, and many people are shocked when the red light appears. The red light was like a small spot, very small, but the speed was 5 times faster than space-based weapons. This has to make many astronomers crazy, such a small size, so fast, and how heavy to achieve this effect. In the blink of an eye, the red light had fallen over the German capital. The entire capital sky is very bright red by the red light, and even the air is red. But this is also a momentary matter. Boom. Many Germans didn't have time to pray, and when they saw nothing, they lost any consciousness. The German capital in the video was also a moment of ruin. There was no slag left. It was a huge pit and primitive ruins. The scope is still expanding. The cities around the German capital have been affected. Returning directly to the ancestors, it became a huge deserted ruin. Everyone in the world was shocked by the scene in front of them at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfounded. It was crazy. In an instant, the entire German capital and surrounding secondary cities disappeared. How many cities will Germany lose? How many lives do you live first? France is beeping. The American emperor was terrified. The emperor almost committed suicide by cutting his belly. In Arbennes, the emperor almost fainted when he saw Germany's end that day. Baga, Baga, we are the next one. What should we do? Baga. The Japanese emperor roared frantically in the palace. The secretary standing next to him was also sweaty at the moment. Had the emperor not been here, he would have ran away. The farther he went, the better. This time, the empire was completely ruined. They don't have anti-space-based weapons. In their hearts, Yi Tankai is their nightmare, so they built 3 space-based weapons. But what is the use of this? What Yitan launched was not a space-based weapon at all, but a new super technology. At that speed, can the Empire's intelligent surveillance scan it? On the red border, another countdown appears. The people at this time had already gone violently, had already destroyed Germany, and now they are even launching towards the Sun Country. Can the Sun Country itself withstand the attack of this weapon? Many people are guessing in their hearts. And in Huaxia, when they were all excited by the scene of Germany's instantaneous destruction, they once again saw the countdown facing the Sun Country. Immediately everyone was boiling. Fucking a hassle. If this shot goes down, can the Sun Country still exist? Are you kidding? Upstairs, Country R itself is a city on a volcano. If this shot goes down, their country must be silent. TSK Tusk. This time Germany and Country R will not be arrogant, right? Germany was still attacking our China just now, and now it is almost destroyed. What is going on with this Country R? It's estimated that Yitan brought a shot from Shun. The shot just didn't work well. Let's do another shot. Huaxia was madly excited by Yitan for the rise of the country. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom went to call Yitan again. Mr. Yitan, let us go. Our Sun Nation really wants to surrender to you. The Emperor of the Sun Nation looked at Yitan with a pitiful expression. Yitan said coldly, Shabi, do you think I don't know what you are hitting attention to? Dog thing. You want me to be a traitor, is it possible? Come on. Chapter 212 Chapter 209, Disappearance and Ruins. Yitan said coldly, Shabi, do you think I don't know what you are hitting attention to? Dog thing. You want me to be a traitor, is it possible? Come on. Hearing Yitan's words, Emperor R took a breath of anger and his lungs were about to explode. This is simply bullying. Yitan, are you really going to this point? Do you force us to a dead end? The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom said with a gloomy face. Yitan looked at the distorted face of the Japanese Emperor, and sneered disdainfully, forcing you? What are you? You can bite me if you have the ability. With that, Yitan closed the video directly. That day the Emperor's face was dull and full of angry roars. Baga, Baga. Tell all the people in the capital to start fleeing immediately. The secretary looked at the thunderous emperor with contempt. If you didn't go to Yitan to surrender, and the result was unsuccessful, you would irritate Yitan. If it weren't for this, how could the Sun Nation have come this far? Also, do you need any special reminders? The capital is completely messed up. Where is the country in the hearts of the people? I have already started to flee my own. Listen to you. It's already dead. The secretary went out and left here directly by plane, and he did not give an order. At this moment, the situation is absolutely not urgent. Watching the dense crowds of motorcades under the capital running out of the city, there is no need to notify at all. Even if notified, there may be no lower level officials. At this time, let's run away first. And the countdown in the red frame. With a ding sound, it began to beat. When everyone in the world heard the ding, their hearts became tense, scratching and grasping something fearful. This time it was bombing the Sun Nation. What is the fragile territory of the Sun Nation? If the unknown weapon studied by Yi Tangxin is launched towards the Sun Nation, what will be the consequences? The leaders of all countries watched this scene nervously. Germany was destroyed by Yi Tan's mysterious weapon, and they knew it on the spot. And hyperspace weapons simply couldn't stop this mysterious weapon. The overlord of the sky became Yi Tan again. The entire international current situation will change again. 10, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. In Yi Tan's base, Red Dragon directly pressed the launch button. The shaped electromagnetic railgun in the outer sky has already floated above the Sun country, and the devices on both sides have begun to emit blue electric lights frantically, as if charging. Afterwards, the electromagnetic railgun slammed a huge black ball. This black ball is a mass bomb, and the black ball is super fast. As soon as it is ejected, a lot of red light is entangled all over. Furiously rushed towards the location of the Earth and Sun country. In the red frame, Yi Tan appeared on the screen wearing a black and red tight-fitting battlesuit. People all over the world were taken aback, but Yi Tan had never really appeared in the red frame. Do you want to say something this time? Yi Tan looked at the video with a heavy expression on his face and said, the last global competition was held in Germany, and all countries were allowed to participate. If anyone loses, the territory will be divided. Now you are turning back. You really regard me as the kind of bullying people? I tell you, you are deceiving too much. Puff. Leaders of various countries almost spurted blood. What makes us deceive others too much? Now it seems that you are bullying. But now you are telling us that you are bullying too much. It's okay if you don't hand over the land, and I don't care, but have you thought about your people? Do you think your little tricks can make us obey? You use people's patriotism to persecute me and so on. But today, I, Yi Tan, tell you that I have never thought of dominating the earth. But if I want to dominate the world, I will wipe out all your countries one by one, because I don't need you, let alone the people. Fraud. It's like Virtue and Day. Wow. The whole world was boiling, and Yi Tan's domineering words really caught them off guard. They never thought that Yi Tan really didn't care about fighting for Earth hegemony. Boom. In the video, behind Yi Tan, the country of the Sun country slammed. The entire newly built capital of Japan is crazily collapsing, and countless houses, cars, buildings, and various buildings have directly become debris. The collapse is still in progress, and it's still swallowing crazily. The capital of the Sun Nation was established in the middle of Japan's territory this time, and originally thought it was safe, but he did not expect Yi Tan's mysterious weapon to be so powerful this time. The entire mainland of the Sun country, like a chrysanthemum, blooms from the middle to the surrounding. The country of the Sun is accompanied by endless disasters. The volcano erupted with thick flames, and many streets broke directly, and many huge magma abyss appeared. At this moment, no one can escape. Hiss. Everyone was once again deeply shocked that this is no longer the time when nuclear bombs were used to attack. The current era has allowed Yi Tan to lead, but it has brought people such an artistic end. What shocked people even more was what Yi Tan said. That domineering words made many people directly confused. Leaders of various countries have never expected that Yi Tan, a neurosis, really does not want to unify the world, but that he will be destroyed if he sees someone who is not pleasing to his eyes. If this is the case, the leaders of the countries will suddenly pale. They only want to ask one question, which is it still too urgent to hand over the land? The original idea was because Yi Tan would definitely want to unify the world, so if he wants to dominate, he must first win the hearts of the people. Even if he dominates in the future, there will be more mobs who resist. And now, it's a beeping dog. Why didn't you think that Yi Tan's neurosis was not a unified world? If that were the case, they didn't need to keep targeting Yi Tan, but quickly researched the civilization in the ruins. I'm giving you half an hour. No matter who it is, if you don't submit the published pictures, there is only a dead end. What I dislike most is killing. For the sake of your people, don't deceive people too much. After Yi Tan finished speaking coldly, he closed the video screen, and the leaders of the countries in those competitions heard what Yi Tan said. All of them suffocated their chests. At this moment, their hearts are really beeping dogs. What is it that you don't like killing, cow? You just killed thousands of people's lives, and the capitals of the two big countries were directly sunk by you. Thinking about it. How many people have you killed since you were born? How many national capitals have been blown up by you? Also, we deceived people too much. Whoops. I really beep 100 bitches. Who is really deceiving people too much? Countries have already experienced Yi Tan's pretense. They really don't want to be tossing about it anymore. Yi Tan's neurosis is really fearless, but they are scared. Chapter 213 Chapter 210, Analysis. The Japanese capital was instantly in ruins, making people around the world bewildered. Although Japan is small, they are also a big country. Is this the sorrow of a big country? A big country can't handle a group. Is this also the sorrow of a global country? Is it led by a group? In Huaxia, seeing the newly built capital of Japan instantly became the ruins of a deep pit. The hearts of everyone in Huaxia were boiling. Ha ha ha, cool, domineering, in this life. Pretending to force me to only serve Yi Tan. Yeah, those national leaders don't know what their faces are at the moment. Maybe they have a cheering expression. Ha ha ha. Tusk. Yi Tan's remarks may have annoyed several national leaders, but it's bold, so domineering. I like it. What the hell is Yi Tan? This mysterious weapon. It's so terrifying. It's too powerful. It's more than 5 times stronger than space-based weapons. Upstairs, you can use this weapon as the wrath of God and destroy the world in one anger. 666. This name is 6. Then it is called God's wrath, a rain of blood. When Huaxia was discussing this weapon, the entire world began to panic. Half an hour? What are we going to do as rockets? Even if it is a rocket, some countries cannot catch it. Fortunately, all countries have the ability to get 1 or 2 anti-gravity sports cars, without any bodyguards, and fly crazy toward China. They are scared. Yes, Yi Tan is crazy. What can't he do? In case you haven't delivered it for half an hour, it is estimated that your country will be in ruins. Now that all countries have figured out Yi Tan's plot, the mental arithmetic that has been nervous for more than half a year has been put down in half, and he can finally catch his breath. At least Yi Tan is not thinking about dominating the earth. In this way, as long as they don't provoke Yi Tan, they will be in peace. In the US, the first speaker now has protruding blood vessels on his face, and the entire eyeballs are covered with bloodshot eyes. The whole body was shaking. Puff. Suddenly, the first speaker spit out blood. Hate. Yi Tan, you are ruthless. If you don't kill you in this life, you will die. The first speaker looked up to the sky and shouted desperately, his voice hoarse. President, the people from the Chinese consulate have already gone, and the delivery will be completed soon. The secretary stood aside and said weakly. He didn't know why the first speaker suddenly went crazy. Yi Tan didn't say those things. In his eyes, Yi Tan just pretended to be forced. Did the first speaker see Yi Tan's Wang's dissatisfaction? Yi Tan, this person is too scary. The first speaker slowly calmed down, but the hideous expression on his face was still hanging on his face. The secretary was stunned. Speaker, the mysterious weapon Yi Tan studied is powerful, but he also said that he will not compete for global hegemony. So we only need to decompose the ruins, and we can still eradicate Yi Tan in the future. When the secretary said this, a ghastly murderous look appeared in his eyes. But, snapped. The first speaker slammed his big mouth up, and his hideous expression became even more hideous and angry. The blood vessels in his temple were directly protruding, giving people a feeling that they could die at any time. President, what's the matter? The secretary shouted aggrievedly. The first speaker stared at the secretary, grimly. Do you really think that Yi Tan will not dominate the earth, just because he said this in front of the world? Wrong, you are wrong, paralyzed. Yi Tan's eye therefore, in front of people around the world, saying that they will not dominate the earth. It is actually a reassurance for us. And there are even bigger gifts waiting for us. Yi Tan doesn't want to dominate the earth, so I will eat. The secretary was stunned and thought of this, but he still couldn't believe it, and stammered, Speaker, if Yi Tan dominates the earth in the future, wouldn't it offend everyone? Hearing such stupid words, the first speaker rushed up with a violent temper, again with a big mouth. The secretary was stunned. His mouth and nose were full of blood. Fack. Yi Tan already said that he doesn't need people from all countries to serve him. He also said that he doesn't want to dominate the universe, but whoever provokes him will be wiped out one by one. You are so special, can you understand? Yi Tan doesn't care about the people at all. He can replace us at any time. And this time, Yi Tan said this paragraph in front of the people around the world. What will the countries think? What do you think? The secretary covered her mouth, lying on the ground shivering and looking at the already crazy first speaker. The first speaker closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The defensive heart of all countries will relax, and all countries have ruins. It is only a matter of time, so they will not provoke Yi Tan, and they will not look for it. Allies. They want to make the Earth's situation level again, so that when it comes down, countries will be more and more in their hearts to compare each other, and even countries around the world will become hostile to each other. By then, to what extent will Yi Tan develop? At that time, countries will still be single-handedly. Even if they unite, they will not be able to unite against Yi Tan. At that time, it will be easy for Yi Tan to replace us. Hiss. The secretary covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear, and she took a breath. He really didn't expect that things happened to such an extent. Yi Tanxi was so terrifying. It is estimated that people all over the world are deceived by Yi Tan's superficial neurotic personality. Also, this time the plan made Yi Tan speak out in front of people around the world. People from all over the world will rebel against it. At least the country has a little resistance to the people's heart. No matter how patriotic people are, now what kind of mood is it to be betrayed by the country? So, this is another plan. Yi Tan will let all the leaders of the country begin to study the ruins frantically, and he does not believe in the alliance of people from all over the world. Why bombing Japan this time is because there is the Emperor of Japan. The Emperor of Japan must have notified Yi Tan, but Yi Tan disdained to stand with the dog. This will make the Chinese resist in their hearts and make him bear the stigma of a big traitor. So this time he also eliminated Japan directly. Yi Tan, this person is extremely horrible. The first speaker squeaked his fist. Even the secretary lying on the ground was shaking coldly at this moment. He never thought that a person who looked like a crazy person would be so meticulous in his heart. It was too terrifying. If this is the case, wouldn't it be in Yi Tan's hands to destroy the country in the future? Faced with the secretary's panic, the first speaker shook his head in disdain. This is the case with high-level people in the country. What kind of characters will appear that day to confront Yi Tan? Chapter 214. Chapter 211, alien battleship arrives. At this moment, the first speaker's heart has broken. For such a thoughtful person, it is unfortunate for a great country and fortunate for mankind. And the global situation is really as the first speaker said. When people from various countries understand that they have been betrayed by the country, they feel like a beeping dog. No, being beeped by a dog. People from all over the world are furious, resisting in the country's crazy parade, wanting to give them back. Leaders of all countries hurriedly opened an emergency meeting. When they said that sentence by Yi Dan, they already knew that things would develop like this. After all, the feeling of a person being betrayed by the country is beyond comparison. I can only say that I can't wait to kill the officials to eat meat. After leaders of various countries could not discuss countermeasures, they could only let people make noise. But law enforcement was more than 10 times stricter than before. As long as they committed a crime, they were caught directly. All countries are also rebels in silence. As for Huaxia, the high-level leaders are already happily closing their mouths from ear to ear. The territory surrendered by all countries is almost 2/3 of Huaxia. You can imagine how big it is. The head of Huaxia number 1, with his hands behind his back, looked at the direction of the 4 islands, paying attention. This time, China Huaxia was really poked up, and China Huaxia also has relics. Relatively speaking, the degree of development is very slow, but to China Huaxia, it is nothing at all. The step that helped Yi Dan at the beginning was right. Without Yi Dan, Huaxia would still be developing slowly, but now, the rise of Huaxia cannot be stopped by other countries. The first step has been taken in various countries. Yi Dan, after the chief one muttered to himself, he turned his head and walked outside. And in the spaceship under the ice cliff, in the pink boudoir, flawless childish face, golden double ponytails, white and blue sailor suit, proud chest. At this moment, those white and flawless little hands, like fairy tales, are sliding dexterously in the air. Every time you swipe, the picture on the big screen will move. Yi Dan, what kind of person are you? You are 21 years old, without a father and no mother, and you can develop such a powerful technology. This is simply a technology that crosses the civilization level. I don't believe that you, a native of the earth, can research it out. It must not be. Hey, when I find you, I'll know. The fair-looking girl with a childlike face smiled, and a crisp bell rang in the air. Miss, the signal on the earth has been destroyed by people. People in the 3rd district will definitely come here to check. When someone finds you here, the master will be angry. Let's go. Outside the door, the old and respectful voice sounded. The woman frowned and shouted at the door, "Elbow, as long as the people in the 3rd district come, you should stop them and prevent them from entering the earth. I haven't had enough. I want to play with Yi Dan." The 60-year-old man respectfully bent over towards the boudoir and said, "Yes, miss." Then the old man stood up, wearing a straight suit, looked at the room and smiled kindly. "Yi Dan, is it the young man who made this aboriginal planet boil? He has a lot of super civilization technology. It's a bit interesting. It seems that he needs to be investigated," the old man said softly to himself. In the 4 islands, after Yi Dan's 2 artillery destroyed the capitals of Germany and Japan, he closed the red border, and he also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that this electromagnetic rail gun is still powerful, and those countries cannot resist it. Yi Dan smiled coldly. This time, the world should be quiet. If they are not quiet, they will pass by one shot to see if he is quiet or not. It's finally easy for a while now, Yi Dan murmured to himself. At this moment, the phantom of the red dragon suddenly appeared. "How about it? Is the investigation cleared?" "Master, after investigation, the German president was indeed abnormal during this period. From the information drawn from the German secretary's mouth, the German president used to be seriously ill, but he called the doctor to go there, but was suddenly killed by the German president. It started to go crazy." When Yi Dan heard this, his face suddenly became gloomy. It seemed that the earth was still not as simple as he had originally thought. "Is it the same as the last time the US Imperial Mecca was invaded?" After the red light of the red dragon spun quickly, he said, It is the same ruler. Some time ago, during the global competition, I found that the head of the German president had been modified. It is understood that the head of the German president was transformed according to the reconstruction plan in the ruins. Most of the brain bones are mechanical. There is a steel plate on the brain to protect it, and under the steel plate, there is a super brain chip. But that chip has not yet been successfully developed. But that chip can make people's brains run fast. Yi Tan understood it when he heard this. Then the German president made his own death, and he modified his own head and added a new computer chip. Isn't this a death hunt? If he has not studied successfully, he dares to pretend to be dead. It is estimated that the person who invaded the US Imperial Mecha also invaded the unsuccessful brain chip of the German president. That's why Germany attacked China so frantically. Does that person have anything to do with the ruins? Yi Tan whispered, and he didn't dare to confirm whether the person who invaded the American Emperor Mecha was an Earthling. From now on, closely observe the remains of the second island. Yes. Dominate. The construction of the number 2 ruins has begun, and the land on both sides is constantly digging. Yi Tan wants to see what the hell is this number 2 ruins. In outer space, on the back of the moon, a huge spaceship suddenly appeared. This spaceship was a huge battleship with a tower-sized gun barrel and countless gun emplacements on it. The whole body of this battleship is blue, and the whole body of the battleship is shining blue electric light. In this dark universe, it is like an indicator light in the dark. The jump is over, ready to detect the star field signal. In that spacecraft, there was a mechanical intellectual sound. In the spaceship, there were a few people wearing straight yellow clothes standing. Their appearance was no different from that of human beings on the Earth. On the contrary, the characters embroidered on their bodies were characters that had never appeared on the Earth. Yao Si, how is the situation? A middle-aged fat man in his 40s or 50s asked the data analyzed on the big screen. And a weak man standing on the side said, Minister, this star field is the farthest star field on the border of the Empire. It was once deserted, and now this star field has not been received by anyone. Instead, thousands of years have passed. A civilization has emerged here, and they call themselves Earth. Earth, the Minister Fatty murmured to himself. How is the civilization level? Chapter 215 Chapter 212, Old Minister, the level of Earth civilization is very messy. There seems to be more than one civilization relics on their planet, and now the Earth people have only developed a second-level civilization relics. But based on their current civilization research, it is still not true. The analysis is thorough. So their civilization level is at the peak of the first level and at the second level, but they are not average power. On their Earth, there is an indigenous person who has researched many powerful ultra-level civilization technologies. I suspect that the Aboriginal must have a strong relic support, or the Aboriginal is a genius. Scientific man, if it is a genius. If we take it back, we will also get a lot of benefits. The weak youth said murmuringly. The fat minister stared at the beautiful blue crystal earth in the screen. The thought in his eyes turned, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prepare to launch the signal node. Don't forget the business. Although this star field was broken by the Zerg 1,000 years ago, we gave up. But the Empire cannot lose every star field. And the link to the barren starfield is very close. It is possible to invade this starfield and be able to find out early and make preparations early. Yes, Minister. After the weak youth finished speaking, he began to press some strange symbols. Afterwards, the huge black and blue battleship silently fired a large black egg on a barrel, and flew quickly towards the starfield. The signal node has been launched. Is it detonated? The warship's brain reminded. Detonate. The minister stood in front of the video and ordered directly without saying anything. In the universe, the black round egg-shaped unknown object exploded violently, and instantly there were blue water ripples that were invisible to the naked eye, rippling and undulating here. This signal, invisible to the naked eye, directly covers the entire star field. Under the Antarctic glacier, inside the huge battleship, the old Mandelbo suddenly opened his muddy eyes. Come yet? After speaking, The old man walked directly to the battleship command platform and pressed some buttons. And in outer space, Minister, the signal node has been launched and everything is normal. Hearing the weak youth said, the fat minister nodded. Minister, do you want us to enter the Earth's civilization? Investigation and investigation? When Y smiled wretchedly at this time. His eyebrows were still straight and he looked very sad. When the fat minister heard this, his face immediately became righteous, and he said straightforwardly, no, how can it be? The constitution of the universe says that we can't interfere with the development of first-class civilization without authorization. If we are discovered, it is very difficult for us to do it now. The frail young man looked at the upright fat man and refused. And his heart was filled with nausea. He has been in this ministerial inspector for a long time. Don't you understand the mind of this man? If you haven't convinced him to enter Earth civilization, then after you go down, you might be dismissed the next day. This fat man is very disgusting. He wants to enter that star field more than anyone else. Minister, this is the pinnacle of the first-class civilization equivalent to the second-class existence. How can it be said that they are the first-class civilization? They can all explore the universe, and we will be fine if we go in, you say. The weak youth only can resist the nausea temptation. Ha ha ha, okay, then prepare to go to this beautiful Earth civilization. I want to see what kind of existence this civilization is. The fat minister laughed, his eyes full of endless greed. Make the weak youth sick. Just when the weak youth was preparing to locate the navigation coordinates, a figure suddenly appeared on the screen. The weak youth and the obese minister thought they had been invaded, but took a look. Damn it, my goodness, why is he here? Old. Everyone in this console saw the old man and hurriedly stood up and saluted the Imperial Army. The signal node has been launched. You are now returning home. After you go back, you must not tell anyone I am here, let alone disclose any news about the Earth. If I find out, you will know the end. Bulbo looked at everyone fiercely. What everyone saw was shocking. This is the housekeeper of the Empire's adult. And that adult is the boss of the Cosmic Signal Company. Although Reba is the housekeeper, he is the housekeeper of the adult's daughter since childhood. What's more, that lord is still the great general of the Empire. If he provokes Eldil, he will end up without words at all. Isn't this kind of identity still good? As long as Bulbo gives an order, people like them don't have to continue to do it. Just pack things up and go. Lowl. Is that Missy? Minister Fatty hasn't finished speaking yet. He heard a cold hum. Shut up. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Now, immediately, get out of. The ministers looked pale. The wealth of civilization is small, and the fate is big. It seems that the young lady is here, or how could Bulbo be here alone? It's better to allow them to meet the devil. Yes, Oldl, let's go now. As soon as the fat minister finished speaking, the screen became a black screen. Seeing Lowl disappearing in the video, Minister Fatty dared to exhale. Fatty wiped the sweat from his face. His heart trembled constantly. Fortunately, I didn't directly break into the Earth civilization just now. If the eldest lady is angry, it is estimated that they will stay here directly. That eldest lady, but the real devil of the Empire. After returning to the voyage, any news can be revealed. If anyone reveals, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. The fat man gasped, looking at everyone with a gloomy expression. The weak youth was obviously suppressed by Bulbo's appearance just now, and he couldn't react for a long time. Ready to return home, the jump is ready, the countdown is on. Set off. In an instant, the battleship stretched out and turned into a phantom, violently like a beam of light, disappearing in the distance. The old man standing under the Antarctic ice cliff watched the space battleship disappear, nodded weakly, and continued to close his eyes. And in Sadao, inside the Red Police base, when Red Dragon was monitoring the entire global network, suddenly his eyes flashed red. The signal node turns on automatically. Has anyone come to Earth? As soon as the voice fell, the Red Dragon immediately called out all the sights of the universe, but the universe was still dark and silent, without any warships. Is it automatically activated? It seems that you need to notify the master. After the red dragon mumbled to himself, he disappeared. And in the spaceship boudoir under the glacier, that light voice suddenly sounded in the room. It's finally done. Now you can activate it again, Yitan. This time some play. On the second island of Yashin base, when the ruins felt the signal node, they suddenly emitted a blue light. It is invisible to the naked eye, as it was last time, heading towards the entire Earth. Chapter 216 Chapter 223, Zerg appears. And the blue light bloomed, and none of the scientists guarding the ruins detected it, and even the red dragon did not feel it. The blue light covers the entire Earth just like that. The ruins in various countries suddenly began to shake, making many countries panic. At this time, the ruins changed for the second time, but the ruins seemed to sway for a while, and then fell silent. When the scientists entered, everyone was shocked and crazy. This is the opening of the real ruins, the real heritage of civilization. This time, the countries did not say anything. No longer like the last time, there is no sky in the desperate people, and I can't wait to let the whole world know that they have the ruins. Now they are starting to get rich. In the red police base, Red Dragon came to Yitan and said directly, Master, in an emergency, the cosmic signal node suddenly opened, and the entire Earth was covered. After Yitan heard this, he suddenly opened his confused eyes. What? The signal node opened? Yitan's heart suddenly raised. The node of the universe is suddenly opened. What does this mean? It means that it cannot be closed, and the person who manages the signal in the universe will definitely know what is happening on the Earth. But there was a hint of crisis in my heart. Master, we need to accelerate the development of the base. According to the current development of our base, we cannot resist foreign forces at all, and can only deal with domestic ones. If foreign forces destroy electromagnetic railguns and space-based weapons, then we will have nothing. When the time comes, it will be as good as all the countries in the country, and be inferior to others. When Yitan heard what Honglong said, he also understood, but development requires a lot of energy stones. Red Dragon, is the large spacecraft researched by the base now finished? Yitan asked suddenly. Last time, the scientist told him that the space exploration spacecraft had already developed a vision. Master, this project has reached the final stage. In addition, the strengthening potion has been used by all the soldiers in the base. It is completely possible to form a space exploration team. Yitan nodded in satisfaction. Now only needs energy points, crazy violent soldiers, so that the base can develop at a high speed. The Red Dragon will pay close attention to the research and development of the spacecraft. After all the units in the base are unlocked, bases can be built around the world. Only then will they be truly powerful. This is also the biggest trump card in Yitan's heart. He is waiting for the base vehicle to appear, and when the base vehicle appears, he will build it mainly in a stable place, and it can start and continue to build. Yes, dominate. Honglong stood by, looking at Yitan quietly, while Yitan squinted and thought quietly. He knows what the Red Dragon means, but it is not a matter of linking the virtual universe at all. If it enters the universe, how big a storm will it bring to the Earth? We still have to wait for the base to become stronger. By then, it will not be too late to enter the virtual Earth. Red Dragon, don't store energy points from now on, release all of them, let the base start explosive violent soldiers, and unlock the next level as soon as possible. Red Dragon stood aside and nodded. The base really needed explosive development. Time passed quickly. It has been 5 days since Yitan bombed Germany and Japan. During these 5 days, no major incidents have happened, and even the number of people who paraded and resisted every day was much less. No matter how much noise, the country does not birdie them, so why do you obediently do it? In the past 5 days, all countries have been hiding in the ruins like high-level leaders, watching the scientific researchers frantically researching technology day and night. Scientists are everywhere in the entire ruins, and the state is now increasingly recruiting scientists. It is simply grabbing them and throwing them into the ruins for research. The entire scientist staff works in 2 shifts, and the speed makes 1 day worth 2. In the past 5 days, Yitan's base was frenzied with violent soldiers, constantly building multifunctional tanks and armored soldiers, and the spaceship, still under construction, had already begun to close to completion. And in the United States, a terrifying thing is happening. There was darkness in the ruins where Yitan bombed and took the energy stone. Suddenly a red eye lit up. If Yitan were here, he would be surprised. Wasn't this the pair of eyes that he saw in the ruins last time with the prodigal son? Gurululu. The red eyes let out a trace of beast roar. With the sound, countless maggots surged crazily in the pipe next to the tunnel. Puff! In the darkness, something seemed to spurt out, and then the whole ruins lit up. I saw a dark, ugly Roshan worm. Yes, very similar to the death worm played in the movie. The body of the worm is like a maggot, the head is divided into 4 petals, and the inside is full of sharp teeth. It looks very penetrating. On the top of the worm, a tube sprays countless maggots. If these maggots are shown to scientists, they will surely find that these maggots are reduced versions of the worm. Roar! The huge worm stood below, its mouth suddenly opened, and all the small worms that spewed out fell into the mouth. The huge worm was swallowing frantically, and every minute, the worm was swelling. The growth rate can be seen by the naked eye. The speed is terrible. After half a day, the worm had reached a terrifying level, and its body was as long as a 34-wheeled bus. The worm lay on the ground, as if his huge body could no longer move, and a huge sarcoma slowly formed in the mouth. The sarcoma began to roll. Puff! Suddenly, the worm opened its mouth and sprayed towards the little worm that kept falling on the ground. The green liquid sprayed on all the little bugs, and then the bugs squirmed and started to bite and swallow each other frantically. This scene formed an extremely shocking scene. Beside the huge insect, there were countless small insects devouring each other frantically. The small insects that swallow each other will grow to the size of a palm every time they swallow one, and each time they swallow one, they will grow together. The number of bugs began to decrease crazily, but the larger and larger bugs also increased. Roar! The giant worm roared at all the worms that swallowed each other, and the worms stopped and began to rush towards the ruins' walls. These walls were all seated with sarcomas. Yitan thought it was a biological insect studied by the American emperor, so he didn't care. But the insects in the ruins almost wiped out the entire American emperor. Let the entire planet almost suffer a crisis. Chapter 217. Chapter 214, Terror of Bugs. The worms began to swallow the sarcoma on the wall, and many worms were hoarse with the sarcoma still in front of the giant worm. Those insects that swallowed the sarcoma on the wall did not grow physically, but formed layers of hard cocoons, one after another, and the remains in the entire ruined pit became quiet again. And above this deep pit, a dozen large armed planes flew. In the distance, a force and a group of scientists are running towards the ruins. Marx, Mr. President said, "Now I don't know why a lot of technology has been turned on in the number 1 ruins. And there should be ruins in the ruins that were occupied and abandoned by Yitan." The secretary next to the president said to a scientist in a white coat. The scientist's name was Marx, and he was the supervisor of Ruins 1. He had been studying the ruins all the year round and had accumulated experience for a long time. This is why the above is exclusive this time. When Marx heard the secretary's words, an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. Yes, when Yitan occupied the ruins were not opened for the first time. So what Yitan took away were some useless technologies. And now, the second ruins suddenly opened. There must be technologies in this abandoned ruins. If these technologies can be used by them, the American emperor will once again become the overlord of the earth. Marx, don't worry, this unit is the country's most powerful secret unit. All of them are King-level soldiers, and there are 5 platoons of special forces to help you. The Marx scientist nodded in excitement, and looked at the different team in front of him, and his eyes flashed brightly. He knew that this army was a group of transforming people who killed people without blinking. All of them were superhuman beings. One punch can penetrate a steel plate. Had it not been for this important task, the country would not know how long it could hide this unit. Stop. It's time to get there. Let's prepare now, a bald man in the front shouted. In an instant, the whole army stopped immediately and began to check all equipment. Number 3. Go and blast the hole, the bald man shouted. The squad walked directly out of a person, holding a black package, and walking towards the entrance of the cave. In less than a minute, the man ran back. It's settled. The bald man nodded and directly signaled a detonation. Boom! A huge dust storm suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ruins, followed by a cool breeze, exposing the huge entrance of the ruins. Go! The second team is on the left, the third team is on the right, and the fourth team is on the back. We are in the front, and we go in parallel. Understand? Understand? As the bald man issued the order, the entire army immediately became operational. It is worthy of being the most powerful army of the US Empire. The order issued was immediately ready in less than 30 seconds. Teams gathered one by one in a line, wrapped the Marxist scientists in it, and walked towards the dark ruins tunnel. Entering the ruins, there is a thick black night flowing on the ground. The bald man frowned. The smell was not right. It was very disgusting, not like the rancid smell of blood at all. Alert, move slowly. As he said, the whole army slowly moved forward with guns in hand. After walking for more than 3 minutes, the farther and farther from the entrance of the cave, the darker the more you get inside. Many soldiers turned on the ultraviolet rays and lights of their helmets and turned vigilantly around. The movements are very light and very regular. Fack. What is this? Suddenly, a soldier in the team shouted excitedly. In an instant, all the soldiers turned their heads and saw that the soldier grabbed a handful of maggots and threw them disgustingly. But behind him, there was a red eye staring at the man. Suddenly, all the soldiers' eyes shrank suddenly. Fire! The bald man gave the order directly. Their warrior holding the maggot raised his head, and before he could feel anything, he was hit by an overwhelming number of bullets. Da-da-da-da. The soldiers pressed the trigger frantically. The red eyes were so infiltrating that no one could perceive them and they had to be killed. Roar! The red eyeballs let out a scream, and then they disappeared. Alert! Alert! The bald man shouted. The whole army immediately shrank together, huddled together, holding guns, panting and looking around. The bald man opened his eyes wide and looked around. His sixth sense told him that the monster with red eyes must not be a human being. On top, suddenly a soldier shouted. Immediately all the soldiers, without saying anything, fired frantically above them. Hiss! A dull roar sounded from above. This hearing made the American soldiers go crazy. People are always irritable and crazy about unknown fears. Roar! This time it was a huge scream. The sharp voice made many soldiers buzz in their ears. As the bullet fired frantically, black liquid dripped from the top layer. Throw the light stick. The bald man shouted. His heart is very scared now. The kind of horror that the danger is around him. As the soldiers threw many light sticks around, the surroundings suddenly lit up, but every one of the soldiers saw the scene, taking a breath. Around, there are groups of black monsters. These monsters are worms, fist-sized red eyes staring at them. Marx scientists also began to fear that the field of biological sciences is not his strong point. But he has seen the failed products of genetically modified people. What kind of thing it is, kills when you see people, and eats when you see them. Brute. And now there are such terrifying and strange monsters around. His heart was full of horror. Roar! On the top floor, the black monster lay tightly on it, dripping black blood all over. After a sharp hiss, all the monsters and bugs around made a deep hiss. Shoot! The bald man shouted. Da-da-da-da. Fire-tongue bullets started to attack frantically again. This time it was an attack from all directions. After this group of insect monsters roared, they rushed towards the crowd. The speed was super fast, and some monsters went straight into the ground and rushed towards the crowd. Boom! Grenades and bullets, as long as they are anything that can kill, are exploding. What? Suddenly, the monster above his head did not know when it fell off. and the huge four-cornered mouth directly bit a person's head. The corners of the big mouth slammed into force. Puff! In an instant, a large amount of blood was sprayed directly into the monster bug's mouth. Chapter 218 Chapter 215 Interstellar Battleship. What? More and more soldiers are being swallowed, and the number is decreasing. The bug army didn't feel any pain at all, being hit by a bullet, still charged like crazy. As long as he gets close to the soldier, he will be bitten off and chewed. As soon as the bald man saw this situation, his heart suddenly became ashamed. As a reformer, he couldn't deal with this kind of bug at all. This kind of bug was too terrifying. Just now, a Superman soldier could go up and slash a monster insect with dozens of knives without killing it, but let the insect bite it to death. Fight, brothers. A soldier roared, pulled the grenade in his arms, and rushed towards the monster group. Boom! In an instant, the fire suddenly appeared, and after the fire dissipated, only the corpses of monsters and insects were seen all over the ground, but a scene that made them even more frightened appeared. Those bugs that were blown to death in half were swallowed by the intact bugs. After being swallowed, their bodies increased crazily, and the black armor on their bodies became darker and brighter. A total of attacks. The American soldiers yelled frantically. They had already started chaos. They only knew about blind attacks. Bang bang bang. With the muffled impact, only a few insects that had just swallowed the dead came to the forefront. The bullet hit the black armor on their body without any effect. Instead, they bounced away and shot to another place. As soon as the soldiers saw this situation, they no longer resisted, because the black bug had already arrived in front of them. What? No. No. I don't want to die. Don't die. 1 minute later, there was no life in the entire army, and even the most powerful team of the American Emperor was divided by the bugs. At the entrance of the ruins, the secretary next to the first speaker of the US Emperor was rubbing his hands and waiting. Every time he heard the screams inside, his face turned pale. Half an hour passed, and there was no news at all on the radio. Withdraw. The secretary withdrew. No matter how he called for half an hour, there was no interest. This is the destruction of the entire army. The capital newly built in the US. The US Emperor looked at the intelligence with a gloomy expression, and a full platoon of soldiers was wiped out in less than 10 minutes. What kind of things were in it? So terrible, and the superhuman forces that had been there, were all wiped out. The first speaker was furious, and directly ordered the army to surround the entrance of the ruins. He wanted to see what was inside. In the 4 islands, after these few days, Yitan's spacecraft has been studied. Yitan was shocked by the battleship standing in the water. The entire space battleship has a golden red exterior. The battleship is made up of layers of aircraft carriers, layer by layer, and each layer is shorter, to the top, which is the size of an aircraft carrier. At the bottom of this search ship, there is an shaped device the same size as the bottom. This device is an electromagnetic gun, but it is installed on the battleship. Each floor is 10 meters high. Inside, there are air generators, artificial vegetable breeding bases and so on. Okay. Yitan laughed happily. This battleship is really perfect. Although he doesn't know the battleships of extra-cosmic creatures, he owns the best battleships. Master, the battleship is tested and ready to set off. Yitan nodded. Talk about all the functions of the warship. Yes, Master. The entire battleship is 3,800 kilometers in length, which is twice the length of the entire island. With its own electromagnetic guns, each deck has a large amount of space, which can store the energy minerals found in the universe, store tens of millions of tons of items that can be loaded. In addition, under this battleship, there is an anti-gravity device that can quickly ascend into the sky, as well as a nuclear power reactor. In the universe, nuclear power reactors are basically used as fuel. However, we did not build robots to search for minerals. We developed a steel suit that can fly freely in the universe. On every planet, it can adjust the level of gravity and walk like the Earth. After hearing all the information, Yitan was very satisfied. If this battleship went to the universe, the base would not explode like crazy. Waiting time? Let's talk about all countries first. Master, please name the star warship. Yi Tan frowned. The most annoying thing in his life is naming. He looked at the interstellar exploration battleship and exhaled deeply. Then it is called the Interstellar Expeditionary Force. Master, good name. Yi Tan looked at Red Dragon in amazement, and was startled by the Red Dragon's humanity flattering. But after thinking about it, this is a high-level intellectual brain. Is it still a high-level intellectual brain without personalization? On the contrary, he was a little speechless about Hong Long's flattery. He knew his own weight, and he didn't want to complain about the name. Are you all ready? Yes. The pillar must be ready, and the personnel will be in place. The 2,000 armored soldiers and 300 scientists are accompanying this time. In addition, all the nuclear power reactors have been installed on the battleship. If something goes wrong, the scientists, it can be solved. We just need to wait in the base for them to return with a full load. Okay. Yi Tan shouted excitedly. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. If there is no such interstellar warship to explore minerals in the universe, even if his base is old, it will not grow to the highest level. Following Yi Tan's order, the entire battleship began to operate. In the bottom deck, there is a huge console and many huge screens. Highest command, ready to set sail. Target, starry sky. The anti-gravity device is on and it's lifting off. With a sound of Zeno's prompt, the huge battleship slowly lifted into the sky, rushing towards the sky. At this moment, the satellites that have been monitoring Yashin base all over the world all directly warned. The leaders of various countries directly opened the images from the satellite. Everyone was taken aback. Damn it, isn't this a star warship? Did Yi Tan succeed in the research? In China's Air Defense Department, all the technicians watched the huge battleship lift into the sky in amazement. Is this a spaceship? Nonsense. This is a spaceship. Yi Tan actually researched it out. Is this going to enter the universe? I really want to post this video on the internet. Let people all over the world see how powerful and proud we are from China. Chapter 219. Chapter 216, The Attitudes of Countries Change. The National Air Defense Departments around the world have seen the shocking scene. The huge battleship is flying fast. Yi Tan stood on the 4 islands, looking up at the gold-neared warship. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Tan didn't worry that others would attack the warship unless they were looking for death. The battleships are all made of the strongest materials in the world, and even space-based weapon attacks can at best make a big hole. It may not be completely destroyed, but when you encounter an alien warship, it might be. The material of the battleship is made of graphene plus wall materials and some minerals extracted from meteorites. Very strong. The Earth's nuclear bomb may not be able to damage the inside. Master, everything is normal for the interstellar battleship. Okay, start from the beginning. Closely observe all the conditions of the battleship. If you encounter danger, you don't need to notify. Just fire. Red Dragon's red eyes lit up suddenly, and he respectfully shouted, "Yes, dominate." In various countries, meetings are being held for Yi Tan to study the interstellar warship and feel the crisis. In their ruins, there is no interstellar warship technology. I don't know if it is not turned on or what happened. Anyway, there is no interstellar warship. They started another global conference, which is not known for the first time. This time they did not worry that Yi Tan would invade their network, because they also developed an intrusion system that could resist Yi Tan's brain. Of course, it is a semi-finished product. If it is a finished product, it will be a brain. Various countries have researched semi-finished products, and the network has been tightly guarded layer by layer, making this network very secure, and hackers from all over the world may not be able to penetrate into it. All the leaders of the country looked at the interstellar battleship flying up into the sky in the small video screen. You guys, have you seen it? Yi Tan has already researched the interstellar battleship, and we have not even seen the shadow of the battleship now. From now on, All the resources of the Interstellar will belong to Yetan alone, the first speaker said gloomily. Wow! The whole meeting room began to discuss again. It's amazing. Isn't the universe without gravity? How can Yetan let this battleship lift off? It must be fake. If there is no gravity in outer space, then their warships can only rely on gunpowder to maintain power. But how do they operate on such a large warship? Everyone, look at the underside of the interstellar battleship carefully. Is the huge type device the new weapon that Yetan is studying this time? That new weapon is so powerful that it immediately destroyed the capitals of Germany and Japan into scum. It's terrible. Ahem. Don't you worry about the resources outside the stars. Are we talking about how powerful Yetan battleship is? If all the resources outside the universe are occupied by Yetan alone, how will we develop in the future? As someone said, the whole conference room fell silent immediately. The leaders of all countries frowned and looked at the battleships in the video. They didn't think about it. But what's the point? How many warships can sail on the Interstellar? At best, the current technology is just wandering around on Mars, and there is no use for eggs at all. Look, speed up! Someone shouted, and everyone hurriedly looked around. I saw the huge battleship in the sky that day began to rush towards the atmosphere quickly. This scene raised the hearts of the leaders of various countries. They wished that the interstellar warships suddenly lost power and fell down. But their ideas fell through, and the battleship was still improving frantically. The speed is getting faster and faster out of the atmosphere. The moment the Interstellar Expeditionary Force rushed out of the atmosphere, the entire battleship sparked, but as soon as it entered the space, the flame was instantly extinguished. Enter the Interstellar and turn on the nuclear power. The nuclear power is being turned on. Please evacuate the ground floor within 10 seconds. With a sound of reminders, the scientists who checked at the bottom layer immediately evacuated to the bottom of Deck 1. Looking solemnly at the scenes of regional surveillance, they can't be sloppy. This is the first battleship to dominate and the battleship that carries hope for the master. Whether the base is strong depends on this battleship. In the silent space, the huge expeditionary warship suddenly ejected a pair of blue rays at the bottom, followed by 2 pairs, 3 pairs, and 4 pairs. The entire battleship was underneath, and behind the battleship, countless blue rays of light began to be emitted, propelled the battleship to fly forward. Kinetic energy is all normal, communication is normal and operation is normal. Yetan, who was in the base, was standing inside the spy satellite and heard a message from outer space. The heart is full of excitement. And at the meeting of national leaders, the leaders of the various countries have been stunned at this moment. From the pictures they called up from their own satellites, they saw that the interstellar warship in the universe was able to move forward, and the speed was not bad, super fast. For a while, the entire conference room was quiet. Everyone, Yetan's interstellar warship has been operating normally, which means that all the resources of the universe will belong to Yetan in the future. And what about us? The first speaker pours oil on the fire at this time. Suddenly all the leaders of the country were angry. As the saying goes, it is like killing a parent. Yetan does not dominate the earth, but dominates all the resources of the universe. This is something that everyone cannot tolerate. Then activate the universe law. The universe is not Yetan alone. The French president said angrily. The leaders of other countries nodded. Yes, they activated the constitutional order of the universe, so that Yetan could be restrained, and the universe did not belong to Yetan alone. Everyone, do you think that Yetan will really give up such a big piece of the universe? Will you give you time to collect it? Do we have warships to collect resources in the universe? Just the algorithm will not necessarily let Yetan give up. The first speaker looked at the people with contempt. Everyone nodded, yes. Would Yetan really let them collect? Even if they were to collect, they would have warships. Everyone didn't speak, and they all lowered their heads quietly. They didn't want to be that early bird who is so troublesome to find Yetan now. That's just killing. As everyone looked down and thought, something suddenly happened to the video of the first speaker of the American Emperor. I saw a secretary rushing in and shouted at the first speaker of the US Imperial Speaker, President, it's not good. The army has been slaughtered. What? The first speaker was furious, stood up directly, turned off the camera, and ran outside. Only a group of dumbfounded people remained, all confused. What's the situation? Chapter 220. Chapter 217, Yang Mu. The US Emperor has left, and everyone is still discussing it. Everyone, to be reasonable, we are really not targeting Yitan, but the universe resources are everyone's, so we must issue this universe restriction order to let Yitan restrain it. The French president looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded, but did not say anything. Everyone, do you really want Yitan to develop rapidly? Even if Yitan does not dominate the universe, he will not grow rapidly when he collects resources frantically. By then, how far has he developed, you know? At that time, even if we are united globally, we will not be able to deal with him. Now we must restrict. If we don't restrict, we will only destroy the country. When everyone was said that by the French president, all of them ignited a kind of anger in their hearts. Yes, Yitan wants to develop, and what they have to do is to sell a few technologies at will, and they will be able to cross the country. At that time, we will not dominate the earth, but we have already dominated the entire earth. Well, I agree to start the restriction order. I don't believe that Yitan will directly deal with all our countries, roared the Korean stick. France agreed. Russia agreed. In the afternoon after the national meeting, a message was posted on the official websites of all countries. The universe belongs to everyone, not Tamron alone. Our global federal conference has unanimously passed the constitutional order of the universe, and hope that Tamron can comply with the law. Wow! Everyone on this official website was boiling. What's the situation? Yitan dominates the entire universe. What the hell is going to allow so many countries to send out this news together? It seems that an unprecedented event has happened. Tusk. What's the situation at this time? Did Yitan do any deeds that made the countries uncomfortable? I guess that Yitan used that mysterious weapon to prevent all countries from going to outer space to collect resources. The countries are getting hairy, so this message is sent. Yo, I'm going to do something again. I really like watching scenes like this. I said why the people of those countries don't run away. The extent of their country's death now makes me deeply worried. Yitan directly bombed all countries. I just want to know what has happened to make countries so scared. And as people quarrel online, Huaxia suddenly released a video screen. It was the video of Yitan's expeditionary warship taking off. Fuck. What's the situation? Yitan actually researched a spaceship. I don't know. Yitan has developed a spacecraft that will surely be able to collect resources in outer space, so that the later development of various countries can't keep up. Can they not get hairy? 666. No problem. It's amazing, my brother. When this video was reposted wildly and circulated abroad, all the people are crazy, looking at the huge steel battleship. Their hearts are slumped. That's right. My country's technology has not been developed yet, and a small group of people's technology can already dominate the entire planet. Is this the sorrow of the country? Subsequently, the major national newspapers began to publish. Yitan, once an ordinary person, now the Earth hegemon, country. Where is our future? Where is the future of the country? Where are our scientists? Where is our former overlord position? Tenglong Group is already the most powerful group on the planet. It can be worthy of a country. I am worried about the safety of the country. The future is small and invisible. As the private newspapers of various countries continue to publish such news, let the people of all countries cry crazy in their hearts. Yes, Yitan is so powerful. What about the country? Where is the future of the country? Does the country really have to come to an end? French capital. President Farr is now roaring angrily. Looking at the bloody headlines made people crazy. Assholes, they dare to report like this. Where does this put the country's face? Come on, catch them all for me. The French president roared frantically. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A few chairpersons came in. and they looked at the French president directly with a gloomy look. "Are you crazy?" Their newspaper reported that you are about to arrest them. "Now the people of the country are watching us. If we arrest them, the people will not resist. Moreover, even if you arrest the people from the newspaper, you can arrest them. Do you just follow the trend?" Hearing the reprimands from the president and others, the French president slowly calmed down, but the hideousness on his face became more vicious, and even the veins in his temple were violent. Boom! At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked open again. Everyone turned their heads and looked. I saw the secretary next to the president running all the way, shouting with a look of horror, "Mr. President, China has issued the latest announcement." "What announcement? Read it." Before the French president could speak, the conference leaders shouted. The secretary saw that several big bosses were there, so he didn't dare to postpone it. He read directly. China said that they are the world's most peaceful country, and they have a 5,000-year heritage of Chinese etiquette. He welcomes people from all over the world. Live in China. When the French president heard it, he almost spewed a mouthful of blood. Too much deception. Too much deception. The Huixiu actually took advantage of the fire to rob. Puff. Hearing what the secretary said, the French president spit out blood. The bodyguards hurriedly stepped forward to help. China. Yitan, the French president was so angry that he fainted. Such things are happening in all countries. People in all countries have lost information about their country. No matter how patriotic they are, they cannot resist a person's desire to escape. This desire to escape comes from Yitan, the man who is proud of the world for 9 days. That mysterious cannon was instantly destroyed by Germany and Japan. It was not that they did not see it, but now Yitan has begun to develop into the universe. If this continues, the country may disappear. Not to mention their patriotism, everyone will cherish their lives and it is safe in China. This also sets off that sentence, "Those who win the hearts of the people win the world." Because of China, the people of various countries started to make noise before they could react. If there are no restrictions, they must be the ones who lose. Chapter 221 Chapter 218 Landing on Mars. With the announcement of Huixia, a large number of people immigrated to Huixia. And these people, those who can pass in advance, are all nobles and rich people and those talented and skilled people. Of course, there are patriots in every country. They stand firm and love their country. These patriots are all incarnations of gods, madly spraying on the immigration official website, spraying those who immigrated to China. But is there an egg? Leaders of various countries did not dare to stop, once they were blocked. This was to completely tear their skin with Yitan, allowing Yitan to attack their country in a fair manner. If they attack their country, then they will completely destroy the country, let alone those patriots. Even people who have resisted the US and aid Korea will leave this war-torn country. After all, no one wants to be a lonely ghost under the yellow spring. As for the American emperor, the first speaker was already burning his eyebrows at this moment. In the ruins, surrounded by the army, countless black bugs spewed out, swallowing the entire army. In this way, the first speaker had a chill in his heart. When he studied the ruins, some people would disappear for no reason or be crippled by others. He sent a large army to search the entire ruins, but there was no news. But now, aren't the black bugs the dead bugs in the ruins? Could it be that the Zerg is resurrected? The first speaker didn't dare to think about what kind of Zerg at this time. After thousands of years, it can survive to this day. Then you can see how terrible these insects are. Now he has sent tens of thousands of troops, as well as various tanks and weapons, all set out there. If this group of Zerg is not eliminated, it will be their death date. President, do you want to launch a nuclear bomb and blow up the ruins directly? Before the secretary finished speaking, a dark shadow slammed towards his face. Snapped. The first speaker slapped the secretary's face, sullenly roared, "Do you really want me to bomb the capital again? Let the whole world laugh at us and bomb our own capital? Then our future faces he can." After speaking, the first speaker was still very angry, and directly pinched the secretary's neck. The pinched secretary flushed and couldn't breathe for a long time. "We, the American emperor, have failed many times. But our Earth's hegemony has always been there, and no one can pull us into the water. We will always be the most powerful country. After speaking, the first speaker released his hand, and the secretary kept breathing heavily as if he had escaped. He is really about to be strangled to death. The first speaker is crazy. His country is still the overlord of the earth. Do not make jokes. Every country is not clear about the major events that have occurred on the American imperial side, and all countries are now having a headache for their citizens. Although the number of immigrants per day has been limited, it cannot resist the enthusiasm of people to rush to China. That kind of enthusiasm seems to be that if you don't give me immigration, you just let me die. As if China is the last boat ticket of the end. And Yi Tan on the Four Islands. When he received this news, he was shocked. He didn't expect that countries would move out such laws. Isn't this funny? A group of people without interstellar warships demanded that the one with interstellar warships eat less resources. Who do you say will agree? Master, the attitude of all countries is very resolute. The decree issued by them requires that every resource we bring back from the universe must be checked by their newly established audit bureau, and then registered and recorded. As soon as Yi Tan heard this, a thick fire suddenly burst into his heart. What did they ask them to let countries check the resources he brought back from the universe? Beat the dog. Why? Do you rely on any federation formed by your country? It seems that the special one is still not cruel to you. Since you want to play, then play with you enough. And just when Yi Tan was about to get angry, the red dragon appeared suddenly. Master, the expedition has entered Mars range. So fast? Yi Tan was a little surprised. Mars needs 55 million kilometers to the Earth, and 400 million kilometers to the farthest. He thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect that it would have reached the Martian range in less than a day. Yi Tan suddenly laughed gloomily. Is Mars? How arrogant the American emperor was once, saying that their country was the first person to set foot on Mars. Let them be the first people to roll over on Mars today. Red Dragon, let the expeditionary ship land on Mars for me. I want to see what kind of peculiar scenery there is on Mars. In addition, I'm telling the expeditionary army that they will overturn the American reconnaissance vehicle. And the base they built on Mars blew up for me. As for those astronauts, lock them up for me. Yes. Dominate. Yi Tan watched the red dragon disappear and smiled gloomily. If this matter were made known to people all over the world, it might be how to humiliate the US and other countries. Mars has a diameter of about 53% of that of the Earth. Its rotation axis inclination and rotation period are similar to those of the Earth. One revolution is about twice the time of the Earth's revolution. The ancients turned Mars into a magic. On the other hand, Mars is orangewood, and Mars is basically a desert planet with sand dunes and gravels all over the surface, and there is no stable liquid water. Not long ago, the American Space Agency announced that there is a small amount of water on Mars. The carbon dioxide-based atmosphere is thin and cold, with sand and dust suspended in it, and dust storms often occur every year. Mars has polar caps composed of water ice and dry ice at both poles, which will increase and decrease with the seasons. This is the general situation of Mars. And now, outside of Mars, there is a huge warship parked, but compared with this planet that is half the size of the Earth, it is of course very weak. Ding. Received the highest order. Land on Mars. Target: the US Emperor Mars base. Please prepare personnel to land on Mars. After a loud broadcast inside the battleship, the entire battleship began to slowly fly towards Mars. One advantage of the anti-gravity device is that as long as it is a planet or a place with gravity, the anti-gravity device can be used. Entering the sky above Mars, as soon as the anti-gravity was turned on, the battleship expedition became stable immediately, and the blue flame was slowly extinguished and descended towards the Martian ground. On Mars, where there is no atmosphere and no air, the warship did not make any noises, and stopped quietly on the Martian mid-air. very stable. A small door was opened in front of each deck of the battleship. Countless iron men on skateboards flew out suddenly from the inside. These iron warriors rushed towards the US base without any gravitational influence on the skateboards. They want to complete the task of dominance, overturning the US Emperor Mars reconnaissance vehicle and drawing the national flag. Chapter 222 Chapter 219 Anything that doesn't agree is doing it. On Mars, their warriors on anti-gravity skateboards flew towards the US exploration vehicle. Finally, an American Emperor Mars base was found in a huge parallel deep pit desert. A group of hundreds of soldiers rushed directly towards them without saying a word. In the US Emperor Mars base, there are only 3 people, listening to songs and chatting at leisure. Woo, woo, woo. Suddenly, violent sirens sounded in the air sac room. The 3 astronauts flew towards the window immediately. They lay on the window and looked outside. The next second they opened their eyes suddenly. Fuck, is it an alien? Or Earthling? The 3 astronauts have stayed here for more than a year, and they have no knowledge of everything that happened on the Earth. So seeing hundreds of steel warriors flying towards them on their skateboards, everyone was shocked. They are not sure what these people are here for, so they can only watch them quietly. I saw those people wearing steel suits running towards a Mars rover, which was off-road. A soldier in a steel suit directly grabbed the sight and suddenly turned over. The rover was overturned. Then the soldiers directly took out their guns, moved towards the rover and some equipment with antennas, and fired frantically. Without making a sound, I saw that all the equipment had been destroyed by these steel monsters. The 3 astronauts were a little frightened. What do these people want to do? Puff. Suddenly, someone fired a shot at the airbag room, and began to frustrate fiercely. Fuck, hurry, put on the spacesuit. A man roared in the airbag room. The 3 astronauts hurriedly put on their spacesuits. Once the airbag room was deflated, it meant that there would be no air in the entire room, and people would be exposed to a vacuum and would be suffocated. The well-dressed astronauts were headed by a group of soldiers with their guns as soon as they left the airbag room. Only then did the astronauts see the appearance of these people, all of them wearing steel armor, just like Iron Man in the movies they often watch. And the firearms they hold in their hands are more like those of the Earth. And on their steel battle clothes, there was embroidered with a golden dragon and 2 golden characters. Tenglong. At this time, Huaxiyin, the astronauts knew that this was a human being on Earth, and the heart that was raised in their hearts was let go, and the 3 of them were almost suffocated to death in a deserted place on Mars. If it were aliens, then the 3 of them might as well die, but if they were people on Earth, that would be different. At least their country is so powerful, they would definitely not treat themselves like that. Thinking about it, a few astronauts were picked up by a few soldiers by their necks, put them on the anti-gravity skateboard, and flew towards the battleship Expeditionary. Several astronauts were very curious about lying on the anti-gravity skateboard. Such a thin skateboard can actually fly without being affected by the gravity of Mars. It is amazing. Just when a few people were still thinking wildly, their remaining skateboards slowly stopped. A few people raised their heads. Their mouths widened, their eyes were staring, and they looked at the scene in surprise. Damn it, such a big battleship. Is it a spaceship at this time? Is this something that people on Earth researched? After a year, what happened? Beeping the dog. The hearts of the American pilots became numb. At the time, the senior officials of the US had said that they would fly into the sky with the best technological projects and the best rockets. But now, the dog is so terribly beeping. A backward China can now develop such a powerful spacecraft. What about us, the Emperor? Before a few astronauts could understand, they suddenly felt a pain in the back of their neck, then lost consciousness and picture, and fainted on the skateboard. 100 soldiers returned to the expedition. He sent everything he had done directly to Yetan. When Yetan saw the video, he was immediately happy. The American Emperor once said that he wanted to transform Mars, but he had no plan. Now, he already owns the interstellar warship, So if he waits for the next permission to open, transforming Mars is not a dream at all. Just when countries issued restrictions and waited for Yi Ten's answer, Yi Ten spoke. Only one video was posted. It was the rover that overthrew the Curiosity rover on Mars, and videos of pulling out the American flag. At the end of the video, there was a passage that made the leaders of various countries crazy and shocked. Constitutional order. Ha ha, is the universe opened by your countries? I have a special interstellar battleship. I can collect as much as I want. The universe is so big, but you still have to worry about it. Does the old birthday star eat arsenic and live impatiently? Do I need your restrictions, Yi Ten? The universe belongs to everyone, so right. But do you have interstellar warships? If you don't have one, don't come here. Or, don't you want to taste my cannon? Suddenly, the whole world became quiet. Everyone looked at the words at the end of the screen dumbfounded. Fuck 6666. That's too right. The universe is yours, but you still care about the breadth of it. Yi Ten can mine as much as he wants. You are not convinced. And you have also developed an interstellar battleship. No need to beep. TSK Tusk, it's amazing my brother. This time there are good shows in various countries, and I was beaten again. I found one thing, that is, all countries now especially like to let Yi Ten slap the face. I can't stand it anymore. Ha ha ha, dissatisfaction means doing it. Disagreement means firing, who else? In the US Emperor, when the first speaker saw the video screen, his brain was about to explode, and the glory of the empire had been hanging by people. Fack. Damn Yi Ten, damn bug. The first speaker was full of hideous faces. Just now, when his imperial army was about to surround the insects, the army was actually shot by the insects. The casualties are countless. No matter how you bomb, how crazy you design, and drop bombs, those bugs couldn't die, but they swallowed the corpses of the same kind and became even more terrifying. The sudden emergence from the ground made the army caught off guard. The angry American emperor is now out of breath. Last time, if these bugs are not eliminated as soon as possible, it will have unimaginable consequences for their American emperor. Boom. The door of the office was violently opened again. This door has been violently opened many times today. Seeing this, the first speaker was extremely angry. Every time this guy came, there was no good news. Speaker, it's not good. It's not good. The bugs have rushed into the second city and started to devour the people frantically, and we found that they have been returning to the ruins with some corpses and animals. I guess their lair is right there, inside the ruins. Chapter 223. Chapter 220th, The Terrifying Old. What? The first speaker stood up abruptly, looking at the red-dressed secretary with a look of horror. What's more, the Zerg has already attacked the second city, and this incident will no longer be able to be defended. It is estimated that the entire world will know that the US Emperor was captured by the bug. Quickly, evacuate the people and retreat. Send me an army to suppress. The first speaker roared. He doesn't care what Yi Ten did on Mars now. He doesn't care about anything now. His own country is about to be wiped out, and he even cares about those imaginary things. It's a beeping dog. And the whole world was shocked by Yi Ten's domineering words. Immediately someone began to counterattack with constant accusations. The universe needs to be balanced, but Tamron has occupied the entire universe alone. What do we developing countries do? Sanctions must be imposed and monitoring stations must be established. Every time Yi Ten brings back resources from the universe, they must be tested globally before they can be brought back. That is, for each test, some resources must be handed over to various countries, and Tamron cannot be allowed to eat alone. Strong request. Chinese netizens laughed at the comments left by people from all over the world. I think they are too ridiculous. What needs to be balanced? Hee. I haven't seen you. When the US Emperor landed on Mars and the Moon, handed over space technology to the country to balance it. What is the establishment of a monitoring station? It is really beeping a dog, and it can only be taken away after the test is completed. Hee. You are really a cow. Why don't you go up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Beat the dog. What else is left to the resources of all countries, to balance your uncle? I really want to use these 45 size shoes to call on the faces of all countries. The countries are arguing. At this moment, suddenly someone on the US Emperor webpage kept sending out some videos. In the video, the streets are full of fleeing humans, screaming and roaring. Suddenly, a black bug the size of a small cat suddenly appeared on the ground, like a snake maggot, biting towards humans. Just these bugs have not let go of even car steel and other substances, and are constantly devouring them. All over the street, all over the ground, there are black bugs madly killing people. Hiss. People all over the world took a breath. It was terrible. How could the American emperor erupt with such a terrifying bug? And the huge spaceship under the glacier, in the boudoir. The Zerg has a pet, it must be eliminated, and this American emperor can also use it. After murmured to herself, the best girl yelled directly towards the door. Bilbo, the US Empire is found rushing. You go and clean it up, and I will give you some tasks. In the Four Islands, Yitan also watched the video with furrowed eyebrows. Master, at this time, the Zerg. It seems that there is a female worm in a certain area of the US Emperor. Yitan didn't speak, but just looked at the monsters and bugs with red eyes in the screen. He felt that the red eyes were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Yitan seemed to think of something. His eyes shrank sharply. The underground ruins of the US Capitol. The red dragon's eyes also lit up, and the picture in front of him turned directly to the ruined capital of Mdi. Hiss. Yitan took a deep breath and looked at the huge ruined pit in the video screen. All black shadows shuttled up and down, and the whole pit seemed to have collapsed a lot. These bugs should have appeared from this underground ruin. Red Dragon, immediately start the scanner and scan the ruins again. Yitan solemnly issued the order. Yes, dominate. In the outer space, the spy satellites that merged with the base weapons directly shot towards the ruined capital of the US imperialism, and the impact that came back was analyzed over and over again. The huge soil-packed remains slowly disintegrated, revealing the overall situation inside, which surprised Yitan even more. This is not a relic at all, but the belly of a bug. This worm is a very huge head, but this head is exactly the same as that of the giant worm in the ruins. On the contrary, this head is very big. There is no body, only the head. In the head, there is a huge palace, which is in a dilapidated state. Yitan can now think of the cause and effect. The huge worm must have just emerged from the ground, and then swallowed the palace of prehistoric civilization in one bite, and then suffered a heavy blow, directly causing his lower body to disappear. Only a huge residual lotus head was left. But the Zerg's vitality is extremely tenacious. After thousands of years of washing, all the soft tissues of the entire head are not necrotic and continue to maintain life. Of course, the huge head is dead, but the flesh is still alive. This is where the Zerg is powerful. Yitan also knew who was slapped on his shoulder in the ruins tunnel that day, and who killed the prodigal spy. It must be the ghost of that mother bug. Yitan squinted his eyes and looked at him, and the stormy sea had already turned up in his heart. The reproduction speed of the Zerg is too fast. The Zerg seems to be the same as the Red Police. As long as there is energy material, it can reproduce without limit. But the reproduction speed of the Zerg is called a fast, and it will be more powerful when swallowing each other. The biggest advantage of the Zerg at this time. Their Zerg relied on the Group C tactics, and Yitan also relied on the Group C tactics, but Yitan still has more technology, while the Zerg has more main genes. Can your own troops beat these Zergs? Yitan couldn't help but wonder. Yitan began to wait and see where the Zerg's limits were. The world is also watching, and they all want to know how the US Emperor eliminated these Zerg races. And when the first speaker of the US Emperor was struggling, suddenly someone was sitting in his office. Who are you? The first speaker gloomily looked at the old man in front of him, peeping the dog, and his surroundings were so tightly guarded. How did this person get in and how did he sit here? The old man smiled blankly and said, am here to help you. The first speaker did not speak. The identity of this person is unknown. If he communicates with him, wouldn't it be a shame? Are you happy to help me? The old man seemed to see the thoughts of the first speaker, and smiled disdainfully. The worms outside are worms. They will only evolve into worms in the initial stage. But when the mother worm eats up powerful biological genes, it will transform all the worms. Now you can't even deal with ordinary bugs. What do you do with modified bugs? What the old man said left the first speaker speechless, just looking at the old man quietly, to see what he wanted to say. I'm here to help you. Your American emperor used to be the overlord of the earth, and was suppressed by a boy who suddenly appeared. I am really sad for you, but when I come, you can truly be with Yi Tan. Confronted. I can give you more technology. The head of the first speaker blasted abruptly, gaining more skills. Fight against Yi Tan. Chapter 224. Chapter 221. Crazy Mother Worm. I can let you have more technology and let you deal with Yi Tan, and the Zerg will take care of it. The old man finished. The first speaker's brain exploded, and his scalp became numb. Give them the technology, and the Zerg give it to him. Will such a good thing really happen? The first speaker gritted his teeth and said, what do you want? At this moment, the first speaker's eyes are full of bloodshot eyes, and he is almost crazy. Since the US Emperor was bombarded by Yi Tan, the world's largest economic capital, the country has been in despair. Then it was suppressed by Yi Tan, the land was divided, and the Zerg appeared again, and he was now close to madness. The once powerful American emperor was so consumed by people. If the old man in front of you can really provide powerful technology, even if you give him ordinary land, it doesn't hurt. As long as Yi Tan can be eliminated, even if hundreds of people have died, it doesn't matter, they can occupy more land in the future. The old man looked at the first speaker with a grim look like a gambler in front of him with satisfaction and said, hee hee, I don't need you to pay anything, I only need you to deal with Yi Tan, regardless of whether you win or lose. Even if you blow up other countries, then it doesn't matter to me. As long as you deal with Yi Tan, I will provide you with a lot of technology to make your country's civilization a secondary existence. There are many powerful existences in these technologies. Yi Tan's space-based weapons are just children's toys. After you research all the technologies, you will be able to master the entire world. The first speaker's eyes were red, and his heart became excited. He closed his eyes and felt the feeling of dominating the entire earth. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the old man calmly and said, even if you give me the technology, we won't be able to study it, let alone deal with Yi Tan. Self-protection is now a problem. After listening, the old man sneered and snorted coldly, yes. The scientists of your empire are really too bad. The technology in the ruins hasn't been seen for so long. It's like garbage in the sewers. After hearing this, the first speaker took a deep breath. He was not angry, but looked at the old man with a slight tremor throughout his body. At this time, the fact that I give you the technology will naturally enable you to master it instantly. Find me 20 scientists, and I will let them all become second-level civilization scientists. When the time comes, it will be easy to research technology and realize technology. The bugs outside, don't worry about it, wait for my good news. With that, the old man suddenly disappeared. Make the first speaker's eyes shrink suddenly, damn it, God. Will it teleport? And over the office of the first speaker, there were waves in the air, as if there were traces of fire. And this is the old man's spaceship. The spaceship can be invisible. The old man stood in the spaceship and watched the countless insects that were running wildly, devouring humans and destroying the city. A bloodthirsty smile. Then he sat in the captain's seat and rushed towards the ruins invisibly. And on his right side, there is a small video in which it is the first speaker, who still maintains a shocked expression at the moment. The old man smiled disdainfully. The aboriginals are the aboriginals, and the virtual projection has never been seen. Then the old man rushed towards the ruins in his spacecraft, rammed all the way and rushed directly towards the ruins tunnel. Countless insects in the tunnel felt the attack of foreign enemies, and screamed frantically. He ran into the invisible spaceship desperately. The old man watched the insects pounce, without any fluctuations, just a bloodthirsty smile, which increased the horsepower. Puff! Crushing all the way, countless insects are directly squeezed into black blood. Roar! The loud hissing sound resounded throughout the ruins of the capital, so loud that the entire American emperor could faintly hear it. The insects who were still destroying crazily in the second city of the American emperor suddenly stopped attacking and screamed frantically. This has blinded many people. Then I saw the bugs, and they started to rush towards the ruins frantically. The bug retreated. God bless. Hooray! The bug has retreated. People were cheering frantically. The army of bugs was too terrifying, leaving all the American people with tears of excitement, and finally got through it. The bugs are no longer devouring their lives. The news reached the first speaker, and the first speaker was shocked. How long did it take to make an agreement with the mysterious old man before receiving the news of the bug retreating? It seems that this matter is very reliable. Dominate the earth, crush Etan. Just thinking about it, the first speaker was full of excitement, flushed, and very excited. But the army of bugs retreated, rushing madly towards their base camp, swarming into the tunnel, not caring about squeezing or not. In the meantime, many bugs were trampled to death. But they are fearless, as if their source of life is about to be destroyed. Roaring, crazy. The spacecraft driven by the old man was stuck in the tunnel at this moment, and it was a little difficult to move forward. There is no way, those bugs are so crazy, they squeezed together in a swarm. The old man sneered, and then slammed a button, only to see that the spaceship disappeared and the spaceship was revealed. The spacecraft is like a triangle with a high bulge in the middle, and the wings on both sides are very thin, as sharp as the blades. The fluent lines of the entire shape of the spaceship reflect the eerie temperament like a dagger that kills at any time in the dark. In the middle of the plane's J-long, several blue turrets were slowly stretched out. Kill, kill, shadow. After the old man murmured to himself, the entire battleship seemed to have heard the owner's words, and trembled slightly, and then the several barrels slammed out countless blue lights, shooting frantically at the insects enclosed in front. The sound from the spaceship was not loud, like a fist hitting the flesh, but the blue light made waves of howling in the air. Boom! Directly in the swarm. Boom! There was no fire, only a group of insects were hit by the blue light, and all of them exploded suddenly. The black liquid blood, countless pieces of meat, entangled black intestines, etc., splashed directly in all directions. Roar! The bugs screamed frantically again. A batch was killed, and a batch of black bugs filled the tunnel. The warm-up is over. Come on, Shadow. Let these ugly and disgusting bugs see your power. Puff puff puff. In an instant, the barrel of the gun was like a bullet, and blue light was blasted crazy at high speed. Chapter 225. Chapter 222. The Worm After Transformation. Puff puff. The blue light was shooting out frantically, and the light suddenly appeared in the dark tunnel, making the entire tunnel a piece of light. Boom! More and more insects are being blown up to pieces of meat. Every time there was a bombing, before the insects charged forward, the spacecraft rushed forward and continued bombing. The female worm in the ruins felt a strong and dangerous aura and became stronger and stronger. Crazy, looking up to the sky and howling. With the restless screaming, more worms get crazy. They all use brain waves to convey information. The female worm is their king. If there is no spiritual distribution from the king, then this group of Zerg will become a scattered group. Sand began to swallow each other. The female worm was crazy, but it was in the egg-laying period and could not move at all. The huge round lower body is blooming like chrysanthemums all over the mountain. The old man sneered when he heard the mother worms roar. A Zerg who had just reproduced to the pinnacle of first-class civilization wanted to block his spaceship. It was just a delusion. Even if the fourth-class civilization came, it might not be possible. Stay blocked. The civilization level and human level of the Zerg race are very detailed. The insects relied on the types they reproduced as the grade mark, while the humans are technology. Puff puff. The blue light exploded. Another channel, frantically rushing towards the mother worm. The closer you get to the inside, the fewer bugs there are. The mother worm became crazy, and the danger had come. He began to madly devour the surrounding ovaries. These eggs were all larvae, and some were modified insects. It's just that the mother worm did not expect that the Earth, a native of his civilization, would have such a powerful spacecraft. Kankai Kai. The female worms swallowed one by one, and more larval eggs were swallowed by the female worms. The female worm's belly rose slowly. Boom. The tunnel was opened, and the gloomy spaceship flew in. The female worm hissed up to the sky. Then the mouth began to bulge, getting bigger and bigger, and the sulfuric acid liquid slammed directly toward the spaceship. The old man seemed to know that the bug would do this, and directly opened a transparent shield, and the green corrosive liquid continued to corrode on the shield. Make a sneer. Brave the stench of making a noise. The old man smiled disdainfully, and then slammed the spaceship out of a giant black net and grabbed it towards the female insect. Tusk. It's another female worm. This time I can transform it so that the entire Zerg race can obey me. Give it to the group of MD, and they will increase their chances to fight against Yeetan Kid. Hey, I'm not to blame for this. I'm to blame for the playfulness of Miss Yi, Kid Yeetan, although she has never seen you. It's good to be Mrs. Plaything. Enjoy the rest of your life. Having said that, the old man parked the spaceship inside the ruins, and the female worm trapped in the big net, madly moving and struggling to spray corrosive liquid, was useless. Those crazy bugs bit the big net, and were directly charged into black by the electric current carried by the big net. The female worm was slowly brought into the spaceship by the big net. On a small platform in the spacecraft, the female worm was lying on it fainted. The spacecraft was just about the size of a female worm. The old man pressed some buttons, and several mechanical arms appeared directly on the platform, and began to perform operations on the female worm's head, placing some chips in the female worm's head. Watching the operation proceed as usual, the old man began to wait. If you say why you don't send this chip mother to lead the insect swarm to fight with other Zergs, then it's wrong. Every Zerg has its mother worm, and the mother worm is just a multiplying machine. Of course, it will also serve as the profound leader of the Zerg. But in the Zerg group, there is a blood rule, that is, the strong is king. And in the Zerg group, all low-level insects only submit to the powerful female. More than 20 minutes passed and the operation was completed. The female worm woke up swayingly, seeing the old man without a trace of mood swings, as if he was really controlled by the old man. Roar! The female worm hissed low, and under the spaceship, the numerous worms gathered immediately quieted down. All stood there silently, without any action. Seeing the success, the old man directly issued an order to the mother worm to keep all the worms in the ruins and not to go out. The mother worm obediently gave orders via brain waves. Immediately all the bugs huddled in this ruin. The old man took the mother worm directly and rushed towards the office of the first speaker of the US Emperor. The first speaker was constantly walking back and forth in front of the desk at this moment. More than an hour had passed, and there was no movement. The information from the intelligence personnel seemed to have disappeared. The news gave the first speaker a mixed blessing. The good news is that he saw the power of the old man, which meant that he would definitely be able to use the power of the old man to crush Yeetan in the future. The worry is that the old man has been so long, and there is no news. He won't die in it. Just as the first speaker was worried, suddenly the old man's voice suddenly came out behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The voice was very gloomy, and the first speaker trembled in fear, and quickly turned his head. As expected, The old man smiled and sat on the chair. The first speaker saw the old man appear, and said in a trembling voice, "Dare to ask Mr.'s name?" "Just call me Lau," Reba replied. The first speaker nodded silently while reciting the name, and then said, "Old, 20 scientists are ready, and I also prepared the most beautiful woman of our American emperor, honorable to you." Reba snorted coldly. The first speaker shuddered. "What's wrong?" "When others hear that they are sending beauties, they are happy that it is too late. Why is it so abnormal here? Is this a eunuch? Take your scientists outside. No matter what happens, you can't make any noise." "Yes, yes, yes." The first speaker nodded hurriedly and went down to make arrangements immediately. "Since this old doesn't like women, let's diverge from this question. Some people are very weird. They don't like fame and fortune, but they like killing or researching, while others like it. Prodigal, don't like to kill, when he is a powerful killer." And Lobo murmured inwardly, "What to send beautiful women, too indigenous? How can women on Earth be worthy of him?" After the order was issued, the scientists all came to the courtyard one after another. In the courtyard, the defensive soldiers all withdrew. Chapter 226. Chapter 223, Remove Scientists. As everyone retreated, only more than 20 scientists were left standing there, looking around with nervous expressions. They don't know what the top executives are doing here with them. While they were still thinking about it, a huge black net suddenly spurted out of the sky, directly trapping 20 scientists, and then the electric current directly corona the 20 scientists and then pulled them up. The speed was so fast that the 20 scientists were directly caught in the spacecraft without giving people any response. In the spacecraft, Lau looked at the 20 scientists with a grim look, and pressed the button, and the robotic arms began to transform these indigenous scientists. What the lady confessed must be completed. The first speaker entered the room and found that the old man had disappeared, and then ran out. Seeing that the scientists in the hospital were also gone, he returned to the room with excitement, trembling. Keep rubbing his hands. Time passed slowly, and the first speaker felt that this half an hour was like half a century. During this half an hour, he thought about a lot of things. "Okay, boy, I have helped you improve your IQ as a scientist, and they will build more second-level civilization technologies for you, so that your country's civilization will reach the second-level level." Suddenly Lau's voice sounded behind the first speaker. The first speaker shouted in an excited voice, "Thank you, Lau. Thank Lau." Old smiled disdainfully when he looked at the excited first speaker. "The natives are natives and have never seen the market. What is the difference between this transforming man and the slave of the universe? Putting a chip in your mind can quickly develop civilization, but these people will never be free, like slaves, and their lifespan is very short. Whether they can live for 20 years is a question. Okay, besides, I'm giving you a powerful trump card. Zerg, Zerg." The first speaker's brain exploded. He had learned about the terrible Zerg race. Could it be that those Zerg races were controlled by Lau? The first speaker wondered a little excitedly. "Yes, the mother worm has been transformed by me. He will obey you alone in the future, don't worry, it can understand any order you give him, and even help you do it. Remember, you must not let the mother if the worm is harmed and the mother worm dies. You will not be able to control the worm swarm. Now the worm swarm is in the ruins of your capital." The first speaker took a deep breath, and his body was shaking with excitement. Is the future of the American emperor really coming? Thank Lau. The first speaker said, bending over to Lobo directly. "Okay kid, remember, you must crush Yitan, and have fun with Yitan." As he said, Lau had a sudden news. The first speaker saw the disappearance of Lau, and was ferociously excited. Then he hurried to the courtyard and found that 20 scientists had returned, standing sluggishly, and in front of them, there was a huge Roshan female insect, lying on the ground quietly looking around. Insect, insect. Suddenly the guards came back and saw the mother worm yelling frantically. The first speaker looked at it and suddenly roared, shut up, and don't move anyone. This Zerg obeys us." Quickly, let the army come and protect this place. As the first speaker roared, the secretary, who was dazed in the distance, rushed down and arranged. In the Four Islands, Yi Tan had his head pillowed on his arm, lazily watching what happened to the American emperor. Their Zerg retreated suddenly, leaving Yi Tan confused, still using satellite viewers. I want to know what happened. Internationally, because of the sudden situation and disasters that happened to the US imperialism, there is a lot of discussion at this moment. But that afternoon, Namai's official website directly posted what happened and what happened to it. My fellow Americans, I am deeply saddened by this time. This is the last time Yi Tan bombed our capital and infected the insects. Please rest assured that all the insects have been wiped out. You can rest assured. For the families who died, I am here to say sorry. As soon as this official website came out, the entire US Emperor network boiled over. It turned out to be the ghost of Yi Tan. Damn Yi Tan, damn Tamron. I will never buy any Tamron products from now on. That's it. This bug crisis has cost us so many lives. This thing can't be done this way, and we will never buy any Tamron products in the future. Yi Tan, go to die, and Tamron Corporation too. The entire network exploded directly, and there was public opinion everywhere, cursing Yi Tan. But Yi Tan on the Four Islands was stunned by the courage of the American emperor at this moment. It's kind of interesting, what has happened to make them so arrogant? Yi Tan said with a sneer. Master, after analysis, those worms seem to have been huddled in the ruins, and the US emperor sent troops to the ruins, and they were able to come out intact. It seems that the Zerg and US emperor have reached some agreement, and they will not do anything. Yi Tan's expression became gloomy when he heard the news. Zerg, the Red Dragon once told him that this race is the greatest enemy in the universe. Even human beings in different star areas have the obligation to eliminate the Zerg, or else they would have betrayed the mankind and slapped to death. But now, the US Emperor is going against mankind. Is it going to be against human kind? Yi Tan muttered to himself with a light in his eyes. Master, do you want to activate the electromagnetic railgun to directly bombard the ruins of the American Emperor? Hong Long stood behind Yi Tan and said with a murderous intent. Yi Tan said with a bloodthirsty cold snort, let's launch. Of course, why not launch? Didn't the American Emperor say that we made this matter? Then we will solve it for them. Anyway, the American Emperor is already shameless, so let them be even more shameless. Standing behind Yi Tan, the Red Dragon nodded with dark bloodthirsty eyes. Their Zerg must be removed, otherwise the damage to the base in the future would be no small matter. Moreover, the speed of the Zerg's reproduction is even more terrifying. As long as the Zerg is given a year, the Earth can become a Zerg's nest. Go and get ready. Let the capital of the American Emperor be bombed again. Yi Tan said with a light in his eyes. The Red Dragon went down. On the internet, with the increasing number of public opinion spouts from US imperial internet users, it directly drove those patriots from various countries to anger together. Yi Tan looked at the comments of various races on the internet coldly, and the anger in his heart became more and more vigorous and concentrated, as if it would burst out instantly, and the anger burned for the entire 9 days. Behind all this, who is operating and who is Yi Tan squinted coldly. Chapter 227. Chapter 224. The electromagnetic gun was destroyed. Seeing the anger on the internet, Yi Tan was almost exploding. This American Emperor gave him a trick, which perfectly drove the anger of most people in most countries. But does Yi Tan really need these people? In outer space, the huge-shaped building began to drift slowly, flying towards the sky above the American Emperor. Just when the God's Wrath electromagnetic railgun flew towards the sky above the American Emperor, over the office of the first speaker of the U.S. imperial capital's newly built capital, Liber in an invisible spacecraft suddenly opened his muddy eyes and stared at the screen on the podium with constant light. Warning. Warning, the secondary primary ground strike weapon is locking the target. Reba directly turned off the alarm and looked at the outer space displayed on the screen with a smile. The huge electromagnetic railgun flew towards the sky above the American Emperor. "Good boy, courageous. I really don't know where you are going in the future," Bilbo muttered to himself. Then I lighted it on the screen. The invisible spaceship, in the middle of Kowloon, suddenly extended a small barrel. "Lock the target. Ground strike weapon. Launch it." Bilbo pressed the button without saying a word. And at the moment when Bilbo hadn't pressed the button, in the Four Islands, the Red Police main base, Yeetan just lay down and was about to go to sleep. Suddenly the red light of the main screen flashed continuously, and the alarm sounded. Yeetan did it fiercely, ran to the main screen and looked at the huge red dot on it. "Master, the US Emperor locked the electromagnetic railgun and was attacked at any time." "What?" Yeetan turned his head in horror and asked, "What's going on?" "I know the technological level of the American Emperor. Even if there are ruins, it will take time to crack." "How can it be possible to lock the electromagnetic railgun?" "Master, the American Emperor has no level. But what if it is not the American Emperor? Isn't it a human?" "Wow!" Yeetan's heart suddenly turned up against the sky and the stormy waves, staring at the red dragon with his eyes. "Alarms, warnings, dangerous weapons are coming, dangerous weapons are coming." In the US Emperor, Nalbo directly launched a Blu-ray and flew towards space, at a superfast speed. With the naked eye, only a ray of light flew past his eyes. "Immediately deviate from the track and return to the base." Yeetan gave the order in a cold voice. "Received. The highest authority is returning, is returning." Just as the words fell, the alarm sounded again. "Alarm alert, dangerous weapon attack will arrive in 3 seconds." "That's it." Yeetan's heart felt cold, and for 3 seconds, the electromagnetic railgun had no time to evade. In outer space, as soon as the blue light shines in the dark and silent universe, it rushes towards the huge electromagnetic railgun. In an instant, in this vacuum, the huge electromagnetic railgun collided with the blue light. A huge firelight suddenly appeared in an instant, flashing in the universe. Yeetan looked at the red light directly on the big screen and sneered at himself. "American Emperor." The red violent aura in Yeetan's eyes became more and more vigorous, and the clenched fists kept making creaking noises. "Master, the goal is from the new capital of the US Empire. But there is a 70% chance that it belongs to alien technology. No one on Earth can make such a powerful weapon. The speed of its weapons has exceeded the launch speed of the electromagnetic railgun. In addition, the US imperialism seems to have no knowledge of the spy satellite detection." "Is it her?" Yeetan closed his eyes, and all the female voices in his mind were the female voices that appeared in the mecha contest last time. "They can easily invade the American Emperor's mesh and are not afraid of the American Emperor. Except for Yeetan, they are not on Earth." "People, does the base still have electromagnetic railguns?" Yeetan said coldly. "Master, the electromagnetic railgun has been included in the Red Police unit, which can be exchanged and launched at any time, and there is a semi-finished product in the base." "What's the situation with semi-finished products?" "Master, semi-finished products can be launched, but they don't have the function of moving in space." "Enough, enough." Yeetan clenched his fist and looked at Hong Long with a gloomy light. "Give me an anti-gravity sports car to set up the semi-finished product, and fly me through the country of the sun, without locking, directly towards the United States. The Emperor will launch on target." Hiss. The Red Dragon took a breath. The ruler was too domineering, and he was not allowed to slap him in the face. If others slap him in the face, he would exchange it back 100,000 times. This is also the dignity of the Red Police Dominator. The Red Dragon's eyes also became violent. The mood of all the fighters in the base changes with the Master. Dominate the anger. They are angry. When the order was reached, the scientists at the base immediately made it, welding the electromagnetic railgun with an anti-gravity sports car. In less than half an hour, the electromagnetic railgun has been installed. Subsequently, thousands of anti-gravity sports cars carried a huge-shaped building towards the Huaxia waters. The Four Islands are on the other side of China. They need to pass through China, the country of the sun, and then reach the sea area where the country of the sun and the US Emperor are handed over. Yeaton's target is wherever they are launched from there. Don't believe that the blue light speed can be discovered in advance. Thousands of anti-gravity sports cars lifted into the sky, and the huge electromagnetic cannon was the size of a large football field. The anti-gravity sports car is super fast. Soon I arrived in China from the Four Islands. In China's Air Defense Department, the country has implemented a perfect suspension vehicle law. It can be said that as long as it is an anti-gravity sports car that enters from outside China, it will verify its identity. If it is not a Yishan anti-gravity sports car, it will directly activate the anti-aircraft missile, directly blow down. But when Yeaton first sold it, every anti-gravity sports car would be restricted from entering and exiting the border of the country, as long as you dare to cross the border. The intelligence of the anti-gravity sports car will be forcibly returned. So for so long, the anti-gravity sports car has been no problem. And in China's Air Defense Department, the red alarm bell is impetuous at this moment. Minister, thousands of anti-gravity sports cars flew from the Four Islands. A technician stood in the minister's office and reported. The head of the Air Defense Department was wearing a military doctor, with his back straight and majestic, and asked, since it belongs to the Tamron Group, let it go. Minister, but Tamron's anti-gravity sports car also carries a huge building on it. We can't see what it is. What? The minister frowned. What exactly the Tamron Group wanted to do? Go down. Don't worry, let their Tamron Group pass through China. Yes, minister. With that, the minister took out a Tamron mobile phone, zoomed it out, and watched the behavior of thousands of Tamron sports cars displayed in the satellite. Seeing the huge shape building, the minister took a sharp breath and immediately uploaded the video to the Ministry of National Defense. Chapter 228. Chapter 225. Thousands of miles to send bombs. In China, the anti-gravity sports car covered by the dark clouds is flying towards the Sun country at a fast speed. On this road, countless Chinese people were deeply shocked. Everyone took out their mobile phones dumbfounded and took pictures continuously. Fuck, Tamron Group's car, what on earth is this going to do? Look at the huge thing on it. What is that? Is it Yeaton's new invention this time? I think it should be some kind of technological weapon. Where is this going? The Sun country? Hey, let me see. Why am I a little pitiful to the people of the Sun Nation now? Yeaton throws a weapon at the Sun Nation from time to time. Tusk. It's sad. More and more Chinese people are taking out their mobile phones to record pictures and discussing with each other continuously. The anti-gravity sports car is so fast that there are thousands of sports cars running together. You can imagine that speed. Anti-gravity came out of Huaxia, but it made Huaxia boil. All of them constantly wondering online what the Tamron Group wanted to do this time. The anti-gravity sports car army has already flown out of China's waters, flying towards the Sun country. In the Air Defense Department of the Sun country, the Air Defense General was looking at the anti-gravity sports car army on the satellite with a beeping dog expression. Barga, bastard. What exactly does Tamron want to do? Facing the roar of the General of the Air Defense Department, a technician next to him was weak. General, do you want to shoot down? When the General of the Air Defense Department heard, Nima, did you make any mistakes? Don't say whether you can fight it. If you move the Tamron Group, what kind of revenge will you face? Boom. General, our country directly slammed the head of the technician who had just spoken. The technician was slammed and knelt on the ground with a scream before he could figure out what happened. From now on, no matter what Tamron Group does in our country, let's leave it alone. Minister, if you do this, the Emperor will be angry. The Emperor is paralyzed, and the General Minister put his foot on the technician's face again, grabbed the technician's hair, and hammered his fist crazy toward the face. Asshole, Barga, the Emperor has just taken office, what does he know? Bang bang bang. After more than a dozen punches, the technician lay on the ground with bloodstains on his face and swollen nose, wailing constantly. The surrounding staff looked at the technician lying on the ground with a pitiful look. "Why did you say so much when you said you were all right? You can execute the command above. You need to worry about it. This is all right." It is estimated that this technician never see again. The Air Defense Department did not move. The new emperor looked at the anti-gravity sports car army in the video with a gloomy face. He was a little uneasy in his heart. After all, he had only taken office, and he did not target Tamron Company. Even the emperor, did not send news, just because he was afraid that Yi Tan would be upset about him, and he was throwing a mysterious bomb at Sun Nation. That would be a beeping dog. However, there is no movement in country R. But the people panic. As long as the anti-gravity sports car passes through a city, the people will scream frantically and run out of the city. Regardless of other things, stay away from Tamron, the farther the better. The land area of the Sun Nation is small, and the anti-gravity sports car army quickly passed through the Sun Nation and flew towards the junction of the Sun Nation Sea area and the American Imperial Sea area. In the Four Islands, Master, the electromagnetic gun has arrived. Everything is ready. Do you want to launch? Yi Tan sneered and directly ordered the launch. He didn't believe it this time. Can the alien that the American emperor relied on knows the electromagnetic gun attack in advance? At the junction of the seas of the Sun Country, the thousands of electromagnetic cannons have begun to charge. The horizontal bars on both sides of the huge H, the blue electric current, made a humming sound. Boom. The huge recoil made thousands of anti-gravity sports cars violently shocked and pressed down a lot. And the sea below was shaken out of a puddle by the huge recoil. Swish. The mass projectile flew frantically towards the ruined capital of the American Empire. The speed was super fast. At this time, the brain probably launched it visually. Although it could not accurately attack the ruins, it was a ranged attack. How could it make the ruins was destroyed? Why not use space-based weapons? Because space-based weapons also require orbital deviation. Maybe they were beaten down before they reached the sky over the US Emperor. The quality of black is so crazy that it flies towards the ruined capital. In the US Air Defense Department, the red sirens sounded wildly. "What's the matter?" the US minister asked from the Air Defense Department. "Sir, an unknown weapon flew from the island of the Sun Country, and it is flying towards the ruined capital, arriving in 4 seconds. "What?" The minister panicked and hurriedly sent an emergency notice to the first speaker. Before the first speaker received the notice, in the invisible spacecraft of the first speaker, Lbo opened his eyes and looked at the red light in the screen on the driver's seat. The kid has a good idea. He even gave up the attack of seeking distance. But with me, don't want to destroy the Zerg. Lbo slammed a button, and instantly a blue light flashed out of the high-rise part, which was faster than the massive electromagnetic cannon. Master, the mysterious weapon over the US Emperor fired again, slamming into the mass projectile. Yi Tan didn't speak, and calmly looked at the screen displayed on the screen. Hit. Boom. A huge voice rang over the unknown city of the US Empire. In an instant, countless windows shattered, and countless cars rang frantically. Failed. Dominate. There was a bloodthirsty ray in the red dragon's eyes. Let the team come back. The US Emperor is now protected, and we are thinking about countermeasures. It's the Master. The army of anti-gravity sports cars in the waters of the Sun Country began to fly back. In the US Emperor, everything was messed up, and the sudden explosion in the air made countless people panic. And the first speaker's face was gloomy. He just received the notice that the missile that had flown from the Sun Country collided with an unknown missile of his own country, emitting tremendous power and shattering how much glass. There were also many casualties. Others don't know, but the first speaker knows that he is very excited. He understands that the American Emperor is protected by Lbo and must be safe. The shell must have been fired by Yi Tan. Following the investigation by the first speaker, it was not surprising that the missile was launched by Yi Tan. Let the anti-gravity sports car fly from China, from our country. The first speaker smiled gloomily. Now he has confidence and his back is straight. Although Yi Tan didn't succeed this time, He hated the country of the sun. Why didn't he inform? Why not block and wait for the technology to come out? The first one to deal with is the Sun Country. Chapter 229. Chapter 226. A ruin was made by accidental hitting. Let the Sun Country pay the price of blood. The first speaker yelled frantically. In the previous minute, when the mass bomb collided with the blue light, a firelight flew out of the collision area and flew quickly in the other direction. If Yi Tan zoomed in, he would be surprised that the firelight turned out to be a half-mass bullet, and the speed turned out to be faster than the launch speed. It must be the speed after the blue light collision. Bo, who was in the sky above the American Emperor, was blasting off the mass bullets, so he didn't keep watching, closing his eyes and continuing to sleep. And that half of the mass bullet flew madly in the direction of Britain before everyone noticed it. Passing over Britain, flew towards an unknown country again. The Republic of Cyprus. In the country of Cyprus, the Ministry of Air Defense saw an unknown missile on satellite surveillance flying towards their country. They are not like big countries, nor do they have powerful computers to calculate where the missile is heading. The country of Cyprus launched anti-aircraft missiles. As for the speed of this half-mass projectile, all the anti-aircraft missiles of that country of Cyprus have been launched. This is the first time their country has activated the SS-class air defense missile defense network. Swish swish. Countless missiles lifted into the air, rushing towards the flame. But the speed of the fire was super fast, and none of the missiles hit. The speed of the half-mass projectile seemed to be slow, and even the height began to slowly drop. In less than a minute, the half-mass bomb dropped in the South China Sea of Cyprus. Boom! A huge tsunami burst out in an instant, and the kilometer-high tsunami rushed towards the country of Cyprus. In an instant, the surrounding coastal cities were all washed by the tsunami, and countless houses were washed down instantly. Before people react, it was on the bottom of the sea, and suddenly changed. A huge city rises from the bottom of the sea. That's right. Ascending into the sky, a huge city. The buildings on it are more advanced than modern civilized buildings, and all the buildings are concentric circles. On that city, there are countless floating cars, many tall buildings, and huge spherical lights. The total area is 200,000 square kilometers, which is equivalent to the size of a province in China. The people of Cyprus were dumbfounded, and the sudden appearance of the city under the sea shocked their hearts. The sudden appearance of the city news spread all over the earth at once. Countless countries immediately began to analyze the matter and directly classified the matter as SS Sleeville security files. Even the American Emperor started to make moves, preparing to send troops to Cyprus for investigation. In the Four Islands, Yi Tan was looking at this exquisite city. Master, at this time, a prehistoric site is well preserved. From the analysis of the pictures adopted by the spy satellite, the site of this city is not far from the current time period. It seems to be only 10,000 years ago, and the sites of all countries are 20,000 years ago. It's 10,000 years away, so it's pretty well preserved. Yi Tan turned up the stormy sea in his heart, looking at the remains of the well-preserved city. He couldn't help but doubt the degree of civilization. Master, the civilization of this city remains at the middle end of the second level. It can be said that when their civilization was at its peak, they must have been to the Cosmos country, and they have even begun to cooperate with the universe. Yi Tan's eyes lit up. If he has been to the universe, there must be a lot of energy stones. Yi Tan learned from the ruins that energy stones are coins in the universe. Many civilizations use this energy stones as a transaction. The effect is too much. It can provide energy for ships, national capital, etc. Prepare the army, let's go to this ruined city. Yi Tan said solemnly, but he couldn't hide the crazy look in his eyes. No one knew that the electromagnetic cannon mass projectile launched by Yi Tan activated the relic city sleeping on the bottom of the sea by accidentally hitting it. If Yi Tan activated it, no country would know what the reaction was. In the Four Islands, a huge battleship is a reduced version of the Expedition, an anti-gravity battleship built by base scientists. with its own small electromagnetic gun. This battleship can carry 30,000 soldiers, but it is enough for Yi Tan, at least on Earth. No one dared to pay attention to him. The shape of this battleship is very similar to that of the Yuanzing, but the graffiti on the outside is a huge red blood dragon. At this time, Yi Tan made the symbol for the red dragon. Watching from a distance, this warship is very sharp, and its appearance and beauty are simply top-notch super technology. And this battleship was designated by Yi Tan as Bingding, which means that this battleship will be used to top all the organizations on the Earth and surrender under his feet. Yi Tan set off. The American Emperor also set off. All countries organized ships and rushed towards Cyprus. All countries have brought tens of thousands of fighters and countless fighter jets with various relics and technologies. As for the country of Cyprus, when the ruined city was born, it was known to be broken. The country has no ruins in the first place, so there is no room for one, but it is still floating on the sea. This is not to let people all over the world know that there is a big ruins. The president of Cyprus was beeping a dog at the moment, and immediately mobilized his troops to go below the ruins of the city, and mobilized hundreds of fighter helicopters to continuously survey around the ruins of the city. The fighter jets hovered in the ruined city. Keep reporting the situation. Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest. No creatures have been found in the city. Continue investigating. Just when the Cyprus state was investigating, warships from all countries are here. Countless warships sailed from distant waters. The first to arrive was the United Kingdom, followed by Australia, the United States, and France. When the countries arrived, Yi Tan was still on the way, moving forward unhurriedly. Yi Tan was not in a hurry. If a well-preserved city ruins appeared, would the defensive weapons in the city break? Master, after investigation, we went to the Republic of Cyprus, which is a developed capital country. Their country's foreign trade business is very good. In their country, there are rich mineral deposits of copper. Others include iron sulfide, salt, and asbestos. Gypsum, marble, wood, and earth-based inorganic pigments are the most common. The country covers an area of 9,251 square kilometers, which is so small that it does not even reach half of the ruins city. In addition, I have investigated all the situation analysis, and 70% of this ruined city belongs to the Atlantis civilization ruins. Yi Tan's head suddenly exploded. Atlantis civilization, which he often browses on the internet. Many people say that they are on the bottom of the sea and have seen them. Yi Tan has never believed it, but he did not expect that there was one. The naivety appeared. Chapter 230. Chapter 227, Atlantis Ruins. Atlantis Civilization. Yi Tan's heart was a little shocked. How many treasures will exist in the second-class civilization that has been well preserved tens of thousands of years ago? Yi Tan endured the excitement in his heart and ordered the Pingding to accelerate and fly quickly towards the country of Cyprus. In the U.S. Emperor, when the first speaker followed the army to the ruins city for the first time, Bilbo opened his eyes and chuckled as he looked at a series of information. He did not expect that this second-level civilization relic would still be discovered. He originally thought that this ruin would not be discovered until many years later, and at that time, the Earth's civilization level had reached the second level. But now, it was discovered early. Go. The young lady can watch a wonderful performance again. The City of Ruins. Is it really possible to enter if you want to? Too little look at the ruins of secondary civilization, a group of people who have never seen the world aboriginal. Reba said meanly and disdainfully, and then drove the spaceship back to the Antarctic glacier. As for the security of the American Emperor, he no longer cares. The Zerg has been transferred by the first speaker, so there is no need to protect it. The rest will be developed by the American Emperor. The work has been done, and the show is about to begin. After 10 minutes of flight, Yi Tan and the others came to the sea area of the ruins city. In the sea, there are aircraft carrier battleships everywhere, and countless planes are constantly circling around the ruins of the city. The countries also saw Yi Tan's huge floating battleship, and they looked at them with complicated eyes. And they were very envious and hated in their hearts. Every time Yi Tan appeared, he was so arrogant, As soon as Yi Tan arrived in the waters of the City of Ruins, the Pingding began to slowly descend, floating in the waters. It is not too far to stop with the warships of various countries. On an aircraft carrier, all the leaders of the countries who came here were gathered, and the head of the Huaxia one was also on it. This time they got together, not hating each other, but talking about this huge city of ruins. Assholes, you are all assholes. This is the relics of our Cyprus. This is nothing short of banditry. The leader of Cyprus cursed at the moment. The surrounding countries all smiled lightly. Ignore the goods. After all, it is wrong for them to break into the waters of others. What is the difference between this and invading other countries? But the relics on the sea say you are yours. We do not agree that it is not yours. In the face of so many countries, the leader of Cyprus just cursed, but could not do anything. After all, a bad country, this small projectile country will be destroyed in an instant. He only hopes that countries can leave him some meat. Chief Huaxia stood alone and watched many countries talking with laughter, seeming to reject him, but Chief One didn't say anything, just smiled disdainfully. What about rejection? Wait for you to do the same. Have to surrender. Head, Yi Tan is here. A bodyguard number 1 said in his ear, and No. 1's eyes were measured. Quickly, invite Yi Tan. I haven't seen him for a long time. The bodyguard nodded, and then pressed the headset to inform. And of course the leaders of all countries have heard what the head of China said, and all of them felt guilty. It's no good not to be guilty. Yi Tanti is a presidential killer. How many national leaders have he killed? How many killed? The leaders of the various countries scolded in their hearts, and then they all turned away from the head of China. And the first speaker of the US emperor looked at these people with disdain. He hadn't joined them just now. If he had definitely joined and pulled people before, he would have become the focus, but now, he doesn't need the support of these influential countries. Those 20 scientists, who have been researching day and night in the past few days, are enough to top these countries. The first speaker was sitting on the sofa on the deck with Erlang's legs tilted, shaking his ankles desperately. At this time, Yi Tan came, followed by 10 second-level fighters to the gathering. Yi Tan. Number 1 beckoned to Yi Tan. Yi Tan walked over and watched the number 1 chief executive sitting here one by one. He couldn't help asking, "Hello chief, what's the situation now? Do you know?" Yi Tan still respects the head of Huaxia number 1. After all, after the head of Huaxia came up, he has been very strict in fighting against greed, and he has done very well in the past few years. So Yi Tan still respects it. After all, this is 1.5 billion, a country with a population. Chief number 1 said majestically, "It has been 3 hours since the ruins came out, but nothing happened, and the other planes sent out did not find anything." Yi Tan squinted and nodded. "It seems that it is not time for this ruin to open, just wait." Yi Tan said coldly. Head 1 frowned and said, "Do you know what?" Yi Tan nodded and said, "This ruin is of Atlantis civilization." Hiss. Chief 1 took a deep breath. That the mythical Atlantis actually exists. In addition, this relic belongs to the second-level Middle-End civilization. It can be said that the comprehensive strength of the Earth can reach the first-level peak. And the second-level civilization, you can imagine how precious the things and technologies are. When Chief 1 heard it, he was shocked, but his face still didn't change color. After all, many national leaders looked at it. If they found something, it would be bad. Yi Tan, what do you mean? Yi Tan squinted his eyes and looked at the group of national leaders, and said gloomily, "After tens of thousands of years of precipitation, there must be no living people in the ruins, and all the energy in the ruins is restarting. It may not take long. There will be changes automatically, and then you can go up. But when you go up, you must follow us closely. The second-level civilization will not be without defensive power." Head 1 nodded calmly with a gleam in his eyes. The group of national leaders wanted to eavesdrop on something, but seeing Yi Tan's horrible eyes, he shrank his neck and backed away a little bit. You can't look at each other with the neurosis. If you look at Yi Tan, if he violently gives you a brick, then the gain is not worth the loss. And the leaders of the country were discussing lively, but now because of Yi Tan's arrival, They all sit here quietly, and they don't know why they are sitting there waiting. Wait for what? They didn't know either, only knew that if Yitan didn't move, they wouldn't move. After all, the hearts of the weak are in the hands of the masses, and they can do what the strong do. And at this moment, boom! Suddenly a huge explosion sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up, suddenly all their eyes shrank. What did they see? The reconnaissance plane exploded for no reason, as if it hit something. Chapter 231 Chapter 228 Enter the city. Boom! Countless reconnaissance planes in the air that were close to the ruined city all exploded and turned into fires. Countless fragments fell from the air. The leaders of the countries all stood up abruptly, staring into the sky in horror. What happened? How could it suddenly explode? Are there still living people in the ruins? A national leader asked. But everyone did not answer. They all began to ask the troops what happened. The personal bodyguard number 1 whispered something in his ear. Yitan, it seems that you are right. This second-level civilization is not so easy to enter. Chief 1 said. Yitan didn't speak yet. After hearing the rampant and arrogant voice of the first speaker, he said, hee, some people are scared, right? The bombing of other countries didn't happen. Are they now angry and afraid? Yitan sneered, and then walked towards the first speaker. After the first speaker said this, he regretted it, and wanted to slap his mouth a few times. And just when Yitan was about to reach the first speaker of the US Emperor, a huge blue light suddenly burst out from the huge remains of the city in the sky. Toward the entire sea area flooded. The blue light is emitted by those two huge ball lights. The speed of blue light quarrels fast, flooding everyone up and down the entire sea. Yitan stopped and looked at the ruined city above, and the US Emperor couldn't care about the scenery above, leaving here first. After the blue light disappeared, the city of ruins suddenly made a huge clicking sound, and at the gate of the city of ruins, it slowly opened. Did it open? Can the ruins go in? Many national leaders are not calm, and those who are not calm are those who have no traces of the country. Go. Yitan greeted the head of Huaxia number 1 and returned directly to Pingding. In the Pingding command hall, the Red Dragon stood there constantly analyzing the ruins of the city. Seeing Yitan's return, Honglong said directly, Master, after confirmation, the ruins city has really been opened. In addition, the sudden explosion of those planes just now is because the ruins city has turned on the energy and stimulated the invisible electric wave shield. You can squeeze an anti-gravity sports car in an instant. Yitan nodded and continued to look at the ruins city. And countries have begun to take action, and countless planes are flying towards the ruined city. And there are other countries that want to bypass the gate of the ruined city and fly directly from above. However, the next second directly became aflame. Yitan looked at it with a sneer. When countries see the plane exploding, they dare not be clever. The plane landed at the gate of the ruins city without any attack, which made the leaders of all countries a little excited. The ruins city only activated the defensive equipment, and entering from the gate, there must be no problem. The leaders of various countries began to feel restless in their hearts, and directly sent thousands of troops and scientists from various countries to fly towards it. There are a total of more than 20 countries here, and each country has 1,000 soldiers, which adds up to 20,000 soldiers. Yitan also ordered the troops to go up. There were 1,000 first-level peak fighters and 10 second-level fighters. Yitan also followed. He wanted to go in and see what is different about Atlantis civilization. 10 minutes later, the troops of various countries have assembled. There are 21,000 people here, and leaders of various countries are also there. Of course, it is impossible for them to enter this place. They just came up to visit. As soon as all the national troops came up, some troops began to move inside. It was the German troops. Now the country has a new president, the former vice president. As soon as the German troops approached the gate, everyone's hearts were raised, afraid of any accident. But when he dared to approach the gate, the entire city ruins suddenly made a burst of clicks. I saw a huge blue cover suddenly appeared in the entire ruin, covering the entire ruined city. The blue cover that appeared suddenly destroyed all the planes flying in the air and cut it in half. Hiss. The leaders of the countries all took a deep breath. He was terrible. Isn't this catching turtles in the urn? Yi Tan stood in the middle of the army, looking at the blue cover. It seemed that this Atlantis civilization didn't want everyone to go out. It seems that only by turning off the central energy controller inside can you walk in. President, this blue cover is a relic of a special weapon. It isolates the outside world. We can't get out at all. Only by entering inside can we know how to get out. A scientist said blankly and coldly to the first speaker of the US Emperor. The voice is so loud that everyone can hear it. After everyone heard it, they calmed down and prepared to walk inside. And Yi Tan looked at the scientist with weird eyes. He felt that the scientist was not like a human or a living person. The scientist felt like an out-and-out robot. Others don't know the abilities of his scientist, but he knows that he deliberately brought a second-level civilization scientist to explore the ruins this time. If a scientist leads the way, he will definitely feel relieved. The German president didn't seem to expect such a thing to happen. Although he was surprised, he continued to order the troops to go inside the city. Seeing the German troops walked in unharmed, the hearts of various countries also let go and ordered the troops to go. Yi Tan and Huixia troops followed closely behind. As soon as I entered the city, there are huge buildings on both sides. These buildings are weird, but without losing the theme of future technology. And the road they walked is very wide, and the white and blue floor tiles looked exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, restlessness occurred in the front troops. Look fast, isn't that Tamarin's anti-gravity sports car? A German scientist pointed to a sports car suspended in front of a house in the distance, surprised. Also there, that weapon, which is very strangely constructed. Is it a laser weapon? Scientists from various countries are whispering to communicate with their own scientists. And the leaders of various countries heard that the greedy look in their eyes has become more exuberant. Anti-gravity sports cars are available, as well as a variety of weapons. If you have these, can you become the largest country on the earth? This greedy desire gave them tremendous motivation at once, and began to speed up and walk towards the center. At this moment, suddenly two huge white mechas stood coldly on both sides of the crystal road. When the countries saw the mecha, their eyes shrank suddenly. The mecha is 6 meters tall and has a white body. It has a huge machete in its hand and a huge hand cannon in the other. This mecha is much more sophisticated than the last time the US Emperor made it. Thinking about it, a large group of people walked towards the mecha. Chapter 232. Chapter 229, Crazy Mecha. TSK Tusk. This mecha is really perfect. If this mecha can be used, I believe that nothing on earth can beat him. Several scientists lay on the thighs of the mecha and kept stroking the women's expressions. On the one hand, there were scientists who even ran under the huge knife to watch. These scientists are from various countries, and when they see science and technology, they can't help but analyze thousands of them. When the leaders of various countries heard this news, their hearts to seize the ruins became more and more intense. Look, everyone, this giant knife does not seem to be made of earth material. If it can be cracked, what kind of great scientific progress will it be? This material is too strong, as he said. The scientist even clanged his hands. When scientists from all over the world wanted to step forward, things suddenly changed. I saw that the mecha's eyes lit up suddenly, and his eyes were red. The huge knife slammed up and slashed at several scientists beside him. Puff! In an instant, the scientist standing under the knife was cut into 2 pieces by the huge machete. The two-piece scientist's blood splashed all over, and the intestine, brain, plasma and some indescribable soft tissues slowly flowed out from that half of the body. Other scientists were shocked by this sudden appearance. He looked at the blood-stained giant knife with a stunned look. Puff puff. The giant knife slashed horizontally, and the heads of several scientists who were standing nearby were cut off in an instant, and the blood spurted from the neck. There are also some scientists who are relatively tall, and they broke directly from the chest, and the scene instantly turned into a bloody hell. Attack! Attack! Everyone reacted and shot back frantically. Tens of thousands of soldiers fired uniformly, and they attacked wildly without bullets. And their attack seemed to have no effect on the mecha. Not even a small hole was hit. Throw a bomb. Someone in the army shouted. Immediately a soldier took out the bomb and threw it at the surviving mecha. Boom! The flames are straightforward. The soldiers dared not stop, and attacked frantically. At this moment, the mecha on the other side of the road also lit up, lifted the knife in his hand, and rushed towards the troops. There is another one there. Attack! Rocket! Rocket! Countries command their respective forces to attack, and it's messy now. The running mecha leapt suddenly. Damn it! Yi Tan was shocked. Peeping the dog, that mesh is simply flying, and every jump is 20 meters high. Retreat! Yi Tan hurriedly issued the order. The Huaxia and Yi Tan troops are behind the old ones, so they retreat super fast, and the troops from various countries that are still firing have no time to react. Boom! The mesh jumped from the air and instantly trampled several soldiers to death. Those soldiers who were trampled to death became a pool of fleshy flesh, mixed with blood and some bone scum. Directly from the feet of the mesh flow out slowly. The mecha didn't stop, and slashed directly. The giant knife whizzed in the air. Lie down! Some soldiers shouted, but it was too late. Puff! In an instant, the heads of many soldiers had the effect directly, and the scene began to spray a thick spring of blood. The bluish-white ground was directly stained red. Boom! Boom! Another mecha rushed out of the fire, and the two mechas began to walk towards the crowd step by step. The hearts of everyone were chilled. In such a few seconds, how many soldiers died? These soldiers are all elite soldiers of the Empire. Everyone is a little desperate. This is a super civilized mecha, they simply can't beat it. When everyone was desperate, the mecha suddenly stopped moving. After returning to the state of standing still, Yi Tan squinted. In the front, the second-level scientist of the American Emperor said in the ear of the first speaker, "Mr. President, the mecha lacks energy and is restarting. Now is a good opportunity. As long as it is difficult to interrupt the device behind the mecha neck, they will not moving. There can be a lot of energy stones in the mecha." The first speaker's eyes lit up. Since he had a second-level scientist, he knew a lot of things, such as the energy stone back then. Yi Tan must have gone to the energy stone. Moreover, the scene where the director of SHIELD Bureau made Yi Tan fighters excited to destroy the Pearl Harbor fleet must have been planned by Yi Tan. He now knows the great use of the energy stone, but the energy stone has a great use. For example, the technology that Liber gave him, many of which require the energy stone. The first team, attract me to attack from the front, and the second team will attack the back of the mecha neck. Go, go, go. The first speaker directly issued an order. Immediately, his 1,000 team attacked towards the mecha. Leaders of various countries don't know how the US imperialism would react so suddenly. Are they not afraid that those mechas are suddenly alive? Although they didn't know what the US Emperor wanted to do and why they attacked the neck of the mecha, they had to follow suit. At this moment, the troops of various countries directly encircled a circle and frantically attacked the mecha. Yi Tan sneered. He had known the weaknesses of this mecha a long time ago, but he could see the weaknesses. Could the prehistoric civilization Atlantis not know? Does it allow you to attack easily? Yi Tan and Huaxia stood still, and those national leaders seemed to have forgotten their existence. All looked at the mecha excitedly and greedily. Yi Tan continued to watch the play, but in the front, the back of the head of the first speaker of the American Emperor kept shaking in front. Yi Tan unconsciously stretched his hand to his waist. The other thing on the back waist was slab bricks. This time it was replaced with iron bricks. The slabs were too weak, so Yi Tan used the base wall materials to create a new artifact. If you go down the bricks, the person's brain will surely blooming beautifully like flowers. Yi Tan added his lower lip, bloodthirsty after thinking about it. Touching the bricks and walking towards the first speaker not far away. The head of Huaxia number 1 saw Yi Tan walking forward and wanted to ask what was wrong, but when he saw Yi Tan's hand touching his back, he immediately beeped the dog. The head of China was immediately messed up in the wind. He didn't dare to say anything. He also wanted to see who would be shot to death by Yi Tan, It was so crazy. Yi Tan quietly touched the first speaker. The leaders of the surrounding countries were all attracted by the mecha. They didn't even notice someone passing by, let alone Yi Tan. And the first speaker was shaking anxiously from side to side, and the soldiers had begun to attack the back of the mecha madly. Chapter 233 230th chapters, Insignificant Yi Tan. Yi Tan is already close to the first speaker. The head of Huaxia 1 held his breath nervously and watched. The hair of the first speaker of the US Emperor is not too long and looks very lean, but that hair is the goal of Yi Tan. Fuck. Hurry, hurry, otherwise the mecha will restart. The first speaker screamed frantically in his heart, completely unaware of the demon-like Yi Tan behind him, reaching out towards him. Disgusting hands. Suddenly, Yi Tan made a move, grabbed the first speaker's hair, and slammed it back, making a sneer. What? The first speaker wailed up to the sky and screamed. The voice was just like a pig-killing cry, and Yi Tan saw a bloodthirsty smile on his face. The first speaker suddenly started crying, and his calves began to tremble. Paralyzed. Didn't I just say a few words to you on the boat? Do you need revenge now? What are you doing? Yi Tan grabbed the first speaker's hair with one hand and broke it back, and with the other hand took out a bright and blind black brick from his waist. Naima, who are you? Sarcastic. Boom. Yi Tan directly slapped the first speaker's face with a brick, and the towering nose collapsed instantly. The moment the brick left his face, you could see that his face was covered with bright red blood. The pale face of the first speaker of the US Emperor kept rushing. The mouth was swollen and smashed, and a large piece of lip meat hung directly on the mouth, shivering. When the first speaker felt the first shot, he was almost suffocated, and he could clearly feel that death was so close to him. Phonema, give me eye drops. Yi Tan went down again. Boom. When the brick went down, the blood on the face of the first speaker directly splashed all over, like a slap on the water. The teeth broke a lot, and the first speaker had no time to feel the pain, and swallowed his teeth and mouthfuls of blood with a cough. And the leaders of the surrounding countries, seeing that Yi Tan was actually pulling the first speaker's hair and dying with a brick, they suddenly trembled and retreated to the side. Nima, this is really a grudge, and reported on the spot. The fearful heads of the country dare not step forward. Who knows if this neurosis will even shoot you to death? It's Nima, so you can't help. Yi Tan is another brick ready to shoot down. Just as this brick was photographed, the mecha suddenly moved. Drink. The mecha let out a weird cry and leapt sharply in the air. The mecha held a knife in both hands, and it seemed that a Pang-U was about to come. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. This mecha was not something he could beat. Yi Tan grabbed the hair of the first speaker of the US Emperor and threw it forward. He ran to the unmoving mecha behind, and Yi Tan's warriors also followed him to the unmoving mecha. The soldiers who besieged the mecha rushed to the other mecha, killing one first. Of course, there are still a large number of soldiers holding guns towards the mecha above the sky. The first speaker was thrown by Yi Tan directly at the feet of the soldiers who shot and strafed the aerial mecha. The first speaker felt that he was dying at the moment, and his entire head was constantly buzzing. Yi Tan's own strength was super strong, and the bricks were surprisingly heavy. Normal people couldn't stand it at all. The bosses of various countries, seeing the mecha flying in the sky, fled in fright and ran towards the head of Huaxia 1. Chief 1 took a look, and the mud horse was in the gobi and ran towards the gate. And Chief 1 turned his head. It was called a beeping dog. The bosses of all countries seemed to enjoy the glory and wealth, but they ran faster than him, and slowly they would overtake him. This is simply beeping. It's a dog, but he has been strengthened with medicine. It even allowed them to catch up. I have to say, when the danger comes, how big is the potential for people to burst out? Stand up in a row. Don't let them pass. Even if you die, you have to be a foreign devil. The mecha in the sky is about to come down, and Chief 1 roars in front. Immediately, the Chinese soldiers lined up in a row. All of these soldiers have been strengthened by strengthening potions. and their physical fitness is better than them. More than doubled. Suddenly, these soldiers in a row made the bosses of the countries unable to catch up and could only stand in the back and eat ashes. Boom, the mecha that leapt up landed, and the huge knife slashed into the open space. The Scarlet Machine looked at the bosses of various countries running wildly ahead, attacked another mecha. Da. Seeing the mecha turn around, soldiers from various countries attacked frantically to prevent the mecha from advancing. The living mecha, holding a knife in both hands, the scarlet mechanical eyes looked at everyone, and there was a sudden dash. Rockets, rockets. Can't let him come over. With a loud roar, the soldiers who had been bombarding but had not moved all turned and attacked the mecha. But can they really stop it? Puff puff. Another large head was flying into the sky, and the blood fountain shot out. With this knife going down, nearly a dozen soldiers died. The soldiers' heart was chilled and they made them go crazy, and the rockets seemed to be bombarded with no money. The bosses of all countries saw this scene and were very upset. Why didn't they bring powerful individual weapons, but regretted it was too late. I saw that the mecha began to kill frantically. Seeing all the soldiers attacking the crazy mecha, Yi Tan smiled bloodthirstily, and muttered to himself, "It's finally time for me to play." The Yi Tan soldiers took out a password box from their backpacks, opened them uniformly, and stepped directly on it. Kaka. In an instant, the steel suit was directly on them. Thousands of fighters have directly become the existence of Iron Man. A strangely shaped gun, an electromagnetic gun, popped up from the legs of the steel suit. The electromagnetic gun began to charge. Bang bang bang. Thousands of soldiers fired electromagnetic guns uniformly, and the 5-centimeter mass bullets were overwhelmingly fired toward the dead mecha. Boom. In an instant, the mecha was scrapped, and black smoke was everywhere, and the huge chest of the mecha was punched out of a big hole. A warrior came to the scrapped mecha and took out a cell phone-sized energy stone from it. This energy stone was more than 10 times the energy stone Yi Tan took out of the ruins. Yi Tan smiled excitedly when he saw the energy stone. Wasn't he here for this thing? The chief number one in the distance saw that Yi Tan was all wearing steel suits, and directly ordered the soldiers to start wearing steel suits, just like the Yi Tan fighters. Within 30 seconds, the Chinese soldiers were all dressed. All flew towards Yi Tan directly. Chapter 234. Chapter 231, remains that can only be entered, not out. After Yi Tan and the Chinese soldiers assembled, Yi Tan watched the soldiers from all over the world still fighting. He beckoned in the direction of the bigwigs from all over the world, and yelled, "By everyone, let's go." With that said, Yi Tan and the soldiers flew madly ahead. Only a group of people messed up in the wind are left behind. Attack. The bigwigs of the countries went crazy. Yi Tan left them and went to the ruins with Huaxia. They are well equipped and will surely looting the entire ruins. Da. The bullets were squirting frantically, and everyone went crazy. There was only one mecha left, and it was easy for 20,000 people to deal with it, at least not two. But Yi Tan and the others were flying along this road. Yi Tan, look there quickly. Suddenly, Chief One pointed to the huge black house in the distance and said, "This black house is very conspicuous among other houses, and he doesn't know what's inside. Go in and take a look." Yi Tan said in the steel helmet. Immediately, 2,000 steel warriors flew down towards the black house. The black room was pressing hard, and several red police soldiers stepped forward and pushed the door. Crack, crack. The door was very tightly closed, and the powerful soldiers only pushed it a little. When the other soldiers saw it, a few more went up and continued pushing the door. Titicaca. With dozens of soldiers pushing, the door finally opened with a click. Yi Tan looked at the dark room inside, and the soldiers directly activated the 4 small drones on their backs and flew inside. The palm-sized drone flew into the room and directly transmitted back the infrared video screen. When Yi Tan saw the scene inside, His eyes shrank suddenly. What did he see? There were hundreds of black mechas lined up neatly in that room. Each of these mechas reached a height of 6 meters, and the big swords in his hands were even bigger and more. It is sharp and eerie. Fuck. Yi Tan scolded subconsciously. Everyone also saw the mecha inside, and the data analyzed by the scanning analyzer in their helmet made them beep like a dog. In their helmets, the display showed all the weaknesses and details of these mechas. Combat power 100 billion 100 million 10,000 inches. Seeing that the black mecha combat power displayed on the screen was frantically soaring. Everyone was stunned on the spot, watching with a silly expression. Run. Yi Tan roared loudly. He had to run. The combat power of the mecha has soared to 20,000 at this moment. Beeping the dog. Each of them Iron Man's combat power only belongs to 2,000. What is 20,000 kind of existence? That is equivalent to a punch down, like a conventional bomb. Moreover, the power of the electromagnetic gun, based on the analyzed combat effectiveness, is only about 5,000, but the black mecha is made of what material? Yi Tan has no way of knowing it, because the Red Dragon cannot scan it. How strong is the mecha defense? Hear Yi Tan's timid voice. Chief One was also panicked. He also saw the explosion value, and said with a throat, "Where to go?" Yi Tan looked at the left and right sides. One was coming and going, the other was the way forward. But if you keep moving forward now, these mechas will definitely be entangled. Paralysis. You can't make the people behind you cheaper. Go. Run back. Yi Tan shouted. Head number 1 was taken aback, and his eyes narrowed suddenly. This Nima, is it going to kill the bigwigs of the countries at this time? Head number 1 was frightened, and he couldn't be to Yi Tan. Swish. Immediately 2,000 soldiers flew back again. And at the moment they flew away, in the Black House, the group of mechas suddenly opened the scarlet mechanical eyes. Kakaka. The black mecha moved with the knife. Then he uttered a mechanical Atlantis language. Destroy the alien races, destroy the alien races. There was a sound in his mouth, while walking towards the outside. They were neatly lined up in a row, crushed in darkness, making them shudder. At the gate, at this moment, the big men from various countries are still attacking frantically, and the face of every soldier is covered with bright red blood. Dead. A soldier was yelling frantically, and the tubes of the large machine guns in his hands were all fired red. The big guys from all over the world are ashamed at this moment. This mesh is too crazy. It's not something they can deal with a machine gun. Mr. President, can you hear? Mr. President, are you still there? Suddenly, in the headsets of big men from all over the world, the voice of soldiers suddenly came out. The bigwigs of various countries immediately smiled, and they were able to receive news from the troops outside. Does this mean that the blue shield is open? Yes. Rebus, what's the situation outside now? Has the blue shield disappeared? The French president asked. Mr. President, the outer shield has not disappeared, but we seem to be able to get in. I have sent someone to try it. Mr. President, what's your situation now? Do you need reinforcements? Hearing this, the French president suddenly became happy. Although he can't get out, he can mobilize troops. It's okay. Otherwise, they would all be planted here early today. Reinforcement is needed. You can summon a strengthened unit for me, and all the relic weapons we studied will come in for me. The soldiers on the other end heard that the president was going to use the relic weapon to enter, and they were sure that something major had happened inside. So they immediately went down and made arrangements. When the French president finishes the arrangement, the bigwigs of all countries have also finished the arrangement at this moment. At this moment, the first speaker of the US emperor had a swollen mouth leaning against a wall, surrounded by a few soldiers guarding him. He is speechless now, but the second-level scientist knows all the dangerous situations in it, and everything is left to the second-level scientist. As long as that thing comes up, any mecha, and Yi Tan will die under their big mouth. The first speaker was yelling triumphantly, and at this moment, suddenly there were whistles in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw that Yi Tan's army came back again. Under what circumstances? How did they come back? The first speaker looked at the gold-eared steel suit at the forefront of the flight with a gloomy look of hatred. The person in that steel suit was Yi-Tan. Boom, boom, 2,000 steel soldiers landed and walked towards the gate. What's the matter? What happened to them before? How can they come back now? The big guys were discussing in a low voice, and Yi-Tan waved his right hand, and immediately hundreds of soldiers were charged with electromagnetic guns, and they were about to shoot at the mecha. Chapter 235 Chapter 232 Reinforcements. Bang. Hundreds of electromagnetic guns ejected blue light, and then an afterimage that was invisible to the naked eye shot toward the mecha that was still with Zhang Xuan, the soldiers from all over the world. The intelligent system in the mecha seems to have scanned the approaching danger. The mecha instinctively wants to jump into the air to dodge, but he seems to have consumed a huge amount of energy for a long time. As soon as he wanted to jump into the air, he felt that the energy was insufficient and the weight of falling down. Sense. Boom, the mecha that failed to dodge was directly smashed into a sieve by hundreds of quality bullets. The red eyes of the mecha, dark and bright, seemed to be struggling. At this moment, a soldier stepped forward and hammered the mecha's chest with a destructive fist. In the chest, it seemed that he had caught something, and saw the soldier violently pull out an energy stone that has been consumed to the size of a cigarette case, and other messy electronic devices. The energy stone broke out, and the red light in the mecha's eyes suddenly went out. The soldier took the energy stone, opened the left slot of his right leg, and directly put the energy stone into it. Then returned to the team. The big men of various countries suddenly relaxed their vigilance when seeing the last mesh killed, while the big soldiers of various countries sat directly on the ground, constantly panting. This is a constant shooting in high-risk and difficult situations, while trying to dodge the huge knife that harvests lives at any time, while watching the scenes of the brothers being hacked to death one by one. If it were ordinary people, they would already have a nervous breakdown. Finally killed, great. I don't know how many mechas like this exist in this ruin. The new emperor of the Sun Kingdom stood by and gasped. As soon as his words fell, the murderous eyes all around looked at him. Paralyzed. One is so hard to kill. How many do you want? What a special thing. I really want Yi-Tan to give you a brick, so that you can go directly to the west. Everyone was speechless now. They were all sitting on the ground and breathing. And the first speaker sitting on the side looked at Yi-Tan with a gloomy look at the moment. The energy stones in the two mechas originally belonged to him. Why were they all taken away by Yi-Tan? Why did he leave? Come back. If you don't come back, my darlings can tear this mecha to pieces. What? The first speaker was howling frantically in his heart. The mechanical second-level scientist on the side seemed to see the unwilling look of the first speaker. He bent over and said in the ear of the first speaker, Mr. President, in fact, the energy stone we just wanted is useless. There are 4 types of stones. One is the unrefined energy stone, which contains a lot of violent thunder and lightning properties. Once used, such an energy stone will easily explode. There are also primary energy stones. These energy stones are usually cut and used separately. Like some anti-gravity sports cars, there will be no accidents when using this type of primary energy stones, but if they are used on large weapons, they will happen. There are a lot of problems. The intermediate energy stones are refined with very high purity and contain huge energy. Generally, the intermediate energy stones are used for battleships and the high-level energy stones are for large fortresses. Weapons used. So, what Yi-Tan and the others took were only unrefined energy stones, and they could only be used by these mechas. And the mechas using this kind of energy stones generally do not last for long, but the energy stones consume huge amounts. I heard the scientist on the side saying that the first speaker's heart was finally balanced, at least not as uncomfortable as before. How did the power stone appear? The first speaker suddenly thought of this question and asked directly, Mr. President, there are many formations of energy stones. In the universe, there is a kind of destruction of natural disasters, cosmic storms, and cosmic storms are formed by lightning clouds, and thunderclouds will form energy stones over the years. There is also an energy harvester developed by advanced civilizations. They can collect a large amount of terrifying energy in the cosmic storm at will and compress it into an energy stone. The energy contained in their compressed energy stone is not naturally formed. The energy is huge. After hearing this, the first speaker nodded, and the presence of this second-level scientist is simply an omniscient existence. The universe, the first speaker whispered. His hands clenched fists tightly, and when the two were talking, Yi Tan and the soldiers walked to the gate. When the big men saw Yi Tan coming, they all pushed back. Yi Tan's danger is not comparable to that in their hearts. The nuclear bomb is small. This is a presidential killer. Yi Laumo. This is the title given to him in their hearts. Yi Tan suddenly snorted disdainfully when he saw the fearful look of everyone in his helmet. There would be even more terrifying for a while. I really didn't know what their expressions would look like. At this moment, suddenly a large group of people came outside the gate. What Yi Tan and others looked at was dumbfounded. These people carried on their bodies, held them in their hands, and some large mechas, which made Yi Tan's heart beep. Hong Long, what's the situation? Yi Tan asked in the headset, and the reason why Hong Long was able to talk to Yi Tan all the time was because Hong Long was a product of the Red Police base. Master, less than half an hour after you entered, the shield changed. It seems that you can only enter, not exit. Yi Tan's eyes narrowed. What's so? No wonder, these big guys didn't go out. So they couldn't go out. Red Dragon, bring up the electromagnetic railgun for labor and capital. Red Dragon, seeing the big men from all over the world saw their own equipment, they all looked excited, looking like 2 to 580,000, directly letting the soldiers begin to equip them. At this moment, a dozen heavy and tight trucks suddenly entered outside. Everyone was stunned. The sign above was for the American Emperor. Should the American Emperor be so crazy and even move all his homes? He must do a lot of work. There are more than a dozen trucks, constantly driving in. The last one is not a truck at all, but a small anti-gravity house. The house is made of steel. After scanning, Yi Tan found that the steel was 3 meters thick and couldn't scan all the information inside. This made Yi Tan's heart sink. He had some doubts in his heart. Could the things in this truck be the Zerg? More and more equipment was brought in, and the whole street was full of soldiers, all kinds of weapons, large mechas, and even cars. What the hell? Damn it. Yi Tan really admired the bigwigs from all over the world. They even brought in cars, just as Mount Stott beat the dog. Chapter 236. Chapter 233. The relic weapons of each country show their power. Yi Tan was really shocked by the leaders of various countries. These people still want to enjoy themselves in such a dangerous situation, and they have to say, beeping dogs. On that huge road, the bigwigs of various countries were divided equally, commanding the soldiers to check their weapons, and there was a steady stream of soldiers marching into the ruins. Yi Tan was also a little dazed. It seemed that all countries were confident about the ruins and had to win. The head of Huaxia did not call for reinforcements because it was not good to call more. It was better to follow Yi Tan with fewer people. There was no need to make so many unnecessary sacrifices. Boom! The sudden huge movement surprised everyone, and everyone turned their heads to look across the entrance. My Nima, so many mechas. Hundreds of black mechas were walking towards the gate step by step, chanting machine language that everyone couldn't understand. Kill all intruders, kill all intruders. Boom, boom. The heaviness of every step of the hundreds of mechas is the panic in the hearts of every country leader. Prepare. Prepare. The big guys from various countries roared in their headsets, and the new soldiers who came in immediately began to attack the black mecha frantically. The strange shapes and 8 monsters, all kinds of weapons, are all researched by technologies obtained from the ruins of various countries. These relics belong to the relics of 20,000 years, so there are still some differences in dealing with mechas of 10,000 years. Boom, boom. Whizzing. Da. The entire crowded camp suddenly burst into violent gunfire, and all kinds of winks shot toward the black mecha. But those seemingly hanging weapons have no effect at all when hitting those mechas. Of course, not all weapons are useless. At least those weapons of mass destruction can break the shell of some mechas. But it is still difficult to hurt internally. The bigwigs of various countries are beeping in their hearts at this moment. They believe that these mechas did not appear for no reason. Yitan must have caused something in front. So these mechas will appear. Cow. Everyone scolded in their hearts. In this bombardment camp, the first speaker leaning on the wall was supported by a second-level scientist and ran into the suspended iron house. Yitan stared fiercely in the field. He didn't believe that the first speaker was simply avoiding. Even if he avoided, can the 3-meter thick iron house block the attack of the mecha? Do not make jokes. But it seems that the first speaker had ulterior motives. As soon as he boarded the iron house, he didn't enter the room first. Instead, he stood outside and said something to a device. The voice was very loud, even if Yitan was extraordinary. My ears didn't even hear 1, 2 or 3. At this time, the war had reached a fever pitch. Bang bang bang. The fighters of various countries used the new generation of fire weapons developed from the ruins by their countries to shoot at the mechas. But the mechas seemed to care nothing about these attacks. Even if they were severely attacked, the mechas would walk toward everyone step by step in a reasonable and orderly manner. Only the weak humans in their eyes. Start the pulse beam attack. Start the electromagnetic wave attack. Activate destruction. Start the cutter. Dash. The big bosses gave orders solemnly in their headsets. Immediately, the soldiers lifted up some larger devices from behind, aiming at the mecha not far away for debugging. Ready to attack? In less than 20 seconds. Soldiers from various countries started to report on the situation. Start to attack. Follow the order to arrive. Those strange weapons actually began to buzz, seeming to be charging. Master, these weapons belong to the pinnacle technology of first-class civilization. Even the Earth civilization can be invented. It only takes 20 years to explore. The attacks of these weapons require a lot of energy. From the analysis point of view, they're weapons you can launch 3 to 5 times at most, and you need to charge for 20 minutes each time. The Red Dragon's analysis sounded in Yitan's headset. He nodded when he looked at those weapons. Yitan couldn't catch his eyes on these weapons. Then he looked at the heads of big men from various countries sticking out of the car and the expressions on their faces. How terrifying and boring. Boom. More than a dozen countries. The weapons they carried up, all fired some powerful beams, rushing towards the mecha. When Yitan saw the weapons launched by more than a dozen countries, he immediately laughed. What is this? They are all exactly the same, but the name is different. Isn't it necessary to change the soup without changing the medicine? Beep the dog. What a powerful weapon do you think it is? Yitan couldn't help complaining inwardly. Tucow returned to Tucow. Yitan looked at the beam of the mecha with a serious expression on his face. The effect of the blow made Yitan frowned. The light beam seemed to be a continuous supply of energy. The powerful light beam directly burned the black mecha shells in the front row and was still burning. It seems that this beam is going to give these mechas a bunch of candid whores. Boom. Finally, under the 30-second beam of light, the front row of mechas were all burned by the beam to the instruments inside the mechas, and they lost their energy and knelt on the ground. Some of them just broke the instrument without cutting off the power supply, and just froze in place. The mecha behind them stepped on directly and was scrapped. Seeing the effect of the beam strike, the faces of the leaders of the countries were red. With a big wave, he boldly said, "Recharge, recharge." Immediately afterwards, I saw soldiers from various countries dismantled a huge battery from those weird-shaped weapon devices and lifted them out, and replaced them with new energy sources. The instruments began to charge up again. Yitan didn't need the Red Dragon to explain it all. The scientists of these big brothers are not too good. At least they know that they have portable batteries. As long as they have batteries, they can emit beams without restriction. And Yitan and the head of Huaxia looked at the lively battlefield ahead. The Emperor of Kingdom R sat in the car and sneered with contempt towards Yitan's side. Although Yitan looked at the battlefield, He was not blind. He saw the provocative smile of the emperor at a glance. He immediately became angry and beat the dogs. These dogs remember whether they can eat or beat them. Why are they so terrible? It seems that it won't work if you don't kill a few in a while. At this moment, those mechas seemed to start charging. The huge iron feet violently collided with the ground, making a huge noise. Bang bang bang. Seeing the rapid sprint of the mecha, the faces of the leaders of all countries turned green. Terrible. Quickly, started for me and launched directly. Chapter 237. Chapter 234, Zerg now. Quickly, started for me and launched directly. The bigwigs of various countries directly roared. Weapons from more than a dozen countries blasted beams of light towards the front mecha. But the mechas are always dead, and they don't know how to write the word pain. Give me the armed mecha, as long as they come, you will go. The countries roared at the warriors beside the huge mecha they were studying in the rear. Since the last global competition, they have developed hundreds of sets of mechas based on the US Emperor's style. There are hundreds of mechas from more than a dozen countries, which are on par with those black mechas. It depends on their strength. On the battlefield, the mecha rushing in the front was directly penetrated by the chest by the beam of light, and it directly lost power and fell to the ground. The mecha at the back stepped on it. Seeing the black mechas getting closer and closer, the big men from all over the world began to tremble. Go, go, go. The mechas of various countries appeared after the beam weapon stopped. All of them are holding a strange artillery in one hand and a huge electric knife in the other, rushing towards the black mecha. The danger level is high. Activate the second level power. There was a mechanical sound from the black mecha's mouth, and then they seemed to be knocked out of medicine and became crazy. That speed becomes more agile and fast. Boom bang. After the first round of bombing, the mechas took electric knives and charged. The black mechas over there also started charging. The mechas of various countries rushed forward. The heavy steel aura, very mighty. While the mechas of various countries are accelerating, the black mechas on the opposite side are also charging. The black mecha has been killed with a giant knife. Mechas from various countries, at this time the barrels on their arms began to charge. At the very moment when it was about to launch, boom, I saw a black mecha thrust directly into the barrel, and the personnel driving the mecha subconsciously pressed the launch button without responding. It exploded instantly. This hasn't been played yet. The black mecha destroyed the barrel, and then jumped sharply, smashing the heads of the mechas from top to bottom. Boom! The giant knife made of unknown material instantly split the mecha into two halves. The personnel sitting in the cockpit also chopped into two directly. The bright red blood was soaked in all kinds of halves. On the electronic equipment, there is constant fire. Laugh. Yi Ten sneered. He didn't expect these mechas to be so fragile. They would be killed with a single shot. Could it be a bit of quality? And the bigwigs from all over the world looked at them dumbfounded. Their chins all dropped to the ground. Is the mecha we studied so unbearable? Whether it is unbearable, it can be seen from the scene that the mechas of various countries are not the opponents of those black mechas at all. The black mechas are simply like a god of war. It can cut through the body of a mecha with a single knife and die along with the driver inside. Kill all invaders. Kill all invaders. The mecha made a rigid mechanical synthesis sound. Seeing that the mechas of their respective countries were of no use at all, the big men from various countries got out of the car and gathered together and began to discuss what to do now. The mecha we developed is useless at all. What else can we do? Let the troops fire at full strength, kill as many as they can. In addition, the troops outside continue to transport some energy batteries. Our batteries are not enough. A new round of attacks began, and fighters from various countries began to attack frantically, and those mechas were constantly attracting the black mechas from the front to go back, delaying time and preventing them from moving towards the army. If you run into the army, it is not a matter of killing mechas, but a matter of mecha killing them. And the first speaker of the US Emperor was looking at the mechas from various countries that had been losing out on the battlefield, and suddenly smiled in disdain. They failed. Is it time for us to play? The energy stone in this mesh must be mine, the first speaker muttered to himself in front of the anti-gravity iron room. After the first speaker finished speaking, suddenly, a wild and hoarse beast roar came from the iron house. The sharp voice made everyone frown, and many people directly covered their ears, and they couldn't stand the sharp cry. With the sharp scream, those dozens of large trucks started to shake and boil. Everyone present was startled. What happened at this time? Yi Tan used the scanner to scan the heavy trucks, but the truck seemed to have some signal interference. Yi Tan's scanner was of no use at all, but it was directed at the boiling car and the sharp beast roar. It must be a Zerg. Yi Tan's eyes darkened slightly. The black mechas that were still fighting against other countries in the distance suddenly stopped all their movements when they heard the sharp roar of the beast. Found the first threat Zerg, and start cleaning up. These black mechas even gave up attacking the troops of various countries, but strode towards the heavy truck of the American Emperor. Roar! Suddenly, the crazy roar of the beast appeared again, and this time the boiling heavy truck no longer swayed, but black shadows jumped out from behind the door. Zerg! Yi Tan cried coldly, seeing the face of Shadow Zheng. That's right, all the black bugs that jumped out of the heavy truck were ugly black bugs. They were weird in shape, some resembling a mantis, some resembling a Hulk, but they all had the same look, black and shiny black. Hiss. The insect swarms jumped out of the car and gathered together. There were nearly 4,000 in number, dozens of heavy trucks. If they were all full, there would be so many. Roar! The insects let out a low roar, and they all rushed towards the crowd. When they saw people, they would bite. The smell of blood stimulated the crazy insect. The bugs eat what they see. The black mecha had already rushed to the ground, and those warriors from various countries who are still attacking the black meshs see bugs behind them, and the front meshs will paralyze you, so go play by yourself. The troops of various countries ran directly to both sides, freeing up space. With the departure of the fighters coefficient, the whole place suddenly opened up a lot, and the black mecha took the huge machete directly into the swarm, slashing frantically. The bugs seemed to have received the mother bug's order and ate towards the black mecha. Their Zerg was a terrible race. They swallowed everything. The black mecha was also one of their favorite foods. Chapter 238. Chapter 235. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's my electromagnetic cannon? Bring me up. Roar! The swarms and the black mechas are fighting. Leaders of various countries watched this crazy battle in amazement. They now know why the bug that the American Emperor broke out suddenly disappeared, and it was controlled by the American Emperor. The number of bugs is several times that of black mechas, but the most powerful weapons of bugs are the sharp teeth, corrosive liquids, and powerful monsters. On the battlefield, rushing to the front of the mecha, before the giant knife was slashed out, a large group of insects rushed on the body densely, using the big mouth of the blood basin that had just eaten the human body to gnaw the black carapace crazily. Yang. The material made of the black mecha seems very strong, but the bugs did not grow up vegetarian. The bite went down, with strong sulfuric acid in the mouth, which directly corroded the mecha and swallowed it in one bite. This behavior requires 5 seconds to prepare each time. The dense worms made the black mecha immediately agitated, and the empty left and right grabbed a fat worm and squeezed it fiercely. Boom! With the same sound as stepping on a cricket, the plump bug was suddenly squeezed, and the green blood splashed directly on the black mecha. It began to corrode frantically with green smoke. Yi Tan in the distance, seeing the insect's crazy attack, the effect of the insect's blood, his eyes shrank suddenly. Yes, very yes. What if the Red Police Corps fight against the Zerg? Yi Tan continued to watch all the abilities of these insects. The high concentration sulfuric acid liquid sprayed by the squeezed bugs crazily corroded the entire arm of the black mecha. The black mesh doesn't feel pain, but if I lose one arm, the whole mesh is not good. The only remaining hand, welded to the giant, is waving, as if to hack all the bugs to death with a giant knife. As the insects were crushed and trampled to death, The blood was simply an invincible magic weapon. More and more mechas were corroded by the high concentration sulfuric acid liquid. Pile of molten iron. The big men from all over the world opened their mouths into an O shape, and looked at them with round eyes. It was too cruel. This is simply a worm body sulfuric acid bomb. They can't help but become interested in this kind of bugs. They want to know how these bugs store this kind of sulfuric acid. Roar. In the tightly guarded iron room, there was another loud roar. This sound made those bugs go crazy again, rushing to the black armor desperately. The black mechas don't seem to be very intelligent, and to deal with bugs, they will only attack with the weapons in their hands. In the crowd, all the bigwigs looked at with happy faces at this moment. The mecha can be eliminated. This is simply the best news. In this way, the road behind will be very easy to walk. Red Dragon, those mechas are corroded into molten iron. Will the energy stone be corroded too? Yi-Tan communicated with Red Dragon in his helmet. And this question, the first speaker at high altitude is also asking the second-level scientist. Master, the corrosive liquid of insects is the most powerful corrosive liquid in the universe. This is also the most powerful natural talent of the Zerg. The energy stone will not be corroded by the corrosive liquid of insects, because the surface of the energy stone uses energy. Compressed, it can be said that the surface contains strong energy. The corrosive liquid and the energy stone are mixed together. The energy on the surface of the energy stone directly isolates the corrosive liquid, so it cannot be corroded at all. In addition, there is also the energy stone, which only the 4th level civilization empire can understand how to activate, and this 2nd level civilization is impossible to understand. The energy devices they use are all purchased from the universe, so the Zerg wants to corrupt the energy stone. Their swarm must reach the 4th level of civilization, otherwise they cannot corrode the energy stone. Hearing what the Red Dragon said, Yi-Tan understood that Zerg's current civilization level is estimated to be level 2, so they can corrode those mechas, and if they want to corrode the energy stone, they must reach level 4 civilization themselves. The first speaker at high altitude heard the exact same answer, and he was immediately excited. With so many mechas, how many energy stones should there be? Moreover, these mecha 2nd level scientists have already estimated that it can be said that they are the pinnacle works of the 2nd level civilization intermediary. The energy stones they use inside are all refined. Thinking that they could use the refined energy stone, the first speaker smiled openly, and Yi-Tan looked up at the frantic smile of the first speaker, staring blankly. The first speaker seemed to feel that someone was looking at him, turned his head and looked back, and saw that the gold-neared steel suit was looking up at him. The first speaker knew that it was Yi-Tan, and he grinned. But he didn't dare to be stunned. He was afraid that Yi-Tan would rush up, and if he gave him a few more bricks, it would be a beep. Master, the semi-finished electromagnetic railgun has fainted and fixed the number. Will it be transferred? Yi-Tan's eyes brightened when he heard it. Are they here? It's finally here. Watching everyone's performance, shouldn't it be time to play by yourself? Bring it in. Looking at it specially, this time I should be cool. Yi-Tan squeezed his fingers in excitement. The chief one next to him saw that Yi-Tan in front of him suddenly became excited. He thought it was something. But suddenly there was a sound of pedaling behind him. Everyone standing here turned to look. Everyone's eyes shrank suddenly. Damn it. Beep the dog. Beep the dog. Behind them, there was a neat phalanx, all warriors in steel suits. They were steady and heavy, and every step they took would make a heavy sound. All the big guys looked at the dense crowd, and the whole person was not good. This dense phalanx, it is estimated that there are tens of thousands. It is crazy. Everyone is Iron Man, and you are paralyzed. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, a huge black unit the size of a small football field floated in. The eyes that everyone looked at were about to stare out, so big, although the float was not high, but the delicate unit made people look scalp numb. Those who stand in the way kill. Suddenly in that phalanx Iron Man, there was a soft voice. Although the voice was light and nice, but that voice contained this powerful murderous intent. But everyone hadn't reacted yet. The Steel Warriors in the phalanx all raised their electromagnetic guns and roared, "Kill, kill, kill." Seeing this situation, everyone hurriedly dispersed to both sides. This is the Tenglong Group's troops, Yi Lomo's subordinates, and the troops who will do anything if they don't agree. It's better to be less provoked. Chapter 239. Chapter 236. Natasha's domineering span across battery. With neat and shocking voices, the tens of thousands of Steel Warriors walked directly towards the crowd, but in front, they had been blocked by people from all over the world, and everyone was stunned at the front Steel Warrior. From the appearance of the Steel Warrior, he was a woman. The steel suit seemed to be very close to the body, and the build was also extremely perfect. The convex and concave figure made the angular suit more perfect, especially the huge, round and bulging chest on the chest, which makes people look dazzling. The female steel soldier is holding a blue electromagnetic sniper rifle. This female steel soldier is the only super female soldier in the Red Police base, Natasha. The armor created by Natasha was made according to her figure. Every time Yitan saw the huge and round breasts, a fire would burst into his heart. Natasha walked up to Yitan bravely, stepped on her right foot, fisted her left chest, and faced Yitan King Xiao domineeringly. "Report, Master." Humble Natasha is here to report. The sweet voice of King Xiao, the domineering and squeaky voice, the road that made the whole person crowded, immediately became quiet. Wow! The scene that was silent for 2 seconds began to make noise again. Of course, it was not those soldiers who were arguing, but those big men from various countries. They never knew there were women in Yitan's troops. And this woman seems to have a great official position. Moreover, the figure of this woman is really super perfect. Leaders of various countries have seen many beautiful women. But when they meet Natasha, they think that only Natasha is the most perfect woman in the world. If Yitan knew their thoughts, he would definitely despise them. If you saw Natasha's face, wouldn't all of you become crazy? Prepare the electromagnetic cannon and show me the bombardment of the bug battlefield. Yitan's majesty and domineering could not refuse to say. Natasha immediately stepped on her right foot, and she began to command the huge electromagnetic cannon floating in the air. Go down with a shot, and destroy the sky and the earth. The huge-shaped weapon floated towards Yitan's head. The first speaker stood on it. Of course, hearing Yitan's indisputable words just now, he felt a dangerous sense of rush in his heart. He didn't know the power of the aerial weapon, but from his sixth sense and the opposition to Yitan his cognition, that weapon is definitely not that simple. Will all his bugs disappear? Mr. President, order the insect swarms to retreat. The weapon is a secondary intermediate weapon. It fires a concentrated spherical projectile by electromagnetic operation. It can be as powerful as a day-based weapon, and even stronger than a space-based weapon! Exclamation mark. Boom. When the first speaker heard what the second-level scientist said, he was confused and hurriedly muttered something to the heavy iron room. And at this moment, Natasha, who was standing next to Yitan, moved suddenly, took up the electromagnetic sniper rifle in her hand, and gently stepped her left leg towards the second-level scientist standing on it. Boom. The high-speed mass projectile hit the second-level scientist instantly. This second-level scientist died with a stiff face. The first speaker on the side was furious. This is a second-level scientist. In their country, there are only 20, and one less is very distressed. Yitan. The first speaker of the US Imperial speaker roared in the sky. Wow! Following the loud roar of the first speaker, the steel soldiers below all held their guns, aimed at high altitude, and pointed directly at the first speaker. The first speaker saw tens of thousands of steel soldiers pointing a gun at him. His forehead was sweating, and his calf was trembling. Dare to disrespect the master and smash 2 dog legs. Natasha stood below and screamed. Immediately, the soldiers began to reload. Seeing the actions of the soldiers, everyone was stunned. This is too overbearing. Isn't it just to call your family Yitan's name? Do you need to do this, and you still shoot people to death? Yes, I can't let other people shout. Beat the dog. The bigwigs from all over the world have really seen the character of Yitan's subordinates. This is really what Yitan's character is. And what kind of character are their subordinates? As for the female steel warrior who calls Yitan dominate the big men, they laughed inwardly. And dominate, have you dominated the earth? Dominating the earth, it is estimated that you can barely become and dominate, right? Do you think you are a god? Seeing the smiles on the mouths of bigwigs from all over the world, Natasha immediately yelled, "What are you laughing at? Do you want to be like him too?" The voice just fell. Boom, boom, the steel soldiers fired, and the dozen or so mass bullets rushed directly toward the root of the first speaker's thigh. The speed was so fast that the first speaker couldn't react at all, and saw that his legs were smashed into pieces by the black mass bullet. Snapped. The first speaker left half of his body and fell directly. With horrified and bloodshot eyes, the whole body trembled and looked at his body. At the two missing thighs, blood was rushing, the layers of flesh and blood, and the broken bones. Scum. What? The first speaker looked up to the sky and screamed frantically. With the pain, the body was still trembling, and the blood from the thighs was spraying rapidly. Seeing such a situation, the big guys immediately trembled in their hearts and moved back without a trace. On the American side, seeing that his own president had been killed, all of them immediately held up their guns and pointed them at the Iron Warrior. Wow! The Iron Warriors also pointed their guns at each other without fear. The smell of gunpowder in the whole scene is full. Yitan looked at the American soldiers on the opposite side coldly, and at the first speaker who was constantly howling on it. He suddenly smiled bloodthirsty. He still can't let the first speaker die. He still has use value. At least one must ask who is protecting them and who is the Zerg who gave them. And when they were facing each other, in their high altitude, there was a new type of pink small fighter plane. The shape was very beautiful, about the size of a fighter plane, but the plane seemed more futuristic. Inside the fighter, a sweet and playful voice said, "What a domineering woman, I don't know how she looks like. How does she compare to me? Yitan, you even hid a woman privately. I'm very angry. I want to see what you can do to face this secondary ruin." Chapter 240 Chapter 230 Seven, weak version of the electromagnetic gun. And just when the two armies are facing each other, the heavy iron house suddenly let out a loud hiss. Immediately, the worms on the battlefield began to run back, and even the mechas were not dealt with. This also shows the severe discipline of the Zerg. Yitan snorted coldly, "Can he let these bugs escape? The bugs must die." It seemed that I felt the anger in the master's heart, and the electromagnetic railgun floating in the air made a huge buzzing sound, the sound of the electromagnetic railgun being charged. "The target is locked. Do you want to launch?" In Yitan's helmet, instructions were directly displayed. "Emission," Yitan said with a cold light in his eyes. Boom! A huge sound rang from the electromagnetic railgun, and the entire electromagnetic gun suddenly took a step back. You can imagine how terrifying this huge recoil is. Swish! An afterimage rushed directly towards the army of mecha and bug melee. Boom! Boom! The mass bullets instantly penetrated the bodies of more than a dozen mechas and bugs, and they were still advancing crazily. The mass projectile is fast, but his height slowly leans toward the ground. Digi-alarm! The electromagnetic gun is about to fall to the ground. As the alarms sounded in the helmets of all the Iron Warriors, the backs of these fighters chucked and white gas was emitted, and then a large piece of back fell off and the fighters took them. Of course, the surrounding big guys also saw the weapon launched by Yitan. They saw a black projectile. They didn't care about it, but looked down on it. They felt that this projectile was nothing more than a little more powerful, and seeing Yitan's steel troops pull out shields from behind, all of them frowned. "What's the situation? Isn't it just shooting a projectile? You guys are ready to prepare a shield. Do you want to charge now?" But some bosses are greedy for Yitan's multifunctional steel suit. This steel suit brings many surprises to them every time. What kind of small drones? And a shield on the back. There are leg space slots. which is simply versatile. Let their eyes be filled with greed. At this moment, the black projectile hit the ground. Boom! From the center of the impact of the projectile, a huge impact immediately radiated, spreading towards the surroundings. Their Zergs and mechas in the center were instantly torn into pieces by this huge impact. The high concentration sulfur blood and countless steel shards churned wildly in the center, like a tornado. But this is not yet. The impact is still spreading towards the surroundings. The armies of various countries guarding the front saw the explosion of the spiral nest, and all of them retreated. But the speed of the shockwave was faster. It swallowed half of the troops in an instant. Puff puff. The soldiers disintegrated in an instant, and the flesh was directly stripped away, and even the hard bones became scum. The shockwave passed, but the big guys from all over the world stared at the bloodshot eyes and looked around in disbelief. Just play like that? Someone said with horror and trembling. But no one from the surrounding people responded to him, watching the red blood all over the place, and the scraps returned, their hearts dripping with blood. But Yi Tan's steel troops were not affected in any way. They all wore steel suits and stuck to the ground with shields in their hands. At most, the shockwave made them sway, and the first speaker was lying on a cart, watching the Zergs. Don't smash them into liquid in an instant. The blood of his whole body rushed directly to his brain. He opened his murderous gaze, staring at the sky, his brain full of Yi Tan. What? Ha 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 ha. The first speaker suddenly laughed madly, and the whole person was very mad. Hearing the crazy voice in the car, everyone didn't know why, and Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. Is he crazy? If crazy, kill it for a while. Yi Tan said indifferently in his heart. If someone could hear the narration in his heart, he would vomit blood and become paralyzed. So why don't you take life seriously? Kill when you are crazy. It's so domineering crazy. As the shockwave passed, the whole scene immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at the hellish battlefield, their stomachs faintly shaking. The whole scene is really disgusting. The red blood and various human limbs are simply a mass grave. In the battlefield like the Shura region, there are still many shimmering energy stones falling into it. Power Stone. The bigwigs of various countries also saw energy stones scattered all over the place. Although they didn't know what that thing was, Yi Tan and Yi were both earning this thing, and it must be good. The bigwigs of various countries are ready to move inside. In the back, Yi Tan saw a landscape shot down, and he took a breath. The electromagnetic cannon they brought was not of the outer space type, but weakened by scientists, so the power was not so controlled. Directly a province disappears. But when Yi Tan saw the flashing energy stones in the battlefield, his eyes shrank suddenly. With so many energy stones, and they were all refined, how many energy points would it increase if they were added to the base? Will your base skyrocket? But seeing the general battlefield in the Shura region, there was still blue smoke. Yi Tan's eyes sank slightly. The human blood and insect blood were all mixed together, but the powerful corrosive liquid still existed. The red dragon told him that the corrosiveness of the insect's liquid is not continuous, but just as it flows out of the body. The corrosiveness will be very strong, but as time goes by, it will slowly weaken. It is estimated to be half an hour. But in the past half an hour, it is estimated that this ruin can corrode a big hole, right? Not to mention those energy stones. Whoever walks inside now will be directly corroded into a skeleton frame. And seeing the countries around the corner, Yi Tan smiled disdainfully. Really not afraid of death? Didn't see that those mechas were corroded by bugs? You still want to enter the battlefield? This is just a joke. Of course, the bigwigs of the countries don't know all the characteristics of the Zerg. They think that the insects are very powerful, so they can easily tear off the armor, and the corrosive liquid is only temporary. So, they started to act, and just in case, they sent mesh fighters towards the blood battlefield. But Yi Tan looked at the methods of various countries and suddenly his eyes brightened. Since the Zerg liquid can't corrode the energy stone, you can step on the energy stone to pass. Chapter 241 Chapter 208 desperate, corrosive. The leaders of each country watched nervously as their mecha fighters walked towards the mecha that was covered in flesh and corpses. As soon as he entered the battlefield filled with blood, the soldiers made by mechas received computer prompts. The mesh is damaged. The mesh is damaged. On the screen, what was displayed was the footplate of the mecha logo. The soldier sitting inside was cruel, and continued to move forward. If he could take out a few dollars, the president would definitely value himself, and he would never worry about life in the future. Thinking about his future life of sitting in a sports car hugging left and right, the mecha warrior stepped inside. At each step, the span is very large. But the more inside, the blood inside becomes very deep. Boom! Suddenly a mecha stepping into the depths suddenly fell to the ground and planted in a pool of blood. The big guys from all over the world were shocked and leaned forward watching nervously. The speed of the mecha corrosion was super fast, and in the blink of an eye, the height of the mecha dropped a little. This scene directly surprised countless bigwigs. Hiss. It's terrible, the blood in this bug's body is so terrible. Baga, you must get those stones. Those stones must be of great use, or else Yi Tannen the American Emperor will snatch them like this. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom said that it was not unreasonable, and made the big guys who had just breathed in and nodded their heads. These energy stones must be obtained. Yi Tannen and the others must not be allowed to go. Anyway, it is a good thing and cannot be given to Yi Tannen. This is the inner narration of the bigwigs of various countries. However, in the eyes of the mechas in the blood pool that seemed to be damaged, the huge iron feet were all rotten and improper at the moment, and those operators who were still insisting on the pilot walked forward. There is even a mesh, which is crawling quickly with its limbs facing the ground. Various countries' mechas and various postures are wonderful. And the mecha that was planted in the blood pool just now made a crazy scream inside. What? I saw the driver lying on his side. The steel on the left was corroded clean, and the red blood pool was close to his left face. The whole face was corroding frantically, turning into thick strips of meat and falling into the blood pool, as if someone was uncovering it abruptly. The eyes widened and looked up, but the speed of the mecha sinking was not hurried. The slowly corroding pool of blood came close to the eyes, and the blue-white eyeballs directly soaked the blood. What? The left eye was soaked in a pool of blood, causing the entire mecha warrior to scream crazily, kicking his legs, and the sound made his scalp numb, to oozing. Thump. With a crisp sound of diving, the mecha warrior's eyeballs fell into the blood pool with bloodshot lines. There was no skin in the entire left face, and the corrosive blood was still corroding. The left cheek showed the white bones. Even the cheekbones were corroding, half of the teeth in the mouth fell off, and the tongue fell into the blood pool. His head has also begun to corrode. At this time, the mecha warrior was completely dead, without any breathing, and was swallowed by the blood pool. Although the leaders of various countries could not see the tragic death of the mecha fighters, they could hear from the voice that the pain was definitely more painful than going to hell. Some mecha fighters felt a sense of withdrawal in their hearts. They were afraid. This corroded blood pool was terrible. The mecha they just entered quickly corroded a thigh. It's not that they will be destroyed sooner or later. Is it corroded clean? And just when the leaders of various countries are weighing in their hearts whether to send more mechas, Yi Tannen's Iron Warrior moved. Kang Bang Bang. Everyone heard the sound of footsteps, turned their heads and saw a steel soldier stepping towards the blood pond. Puff. The steel warrior entered the blood pool without any consideration at all, and the blood that splashed down from his foot splashed everywhere. And the mechas from all over the world, seeing the Iron Warriors so crazy, they all stayed away from it. Nima, you just ran away. Why splashed blood? Beep. The dog. We were not corroded, we were all corroded to death by you. And the big guys from all over the world raised their eyes and looked at them in shock. Beep. The dog. Why is there nothing wrong with this stuff? And what's under that foot? Due to the speed of the Iron Warrior moving too fast, the big guys couldn't look at them with binoculars. At this look, their hearts exploded in an instant. Fuck. Isn't that an energy stone? They are tied to their feet and are not corroded by blood at all. Nima. Many leaders of countries were madly complaining in their hearts. Note, of course, It is impossible for them to speak Huaxia. I just choose Huaxia instead. Leaders of various countries directly messed up in the wind. Continue to open his mouth and watch how the steel warrior took the energy stone in the blood pool. The energy stone is in the blood pool. Don't believe your steel hands are tied to the energy stone. At this moment, a steel warrior seemed to have found an energy stone, turned around the energy stone, and came to the back. Something seems to be prepared. The big guys held their breath and watched nervously. They hoped that the steel warrior would be corroded in their hearts, so that everyone would not even think about it. But the iron warrior moved, and his right foot stretched back, as if to boom. There was a dull sound. Yes, yes. The energy stone sinking at the bottom of the blood pool was kicked flying by the iron warrior, and the energy stone flew towards the army of all countries. My Nema spread, all spread. Some big guys are in a hurry, but the blood-stained energy stone flies towards their army. If this is smashed down, how many people will become bones? But his cry seemed late. The energy stone slammed into a soldier in an instant, and the blood of the energy stone was all over his body, and then rolled to the side. What? The soldier began to scream frantically, and the place where it hit was his stomach. The blood corroded instantly, corroding a big hole in his flesh. The soldier knelt directly on the ground, screaming frantically, his entire eyes popping out, and the pain was beyond words. Wow! After the soldier's stomach corroded a big hole, the blood-red intestines and a lot of rotten things fell directly from the big hole. The soldier looked at him desperately. His intestines, his brain was so mad from the pain. He screamed and grabbed the intestines that had fallen on the ground and was attached to his stomach, and stuffed them directly into his stomach. He thought that he would survive. Chapter 242 Chapter 239, Yi Tan's Conspiracy. But as time changed, that soldier turned into a pool of blood. The surrounding army took a breath and retreated back. They now see the red blood and what happened to the soldier. They all have a feeling of fear. The blood is really terrible. Regardless of how scared the Tamron fighters were, a steel warrior stepped forward, grabbed the energy stone on the ground, and placed it in the thigh slot. There was not much corrosive blood on the energy stone itself, and when it rolled on the soldier for a while, all the blood fell off. The steel warrior in the blood pool was still kicking the energy stone frantically. The energy stones that rushed from one to the other directly made soldiers from all over the world frightened. As long as the energy stones rushed in, they immediately ran to both sides, and a sneer scene appeared throughout the scene, as more and more energy stones were thrown out. But the bigwigs of various countries did not dare to send people to take it away, because there was still blood on the energy stones, and whoever took it would die. And Yi Tan frowned when he looked at the pile of energy stones. Did he have to wait for half an hour? Although the blood would lose its corrosive effect in half an hour, Yi Tan didn't want to wait that long because the sky was already dark. If you stay here overnight, you don't know what will happen. It's better to take a walk. The bigwigs of various countries also saw the sky slowly darkening. My heart began to become anxious. Yi Tan began to look around to see if there was anything to get those energy stones out. Suddenly, Yi Tan saw that the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom among the big guys had returned to the army and seemed to be arranging to go forward. It seemed that the Emperor had self-acknowledged that day and knew that these energy stones were not something they could take away. So he proposed to go forward. But Yi Tan showed a gloomy smile. The Emperor, the old boy, showed a disdainful smile to himself just now. If he has any grudges, he has to take revenge, or he will be underestimated, Yi Tan said in his heart, and walked towards the Sun Nation army. Natasha followed closely, and several second-level fighters followed Yi Tan towards the Sun Nation army. Emperor Ah, who was in the army of the Sun Nation, saw Yi Tan approaching, and he suddenly snorted in his heart. What did this guy ask him for? Anyway, there is no good thing in the cliff. He knows the deeds of the previous emperors. If he passes, he might be beaten to death by Yi Tan holding a brick. I won't go out anyway. Emperor Ah made up his mind in his heart and walked toward his army. He didn't believe that Yi Tan would take the risk to break in, and his army was not vegetarian. Seeing that the emperor walked inside that day, Yi Ten smiled gloomily and ran. "Where do you want to go in such a big place?" Yi Ten waved his right hand and a fire broke out at the feet of a soldier behind him and rushed towards the Sun Nation army. Yi Ten was afraid that anti-gravity technology would appear in the ruins this time, so he switched to energy jets. This is why the soldiers in the blood pool did not fly into the air to kick the energy stone. The steel warrior who flew into the air immediately alarmed all the Sun Nation army, and directly held all the guns directly into the sky. The Emperor Ara is already a frightened bird at the moment. Seeing the steel warrior in the sky, he suddenly yelled, "Attack! Attack!" Immediately, the entire Ara army immediately pulled the trigger, and the densely packed bullets shot towards the steel soldier in the sky. Da-da-da-da. Swish swish. Countless bullets are flying into the sky. The steel warrior in the sky was instantly beaten into a hornet's nest and fell directly. The Emperor Ra was taken aback. What kind of situation? When did Yi Ten's steel warrior become so fragile and broke with 2 shots? Caught death. In the distance, Yi Ten suddenly let out a roar and thunder. The sound was so loud that everyone trembled in their hearts. How long has it been, and how long hasn't seen Yi Ten himself angry? Battery. The steel soldiers moved directly to the front, and the soldiers from various countries hurriedly cleared the way to let the steel soldiers move forward. Yi Ten had already taken off the steel helmet at this moment, his eyes staring at the Our Nation army with crazy eyes. Our army just thought of the opposite. "You actually killed my soldiers. Soldiers, what should be the crime?" Yi Ten yelled angrily. His voice mixed with extremely strong murderous aura, and it was rolling in the entire ruins. Kill, 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 kill. The tens of thousands of steel soldiers behind Yi Ten roared bloodthirstily with guns in hand. The entire space was shaking. The soldiers from all over the world looked at the Iron Army with enthusiasm. This is the real Legion. This is the strongest spirit of the Legion. With Yi Ten as the master, the king will be angry and fight in the future. At this time, the dream of all soldiers, why they are soldiers, is not to fight hard on the battlefield and defend their homeland. And if there is no real leader, a general who does not cherish the use of soldiers, it is the biggest pain in their hearts. They would rather follow Yi Ten than see the ugly face of their general. The bigwigs of various countries were also shocked at this moment. They did not expect this kind of thing to happen. Was the Emperor of the Sun Kingdom foolish? He even provoked Yi Ten, and even the Yi Ten army. And when Emperor Ra heard Yi Ten's words, his heart suddenly chilled, and when it was over, he knew that he had caused a catastrophe, and who knew that Yi Ten fighters passed by. No, that's not the case. The Emperor of Japan still felt something was wrong, because he saw Yi Ten's jokes in his eyes. All of this was a trick, and everything was because of him. The Emperor of Japan speculated in panic in his heart. Kaka. Yi Ten's Iron Legion had already begun to bullet. The Japanese Emperor's eyes were fierce, and he was offended anyway. Facing Yi Ten's neurosis, there is no way to reconcile, only a battle. Shoot, shoot, shoot me. The Japanese emperor roared crazily after the army, and the Japanese soldiers, because of the powerful momentum of the Iron Legion, made their momentum suddenly weakened. Following the order of the Emperor of Japan, the Japanese army squatted down in front, stood at the back, and squatted in the middle. They crossed and attacked Yi Ten's steel army madly. Seeing the Japanese emperor actually ordered an attack, the crazy bloodthirsty look in Yi Ten's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He clenched his fists and screamed from the sky, "Kill!" Following Yi Ten's bloodthirsty order, all the soldiers in a blood began to boil. The electromagnetic gun was humming and charging, and shot towards the Japanese army. Chapter 243 240 chapters, The Creepy Ruins. Boom! The Iron Legions, most of them flying to the sky, some lined up in a row, fired at the Japanese Legion. One by one black projectiles shot out with a whistling sound. It directly penetrated the chest of the Japanese soldier at the front, and that chest directly exploded a big hole, and the blood was kept aside. The two armies fought life and death in an instant. Japan's guns are made of gunpowder, but Yi Ten's electromagnetic guns are many times stronger than fire weapons. The mass of each shot is fired, and it can penetrate the corpses of 100 people in an instant. It can be said that the Japanese army is simply grass and mustard, and the Steel Army is the machine that harvests grass and mustard. In an instant, a large group of Japanese soldiers all lay on the ground. The power of that mass bullet could easily shred a person's body. The current situation of the entire Japanese army at the moment is that its limbs are flying all over the sky, and blood is pouring down. Da-da-da-da. Da-da. The gunshots of the Japanese army became weaker and weaker. Many people lay directly on the ground, not daring to raise their heads and attack. The Iron Legion was terrible. The bigwigs of various countries who were watching from a distance all took a sigh of relief. There were not many people coming to Japan this time. After the reinforcements, there were less than 5,000 people. These 5,000 people seem to be more than 10, but after Yi Tanjin's burst of fire, how many are left? The big guys from all over the world looked at the imposing Steel Army with a numb scalp. They all vowed in their hearts that they would never fight Yi Ten's army today. Even if they fight, they must fully understand all the technology of their country's relics before they have the confidence to attack Yi Ten. Otherwise, confronting Yi Ten now, there is only a dead end. Seeing the falling flowers and flowing water directly hit by the Japanese army, Yi Ten smiled bloodthirstily, and then went up to the two soldiers, walked to the last one with the neck of the Japanese emperor, and brought it to Yi Ten from behind. Baga, I am the Prime Minister of Japan. You can't do this to me. Baga, Baga. The Japanese emperor was still yelling frantically. His voice was like a duck, very unpleasant. Yi Ten frowned and slammed his fist directly at the Japanese emperor's head. Boom! In an instant, the Japanese emperor's head was directly smashed by Yi Ten's iron fist, and the hot blood flowed directly from the emperor's head to his face. Yi Ten grabbed the Japanese emperor's hair and stared at the Japanese emperor. How do you feel? The emperor of Japan, who had just been hit hard, was buzzing in his head at this moment. The whole person is not good, trembling constantly. Yi Ten, forgive me, forgive me. The Japanese emperor entangled his voice, speaking blunt Chinese. Yi Ten sneered and spared you? Is it possible? Yi Ten pinched the Japanese emperor's neck directly and walked towards a pile of energy stones. Boom! The emperor of Japan was thrown directly on the energy stone by Yi Ten. What? As soon as the emperor of Japan touched the blood on the energy stone, his skin immediately began to burn. The emperor of Japan was in pain, rolling on the ground frantically. The skin on his body was decayed, and the black suit was already torn at this moment, revealing a white shirt inside. And that shirt was all soaked with blood and stones, and the whole body was covered with blood. As the Japanese emperor rolled, there were soldiers on the side picking out a few large corpses from the Japanese army, still on the energy stone, wiping the blood on them. Hiss! When everyone saw the emperor's misery that day, their scalp was numb, and they understood it now. All of them took a deep breath. Paralyzed. Yi Ten deliberately let Japan attack the Steel Warrior at this time. No wonder that the Steel Warrior was fragile and beeped. Such a vicious plan directly destroyed the entire empire. Everyone knows that Japan has no chance to enter the ruins. Moreover, their empire will not rise to dominate this earth with them. Perhaps they will fall outside the scope of a big country and become a small country. All the big guys looked at the rolling emperor with pitiful expressions. If the god of death is looking for you, you can't die without death. As more and more corpses were thrown on the energy stone, the corrosive liquid on the energy stone became very scarce, and the soldiers stood by to collect the energy stone. And the first speaker of the US emperor in the distance was already lying quietly on a stretcher, guarded by the surrounding US soldiers. Of course he saw the scene of Yi Ten's tyranny torturing the emperor of Japan. There was only anger in his heart. Boundless anger. Go. Let's go to the ruins. The first speaker gave the order. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Their Zerg was destroyed by Yi Ten, and the energy stones were taken away by Yi Ten. Why would you want to bring them here? With the US imperialist forces began to set off, The bigwigs of various countries also discussed with each other and started to move forward. As the troops from various countries walked away one by one, only China and Sun Nation remained on the scene. And the Sun Nation was abolished, and the Legion was wiped out by Yi Dan. The Emperor of the Sun Kingdom is estimated to be dying. So what else to do? Can't find death. And while Yi Dan was still collecting energy stones, in the deepest part of the ruins, in a dark room, suddenly a screen lit up. Discover weapons that surpass first-class civilization and activate the master brain. The screen slowly went out, and in the extremely dark room, a mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. A large-scale intrusion by outsiders was discovered and the traction plan was initiated. Then, the whole room returned to its quiet appearance, and the American army who set out to walk in the forefront did not encounter any danger, and continued to walk in a straight line towards the center of the ruined city. But the longer he walks, the more uneasy he will become, because the surroundings are too quiet, and the silence is terrible. Although this is a relic of tens of thousands of former relics, there can be no living people, but the first speaker is still uneasy. It always feels like something is happening. Moreover, lying in the car, he obviously felt that the car seemed to have deviated from the direction, but he got up and looked out and found that it was still a straight line. The first speaker thought it was a dazzling head that was hit by Yi Dan. So I didn't care, and continued to walk towards the center of the ruined city. President, look, those seem to be a factory building. Suddenly someone pointed towards it, and the first speaker saw that it was really a huge mechanical workshop. If it were a workshop, were those black mechas made from here? Thinking of this, the first speaker of the US Emperor suddenly had a greedy look in his eyes, not afraid that he would pull the wound with excitement, but looked there excitedly. Starting, we are heading there at a fast speed. We must see if we can find all the technology in the factory before other troops arrive. Yes, President. The tens of thousands of American emperors began to walk towards the huge factory building. And the troops of various countries that followed the American emperor were also separated at this moment, following closely one by one, instead of leaving together. The main force following the American emperor was Germany, but the newly appointed president of Germany found that as he walked, the American emperor in front had disappeared, and the national troops behind him had also disappeared. This made his heart horrified all of a sudden. This is so obvious that it is a line. Why would people suddenly disappear? Chapter 244. Chapter 241. Weird City. The German president saw the sudden disappearance of the American emperor who was walking in the front, and his heart was shocked. Mr. President, the troops behind us also suddenly disappeared. To eradicate the soldiers backtracking, those troops followed us from the beginning, but all of them suddenly disappeared during the process. Nothing happened during this period. The German president's heart raised it, and he looked around nervously. What's so special? Two large troops, tens of thousands of people, disappeared so suddenly. Isn't this so special? The German president began to feel a little frightened. His little heart began to be afraid. Can he not be afraid? There are tens of thousands of living people in front of them. This is simply a beeping dog. But as presidents, they will not believe in the legend of ghosts and gods. The ghost of the ruins. The German president looked at the silent surroundings, frowned, and continued to lead the army toward the center of the ruins. Although I don't know why those people suddenly disappeared, the ruins still need to be contested. If those people are gone, even better, at least they will be able to steal this ruined city by themselves. At this moment, a heavily armed soldier shouted towards a large factory building that suddenly appeared. President, look, there is a factory there. The warrior said exactly the same thing as the American warrior. If someone saw it, his scalp would become numb. This scene was exactly the same as the American warrior. The German president turned his head and looked at it. It was really a factory building. If the factory had the technology to make mechas, wouldn't they be able to dominate the earth with this technology? The German president and the first speaker of the US Imperial Parliament agreed. The expressions in their eyes. The expressions in their eyes were very crazy, not the same as in the past, as if they were under a curse. Not only the German president, But even their heavily armed soldiers, the eyes under the helmets are very crazy. Their eyes are full of red winks, as if they are not normal. President Germany led the army towards the factory. In the countries behind Germany, exactly the same thing happened. Suddenly the large troops in front disappeared, and then large factories appeared. They were all crazy and rushed towards the factory. No one knows what happened to them. But Yi Tan had already collected all the energy stones at this moment. Looking at the piles of sparkling energy stones, Yi Tan was full of excitement. There is no way. If so many energy stones are put into the base, then the base is not an explosion of general training. After the warriors divided the energy stones, put them in the leg slots of the steel armor, and then began to gather the troops. He and the Huaxia troops walked forward and walked for nearly 10 minutes. Yi Tanfei woke up suddenly when he was in the air, and immediately stopped to stand below. As Yi Tan stopped, the soldiers all stopped. What happened? Why didn't you leave? Chief Huaxia said, standing beside Yi Tan. Yi Tan opened his helmet and looked behind. Frowning. Head number 1 looked at Yi Tan's wrong look and didn't speak. He thought Yi Tan must have discovered something, otherwise how could he be like this? Chief, do you remember the room we opened with the black mecha? Yi Tan said coldly. Chief number 1 nodded. The hundreds of mechas in the black room were really terrifying. He remembered them fresh. How could he not remember? I know, what's the matter? In Yi Tan's eyes, Jing Wang said too. What about the black room? Boom. What about the black room? What about the black room? Yi Tan's words kept ringing in the head of Chief Wan. His eyes shrank suddenly. Ah, what about the black room? They walked all the way and never saw the black room at all. Following Yi Tan's words, the Huaxia troops were in an uproar. Obviously, they also found something wrong, because they didn't see the room at all the way. They were all white rooms with uniform colors. What's going on? What about the black mecha room? How come it suddenly disappeared? That black room is so conspicuous. But they don't even see a Mao now. With a gloomy and cold light in Yi Tan's eyes, he said coldly, Red Dragon, can you analyze the changes around you? As Yi Tan's voice came out, but Red Dragon did not return. There was no sound in the headset. Yi Tan's heart sank after waiting for 20 seconds, and he couldn't get in touch with the Red Dragon. In this case, something must have happened in the ruins. Could it be that the brain in the ruins activated? Yi Tan thought of the ruined brain, and his entire face turned black. At this time, a well-preserved ruin, he didn't believe that the ruins that could trade with various civilizations in the universe would have no brains. If the brain is activated, the degree of danger is not so simple. And this kind of brain must be the city management brain, capable of mobilizing all the armed forces of all the ruins of the city, just like those mechas. Yi Tan's heart was getting colder and colder. A quick fight must be made. Yi Tan squinted his eyes, motioned to President Huaxia, and continued to walk down. He wanted to see what was going on. The last time Yi Tan had been unable to walk in the ruins of the American Emperor, it was because the floor was equipped with a mobile device, so he couldn't walk. And what is the situation with this ruin that keeps them from going? Yi Tan closed his eyes and walked forward step by step. He believed that his brain would not deceive him, but his eyes were not necessarily. As he walked, Yi Tan felt something was wrong. Suddenly opened his eyes and said, this is not a straight line. Head 1's eyes shrank suddenly. They didn't dare to speak just now, for fear of disturbing Yi Tan, but Yi Tan's words made his heart startled. What is not a straight line? They obviously walked in a straight line. If it were not a straight line, it would be terrible. But Yi Tan didn't explain. He stood aside and said coldly, Natasha. Natasha walked out of the army with an electromagnetic gun, saluted Yi Tan and then said, the humble job is. Yi Tan said with gloomy eyes, give me the electromagnetic cannon. I want to target this house and blow it up straight for me. I don't believe it anymore. What conspiracy and tricks can continue to survive under force? With the kind of madness in Yi Tan's heart, all the soldiers directly became crazy inside. Yes, dominate. Following Yi Tan's order, the huge electromagnetic cannon floating in the air did not aim at all. and it charged directly towards the house diagonally opposite Yi Tan. The blue light circulates rapidly on the weapon. After charging, do you want to launch? Emission. Yi Tan shouted directly. In an instant, a black light and shadow blasted directly towards the White House. Suddenly, the huge shockwave exploded directly on the house, tearing the White House to pieces. Chapter 245. Chapter 242. The Incredible Zerg. Wow! As countless unknown white materials fell, what did Yi Tan see? Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. There was a big road in front of the house, and the route under their feet was exactly the same. Hiss. The head of Huaxia waited for the people to take a deep breath, and they also saw the road behind the house. If the road was real, what was the route they took? They didn't dare to think about it, because they could feel that if they went on, they would be unpredictable. Immediately, a cold sweat broke out on the troops of various countries. For the first time, Chief One's view of Yi Tan changed, and he refreshed Yi Tan's cognition. It was not the kind of neurosis at all, but a man of courage and strategy. And 3 meters above Yi Tan and the others, in the invisible spaceship, the beautiful girl with golden double ponytail saw Yi Tan blast open the road with a weapon. Suddenly he laughed and said witty, "I knew it. I wanted to remind you. I didn't expect to think of it so soon." Yi Tan, how many secrets do you have? This is the defense of the second-level civilization. It's not easy to find out so easily. I'm more and more interested in you. It seems that I can't let you die so early. I still want to have a good time with you. Yi Tan, the earth is boring. You must play with me to the end, or else I will have no time to play in the future. At the moment, the playful beautiful girl had a rare pitiful look on her face, as if she was troubled by something. Below, when Yi Tan saw the road reopened, he suddenly smiled bitterly. Sure enough, these houses were moving quietly when they were walking. If they didn't use tools to measure, they couldn't find it at all. Therefore, this must be the relic of the city's intellectual brain, which wants to bring all the invaders into a dangerous place to kill. Yi Tan snorted coldly, and then led the army to walk inside. The road from now on will depend on them. The Red Dragon seems to have cut off contact with the ruins. The army continued to set off. In the depths of the ruins, in the dark room, the mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. The intruder cracks the road. It seems that the intruder needs to be reformed faster. Then the mechanical female voice disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. At this time, Yi Tan was closing his eyes and continuing to walk straight. Although a person would turn unknowingly when walking straight with his eyes closed, Yi Tan was not an ordinary person. His brain has been developed, so with his eyes closed, he can conceive the straight line in his mind. Half an hour passed. Yi Tan bombed the route that blocked the road at least 3 times, and Yi Tan also understood at this moment that this blocking wall would normally be blocked once every 7 or 8 minutes. But Yi Tan's eyes were getting colder now, because Yi Tan had already felt that they had gone astray. Yes, even if the tunnel was blasted, they were still deviating. It seems that the brains of this ruined city are going to take them into the unknown and dangerous place. Yi Tan stood in place at this moment and did not continue to set off. He needs to think about it again and continue to set off. Otherwise, it would not be a way to continue. Yi Tan, what should I do now? Head number 1 stood beside Yi Tan and asked. Head number 1 is also numb now. He watched it explode once and then again. And now he saw Yi Tan standing still in the distance. I'm a little weak. Even this genius Yi Tan can't do anything. What can I do? Yi Tan didn't seem to hear the words of Chief One. He was immersed in his mind now, trying to crack this weird path. And above them, the beautiful girl was holding her cheek and looking at her with her lovely eyebrows. Ugh. The beautiful girl sighed and continued to watch with her cheek supported. At this moment, Yi Tan suddenly opened the bright eyes. He seemed to have heard something. Yes, there was a faint sound of footsteps in the distance, and it was not a single person, but a lot of people getting closer. Wow! Yi Tan's troops seemed to have heard the sound, and immediately raised their guns quickly, and became vigilant towards the surroundings. Head One's brow furrowed. Could it be that something happened? He quickly made the Chinese soldiers look around vigilantly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A weird laughter circulated around the road. Yi Tan's mind is getting heavier at the moment, because it's the voice of the first speaker of the US Emperor that is so special. Why has it become so terrible and gloomy? Ghost. Leader number 1 also heard the laughter of the first speaker of the American Emperor. After all, this kind of laughter was only heard by the first speaker of the American Emperor. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, if you didn't take the right road of heaven, you came to my jurisdiction. Are you impatient? The voice was loud all around. Yi Tan looked around with gloomy eyes and sneered. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, insulted my empire several times and killed tens of thousands of people in our country. Today, I want to tell you clearly, come out. Zag. With the frantic voice of the first speaker fell. In the surrounding White Houses, countless black bugs burst out suddenly. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. He originally thought that the first speaker was just arrogant, but he didn't expect that he actually had bugs. Didn't those bugs die? Wrong. Yi Tan's eyes suddenly sank. This is not right, because those insects are different from those fighting black mechas, because these insects have become more terrifying, because their appearance has never appeared on Earth. Roar. The voices of those insects were very loud. It was as if they hadn't eaten anything for hundreds of years. At this moment, they saw the crazy food. Seeing the black bug getting closer and closer to Yi Tan, the soldiers of Yi Tan opened fire. Boom, boom. Thousands of mass projectiles rushed towards the insect group overwhelmingly. But in the next scene, only those insect swarms suddenly jumped, and a large swarm directly dodged the extremely powerful mass bullet. Yi Tan's eyes shrank. He knew the speed of the mass bullets. Even the second-level soldiers could not dodge, but those bugs could dodge easily. Although a few of them were killed, there was a large group of them. A few dead. This is a beeping dog. Yi Tan's anger suddenly rose. Those who stand in the way, kill. Following Yi Tan's crazy roar, the entire Yi Tan troops went crazy. The bullets they carried were taken out of the empty slot behind them and piled on the ground. At this time, prepare for the rhythm of fighting. Chapter 246. Chapter 243. The Grafted Speaker. Following Yi Tan's crazy killing intent and howl, the entire steel unit began to load up mass bullets, shooting at the bugs round by round. Boom boom. The quality bullet of the black afterimage didn't have any aiming at all, and it was shot towards the place where there were many bugs. The worms were obviously also shocked by the madness of Yi Tan's troops. Beeping the dog. Do you want to be so exaggerated? One shot after another. The entire space is your bullets. So you still play as shit? But those bugs seem to have been transformed, although they were torn apart by the mass bullet. Even if only half of their brains were left, they continued to crawl towards Yi Tan. These insects seem to have become immortal bodies, and the blood of those insects is not like sulfuric acid, but red blood. When Yi Tan saw this, the cold color in his eyes gathered more intensely, and the grim smile appeared directly at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the ruined city was also afraid of the bug's blood, and he didn't know how they modified it. The worms that reproduced turned out to be human blood, which was kind of interesting. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Yi Tan. These bugs are all transformed. Only our American Emperor can obtain the entire relic, and your Tamron Company, when I go out, will be when your Tamron Company is destroyed. And now, I but have fun with you. Today is your death date, Yi Tan. The voice of the first speaker of the American Emperor was very rampant and roared. And Yi Tan in the steel helmet, with his eyes closed at this moment, carefully listening to the source of the sound of the first speaker of the US Emperor, but the sound seemed to be emitted through the device. It was all around, and he couldn't hear it. Where is the source? Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, are you looking for me? Suddenly, at the door of a white room, above the huge black meat mountain, the head of the first speaker was linked to the flesh, looking at Yi Tan arrogantly. When Yi Tan saw this scene, his eyes suddenly shrank. Damn it. Is this really human? Seeing the appearance of the first speaker of the US Emperor, Yi Tan understood that all the worms were human blood because the first speaker of the US Emperor was parasitic on the female worm. Fool, Who transformed you into this look of human beings and dogs, making me look sick? Okay, you won this battle, and you are sick to me." Hearing Yitan's sharp words, the face of the first speaker on the Roshan suddenly twisted, his eyes were red, and he roared towards Yitan, "Yitan, don't deceive people too much, you are trying to speak. Li couldn't stop me from killing you, ha ha ha, I can finally kill you. This feeling is really beautiful." The first speaker licked his tongue and looked at Yitan and said bloodthirstily. Yitan smiled disdainfully. Now the first speaker has been transformed into this appearance by this ruined city. It is difficult to not kill Danley. This ruined city has no peace of mind. It is directly the grafting technology that makes name identity. If a speaker controls the bugs, then the first speaker of the US Emperor can keep the inventory for a long time. Yitan didn't tell the truth, glanced at the first speaker with disdain, and gave the order directly in the battle channel. If you want it to be destroyed, you must first swell it. Since they have already swelled, that's their death period. It's time for us to play. Let the enemy tremble. Tremble, tremble. As Yitan's domineering command sounded in the minds of all the soldiers, as if they had activated the ancient beasts, all eyes became red. Since those bugs are human blood and can dodge bullets, why do they need weapons to attack? Next, let them see the blades of the soldiers. As the soldiers directly pressed the electromagnetic cannon to the arm, the electromagnetic cannon was directly and firmly linked to the arm. As long as the soldier inside gave an order, the electromagnetic cannon on the arm could be fired. The latest technology developed by scientists at this time. Once, Yitan's warriors all pulled out a black machete from behind their waists. These machetes are black in one piece and have very sharp blades. The entire material is made of wall materials, graphene and various solid materials. In other words, it is very strong. But it is made of the material on the electromagnetic gun. There is nothing on the earth to break. Ha ha ha, Yitan, are you scared? You are thinking of slashing my children with a knife. Are you mad? Are you silly? The head of the first speaker above the female worm roared rampantly. What he now speaks in Mandarin is called Shunliu, which is no different from the native Chinese. Yitan sneered. If he didn't reply to the first speaker, the child was really crazy. It seems that he and the mother worm did not have perfect success at all. How else would he treat the worm he reproduced as a son? It must be a beeping dog. Roar. Suddenly, a black worm rushed towards Yitan. This worm was similar to a wolfhound on Earth, but it looked more ferocious, and its mouth turned out to be 4 petals, very similar to the worm's mouth. At first glance, the worm beeps the offspring of the dog. It's not that the first speaker beeped the dog, right? Thinking about what he said, Yitan suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Hey, it's terrible. Seeing the black bug rushing, Yitan's eyes sank. I saw Yitan withdraw his hand from his back, slashing at the bug, and stepping forward. The whole insect seemed to be frozen in the air, and the red eyes and hideous mouth were frozen in there. Puff. As Yitan stepped forward, the bug swelled instantly, and the red blood splashed in all directions, and the body jumped into 2 halves and threw it directly toward the ground. After not moving, Yitan looked at the dead insect and sneered. It seemed that cold weapons were the most important thing. Medichild, Grandpa is here too. Yitan shouted while hacking the insects. And Yitan's warriors, too, shouted in the direction of the American Emperor. The American Emperor is coming, too. Hearing this sound of ridicule, the expression on US Emperor's face became even more hideous, and that expression had almost reached the limit of human beings. Yitan, you can't die, I'll wait for you in the deepest place. Speaking of that, the first speaker of the American Emperor ran directly into the White House and disappeared. Seeing the first speaker running away, Yitan's eyes were gloomy. It seems that all the patterns within this ruin have changed. The same changes have taken place in the forces of all countries. Kill, don't keep one. Chapter 247. Chapter 244, Yitan enchanted. Hearing the command of the master, The soldiers directly took the machete in their hands and slashed towards the insect swarm. Yi Tan also participated in the battle, and saw the puppy bug. He slashed it directly. But these puppies are very powerful now, and the dog's brain suddenly shrank at the moment Yi Tan's sword fell. Puff! The blood spurted violently, and the tunneling cover of the puppy bug was directly cut off by Yi Tan, and the unevenness formed a brain sulcus, directly exposed in Yi Tan's eyes. Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. Fucking, isn't this a human brain? Are these weird-looking bugs all human? Thinking of this, Yi Tan's heart was in an uproar, specifically, that he turned all his subordinates into insects. It is strange that he didn't see his subordinates. It was so. Although the tunneling eye was cut off, the puppy insect still rushed towards Yi Tan frantically. Jumping directly on Yi Tan's body, Yi Tan's steel hand plunged into the uneven brain sulcus, stabbed fiercely, and then slammed it like a pinch. Puff! That large group of brainstem was grabbed directly by Yi Tan, and layers of blood-red fibrous blood vessels were brought out underneath his brain. With Yi Tan's violent pull, his eyes were all pulled out. The brain was pulled out, and the puppy worm went soft and lay on the ground, while the eyes linked to the brain stem caught on Yi Tan's hand were still shaking. Yi Tan's face was gloomy, and he shook it suddenly. Hey! The brainstem was directly shattered by Yi Tan, and the brainstem became fleshy, slipping out of Yi Tan's fingers. The bright red blood splashed Yi Tan directly. Yi Tan looked terrifying, as if the ancient demon god was resurrected. How long has it been? Yi Tan's eyes were like demonized, his eyes were red, and his body was full of killing intent. Death. Yi Tan suddenly shot, grabbed the head of a puppy worm that was leaping towards him, and shook it one by one. Boom! The head of the worm puppy directly exploded, and Yi Tan bloodthirsty licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and the crazy killing intent became even more intense. Kill! With a roar, Yi Tan rushed directly into the bug army, kicked a bug away, and then slashed it at the bug, instantly becoming two halves in the air. The two halves were not satisfied yet. Another cut, followed by another cut. Yi Tan didn't let the poor worm let go until the worms fell on the ground and became neat pieces of meat. As the blood on Yi Tan's body became more and more, the surrounding insects also smelled the blood shock, and they all rushed towards Yi Tan. There were more and more insects lying on Yi Tan. Yi Tan threw the scimitar directly, grabbing the bug that had been lying on his body, holding his head in one hand and his lower body in the other. What? Sneer. The bug was torn apart by Yi Tan directly. Their warriors on Huaxia's side were stunned, and the dog was beeping. The bug was so hard that it was torn apart abruptly. Is it really human? And this hasn't been played yet. Yi Tan grabbed another insect and threw it directly towards the ground. Boom! Their worm was thrown to the ground and made a heavy noise. Before the worm could react, Yi Tan's steel feet stepped on it. The foot was very cruel, and the expression on Yi Tan's face became even more hideous. Snapped. The insect's head was directly exploded by Yi Tan and turned into a pool of blood, splashing directly under his feet. What? Yi Tan Yang screamed for a long time. He is now demonized, with more and more insects on his body, constantly gnawing on the steel suits, and they can't eat without sulfuric acid. Yi Tan's hand speeds up. He likes to blast everything with his fist. Both hands caught a bug each, and then, with both arms closed, the two bugs hit hard. The two worms hit each other and ejected blood instantly. Roar! Only when he was hit to death, Yi Tan was still struggling and shouting. Yi Tan gave a bloodthirsty sneer, his hand directly inserted into the insect's huge mouth, and then his other hand also entered it. What? Yi Tan roared. The strength on his arms kept supporting the insect's belly. Puff! The worm was directly broken by Yi Tan. What everyone saw was stunned. The surrounding red police soldiers had already wiped out most of the insects at this moment. They walked towards Yi Tan and blasted the insects on Yi Tan with their bare hands. They dared not use knives, because in their consciousness, they could never use deadly weapons against them. Quasi-dominant. This is a great disrespect to the master. Disrespect to the highest spirit. As the number of insects on the scene became less and less, the entire battlefield slowly became quiet, and Yi Tan's red and gold steel battlesuit was covered with red liquid. Yi Tan didn't care at all. He gathered his troops and prepared to continue walking forward. Once he came, he would be safe. Since the first speaker of the American Emperor said to wait for him in the center, it means that the road is right. In the invisible spaceship above the sky, the beautiful and indescribable girl pursed her mouth and muttered, "How come it's over so soon? I really want to see Yi Tan killing her, so handsome." The beautiful girl's eyes are all stars, dazzling. But then, the look in the beautiful girl's eyes immediately became as cold as an iceberg. Zerg, remodeled unexpectedly. "Do you want this lady to destroy this ruin?" That voice was as cold as 9 days of ice, making people tremble. Yi Tan and Chief Number 1 continued to walk toward the bombing road, but this time, it was a real straight line, and nothing happened. But they just left less than 10 minutes before the situation emerged. "It's Yi Tan and Huixia's troops. Yi Tan, save us." In the distance, a group of German troops rushed and roared wildly in the distance. The leader who rushed to the front was President Germany. Their expressions were very scared, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy. Behind them, there really is a group of terrible bugs, overwhelming, and those bugs, although chasing them, did not eat the German president at all. This made Yi Tan's heart begin to figure out. He squinted at it. At this time, the head of Huixia on the side said, "How to do it?" The words of Chief One revealed coldness, and he didn't seem to believe that Nade always asked for help. Because he had fled with General Der and the others, there was no such a fast speed at all, and this was especially faster than the physical speed of Yi Tan's troops. Chapter 248 Chapter 245, Moving City. Yi Tan's eyes were gloomy, and he also found some problems. Sneered, "What else can I do?" Second Battalion Commander, bring up the Italian cannon for labor and capital. Amount? Question mark. Head Number 1 was directly at the scene, looking at the surroundings with a speechless expression. What Italian artillery was there? But when Natasha on the side heard it, she understood, and directly directed the electromagnetic cannon that followed them all the way to float forward. The electromagnetic cannon began to charge up, and with the black line on the face of Number 1, he certainly knows what the Italian gun is now. Beeping the dog. "Can you not talk like that? You are so easy to harm your teammates." If others don't know, they really bring you an Italian cannon. "I see if you Yi Tan will beep with a dog expression." But Yi Tan didn't look at the expression of the head beeping the dog. Instead, he watched with a grimace at Nade's fleeing troops. When the Naders saw the floating electromagnetic cannon, their hearts were immediately chilled. "Is this true?" Yi Tan, No, we are really human, we are real. Don't shoot." Nade always gasped and yelled in the distance. His expression was terrified, and the crazy steps almost fell to the ground. "Nima, we have not been eaten by the bugs behind. If you accidentally hurt him, then Cao Dan is dead." Boom! The electromagnetic cannon fired directly, and the huge impact made the people below tremble. If it weren't for the steel suit, they would all get down right now. Swish! The black afterimage projectile rushed directly to the bottom of the German army. When President De saw the projectile rushing, his eyes shrank suddenly, and his entire face became ashes. They really didn't enter the factory building because when they were just approaching, some of them found something was wrong and withdrew early. "I came out, but I got lost just now, until I was chased by the bug army and I met Yi Tan." But what surprised him was that he was really beeping the dog. Yi Tan, who was so crazy, fired at them directly. "The one next door is paralyzed. Why did you encounter the neuropathy, Yi Tan?" Boom! The projectile exploded on the ground, instantly forming a spiral nest impact force, directly inhaling all the German troops and the insects behind, and then torn into pieces. The whirlpool began to condense. Countless humans and bugs are directly entangled together. The spiral nest can be seen with the naked eye. The condensed flesh and blood is so bright, like a blood gem. Boom! The condensed spiral nest exploded, and all the human flesh, blood, insects, etc. inside were directly pouring rain down. Looking at Yitan, he was dumbfounded. He never thought that the electromagnetic gun would have such power and function. It was so spectacular. The entire battlefield seemed to be raining with blood and meat. In the blood, people's fingers, eyes, intestines, minced meat, and various organs were falling down. The entire space was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. 1 minute later, the bloody rain stopped, and a thick layer of Roshan accumulated on the ground, and various residual limbs appeared more terrifying and gloomy inside. Seeing that the blood rain stopped, Yitan ordered the army to continue walking forward. Less than 10 minutes after Yitan left, the bright red ground suddenly made a slight tremor, and then began to move quickly. These rooms seemed to begin to move in a straight line, leaving a large area in the middle. If someone can see it from high above, it will be shocked. Because, as Yitan and the others moved forward, all the houses behind them were moving, forming a huge open space, which seemed to be a huge battle arena. This is going to do something. Yitan didn't know everything that happened behind him at this time, and he was now approaching the central area. Walking to the central area, Yitan looked at the scenery in front of him, and he took a breath. This central area and what you see from high above are simply two images. And now in the central area, there is a huge sky-passing pillar in the middle, which is very high, and the tallest one must be the defensive shield equipment supporting this relic city. And all the houses around that have changed at this moment, all of them are mechanical houses. And there is a huge white round house. Yitan squinted his eyes. I'm afraid these houses are the real property in the Atlantis ruins. If you can find the treasure vault of Atlantis, how many power stones can you get? Yitan couldn't believe it. In the Black Mecca in front, they used large blocks of energy stones, let alone the Atlantis treasure house. And at the moment, the area where Yitan was standing had small roads in all directions. Judging from the current situation, there was no route leading to that huge tower. Yitan suspected that the relic brain was at the top of the tower. If you can log into the tower and destroy the brain, then Yitan's large forces will enter the ruins, and you can let the Red Dragon take over the ruins and drive home directly, especially without leaving any soup for anyone. This is the true purpose of Yitan's visit this time. Head number 1 has a different view on the side of visitors. Because the long roads and white houses can just show them, I really don't know how the Atlantean civilization survived. Go, let's walk towards the biggest house, Yitan said. Immediately, the whole army moved towards the huge white circular building on the right-hand side, because of how conspicuous this building appeared in the black. As we walked towards the white building, the whole path became much narrower. There are half of those roads, and the surrounding buildings are all mechanical buildings. Why are they mechanical? Because their appearance looks like that kind of mechanical arms and some circular buildings. They don't know what they are for. Yitan didn't care about the technology in those buildings at all, because he only wanted to open the tower to the sky and drive the ruins home. Then, what do you want? And the invisible spacecraft above Yitan stopped at the entrance of the trail at this moment. I can't get in. There seems to be something disturbing the spacecraft on this route. What is it? I have to go down and see. By the way, I can still see Yitan. I don't know what his expression will be when he sees me. The beautiful girl spit out her cute little tongue as she spoke, and then she parked the spaceship on the ground and got out of it flexibly. Her figure was perfect, on par with Natasha, even more perfect than Natasha. Chapter 249. Chapter 246. The White Palace. The beautiful girl spit out her small and soft tongue playfully, then walked toward the road with her waist, and walked inward with light footsteps. And Yitan is following the army at this moment, walking around the detour towards the big white round building. The building is very tall. From a distance, it is a huge white round building, and it is very close at this moment. Yitan saw a different scene. That huge white building turned out to be a white palace, and the palace is right in front of them. You can see it, but no matter how you walk around, you can't reach that place. Master, the environment is a bit weird at this moment. Those houses seem to be moving. Do you want to use electromagnetic cannons? Natasha stood aside and said respectfully to Yitan. Yitan nodded in agreement. That's right, the brains in this ruin were playing with them. If they didn't use the electromagnetic cannon, they might not get out of here for the rest of their lives. The electromagnetic cannon began to charge up again, ready to fire in the general direction of the White Palace. And the beautiful girl behind just stepped into this narrow alley when she encountered a group of black and crushed bugs. These bugs seemed to feel the smell of the beautiful girl and rushed towards her. The beautiful girl frowned her lovely eyebrows in annoyance. She didn't expect to bump into these disgusting bugs when she came in. Boom, boom, the beautiful girl held a delicate small weapon in her hand, constantly emitting blue light, while beating swiftly, while shooting funny and cute movements. Liebe is also true. Why did the American Emperor bring the Zerg into the ruins? It seems that the American Emperor cannot exist. It must be eliminated in this ruin, the beautiful girl said with a frosty face. At this moment, Yitan had not noticed the movement of the bug behind him. The electromagnetic cannon is fully charged. Is it fired? Yitan's eyes sank and he waved his hand. Launch. Boom. The electromagnetic gun was launched, and the huge impact was once again displayed. The black afterimage rushed in the general direction of the huge White House. The speed is super fast. This time it is no longer a 30 kilograms mass projectile, but nearly 50 kilograms mass projectile has been reloaded. The power of this mass projectile depends entirely on its weight. Jump. The 50 kilograms of mass bullets instantly hit the black mechanical house that blocked Yitan's footsteps. An invisible impact broke out in an instant. The impact began to go crazy. The entire black mechanical room was torn to pieces by the impact, and the powerful impact was still moving forward. Yitan saw that the black mechanical workshop was broken, and with a big wave of his hand, the army followed towards the broken house. After walking through the black ruined mechanical workshop, Yitan came to another street, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The White Palace was right in front of them, and the distance was not very far. The entire White Palace was built with countless white pillars, and when viewed from a distance, it was a huge round palace. According to Yitan's thoughts, this White Palace must be the headquarters of Atlantis civilization. Even if it is not a headquarters, it has extraordinary significance. And that black house should be the base of the armed forces of Atlantis civilization. Yitan and his troops marched toward the White Palace, ready to step in. Ha ha ha, Yitan, I didn't expect you to come here anyway. How is it? Did you see anyone on the road? Suddenly, at the entrance of the huge White House, the first speaker of the US Empire and all the troops from various countries stood at the door. Each of them had a very hideous expression on their faces, and their bodies were all being transformed. Now, some are a combination of humans and animals, and some are mechanical. It doesn't matter how people at the entrance seem. Seeing everyone, Yitan sneered unclearly. Ha ha ha, did we suffer a loss? Then we let them go in Germany deliberately, because we disdain to let them join our alliance. We secretly reformed their bodies. How? Ha ha ha, it feels like an explosion. Cool. The first speaker of the American Emperor smiled wildly in the distance. Yitan smiled disdainfully in his heart. But fortunately he shot the Germans to death. If you don't know what will happen, and he found weird at the time, but he didn't expect it. The mass projectiles attack turned out to be a whirlpool, which is very strange. Generally, the mass projectiles fired are shockwaves, and they shoot towards the German president's release world. Thinking of this, Yitan explained clearly that the body of the German president should be transformed into a human bomb by these nondescript leaders of various countries, and the human bomb was detonated in a mass bomb and turned into a spiral nest. Yitan thought of this, did not answer the first speaker, just stared at him disdainfully. The first speaker was uncomfortable by Yitan's eyes, and his arrogant face suddenly became ugly. Yitan, your arrogant days are coming to an end. Don't have a confident expression every day. Let me tell you, we have taken refuge in the Atlantis civilization, and today is your death date. Emission. Boom. Before the first speaker had finished speaking, Yi Tan shouted coldly in front of them. In an instant, above their heads, the huge electromagnetic cannon suddenly fired. It turned out that Yi Tan was ready to start charging the electromagnetic cannon as early as he was approaching the White Palace, because if the White House was an important place in Atlantis, the guards would be indispensable. The electromagnetic cannon fired instantly, and the black afterimage rushed towards the first speaker of the US Emperor and them. But before the first speaker of the US Emperor had finished speaking, he heard Yi Tan's cold voice. His whole body trembled, and the dog was beeping. Could it be fun? So he would fire his weapon as soon as he met. Don't give a chance to pretend. However, everyone saw the black afterimage shooting towards them. No one panicked, and everyone looked at Yi Tan with bloodthirsty and disdain. Boom! When the black afterimage quality projectile was launched, a blue glass cover suddenly appeared in front of the first speaker, protecting them firmly. The mass bullet and the blue cover slammed together and burst out instantly. The blue cover trembled suddenly, and then the blue cover went dark and the color became lighter. Yi Tan's eyes were gloomy. He knew that Atlantis was prepared. Did they really think that a small electric current cover could protect what he wanted to kill? Yi Tan had a strong killing intent all over his body at this moment, because the Atlantis civilization had completely angered him. Atlantis must be eliminated. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan, you trash, even if you can dominate the earth. But now, we are backed by the Atlantis civilization. You don't want to dominate the earth. Seeing the blue mask, the first speaker shouted arrogantly, "Prepare the pulse missile." Chapter 250. Chapter 247, Yi Tan's domineering. Yi Tan gave a bloodthirsty sneer. Then all the steel soldiers stretched out their left and right arms, and suddenly a small black missile popped up on that arm. This missile is a pulsed missile modified by scientists. It can swallow all currents and make currents negative. Status: when the current becomes the negative state, all current characteristics will disappear. Swish swish. In an instant, the overwhelming small pulse missile rushed towards the blue mask. Boom! The few pulse missiles rushing in the front exploded instantly, and the blue light began to swallow the blue electric current, and the two substances of the same color began to swallow each other crazily. As more and more pulse missiles exploded, the blue mask began to turn pale blue. The faces of the people hiding inside suddenly sank. Everyone looked panicked. This is Kaiguoguo's face slap. If the blue cover was attacked by Yi Tan, then they would be completely finished. Let the Legion prepare. Let Yi Tan feel our strength. The first speaker hid in the cover and said bloodthirstily. The leaders of the surrounding countries nodded with grim expressions. Yi Tan, this shit-stirring stick, had ruined the entire Earth. If Yi Tan were not there, they would probably all develop in the same way as before, and they would not be affected by Atlantis transformed into a monster, become a slave of Atlantis civilization. What? Thinking of this, the leaders of all countries raised their heads and roared frantically. The leaders of various countries sent all their anger on Yi Tan. With their roars, the army of various nations, standing aside like dead people, all began to run, preparing to rush out of the mask. There are also the overwhelming insects, all heading towards Yi Tan where they crazily besieged. Yi Tan smiled bloodthirstily when he saw that the war was coming. Come on, today, let you completely disappear. My empire will also be born in shock. Yi Tan roared frantically at the first speaker of the American Emperor. After the ruins were finished, Yi Tan could imagine that his base would definitely accelerate development, and the empire he had been building could truly rise. At that time, the rise of the empire must shock everyone on Earth. Roar. The roar of monsters and humans mixed together. They were not afraid of death, without any human consciousness, and threw at Yi Tan and the others without a trace of pain. You who are no longer human, must be punishable. Yi Tan drank it coldly. In an instant, the entire Ryan Legion was surrounded by Yi Tan, launching an attack towards the monster army. There are too many monsters. If the master is injured a little, they will not be exaggerated even if they slaughter everyone in the world. Boom, boom, the launch of the mass bullets, the impact of the insects, even the Huaxia troops who had been standing by, were shocked by Yi Tan's domineering language. All of them took their weapons and attacked the bugs. There are not only insects, but also the soldiers of the legions of various countries. They seem to be transformed into a semi-biological, semi-mechanical existence. They don't have any pain, have the cover of insects, and quickly rushed to the front of the Iron Legion. Killing! Yi Tan shouted coldly. In an instant, all the Iron Legions stomped their right feet suddenly, shaking their whole bodies. At this time, the master gave this order for the second time. Ah! The Iron Legions yelled up to the sky, and directly pressed the electromagnetic gun to the arm, and then drew the black scimitar from the back. The electromagnetic gun is powerful, but the agility of these insects is too high. It is better to use it. The knife is so refreshing. Puff! The entire legion surrounded Yi Tan and turned into a circular formation. The outer row was all with knives, and the inside was all with guns. The entire legion suddenly became a mobile fortress. The Huaxia Legion had already smashed their eyes at this moment, and their blood boiled all over their bodies by the crazy blood spirit of Yi Tan's troops. How long has it been? They have never been so happy to fight on the battlefield. They saw that Yi Tan's troops formed a group and turned into a moving fortress, and immediately they began to organize. But their sense of tacit understanding is not as strong as Yi Tan's legion tacit understanding, because Yi Tan's legion is born to fight troops. Of course it is different. Of course, they are also Huaxia iron-blooded Pikmin. Although they don't have the tacit understanding of Yi Tanjun and the others, they are also very tough to attack. Roar! The insects rushed in madly, and the soldiers didn't let up anymore. With the knife in their hands, it was an insect that had been chopped into flesh and fell below. There are countless cyborgs who have directly cut off their heads and lie on the ground motionless. Yi Tan saw that the so-called crazy attacks by the bugs were knocked down by the soldiers, and the stone that he mentioned in his heart fell down. What insect swarms? What legions attacked? Give me only 1,000 warriors and raise your empire. Yi Tan's mobile fortress began to move, moving towards the White Palace. But at this moment, Natasha suddenly left the fortress, took off the obnoxious helmet, revealing her shocking face, holding the modified sniper rifle, and attacking the insects with every shot. When the people in the distance saw Natasha's stunning face, their eyes were filled with greed, and there was a fire in their hearts. They must get this woman must get it. At this time, the hearts of the leaders of all countries, after they have been transformed at this moment, their combat effectiveness is no longer inferior to those of the legions, so they began to abandon themselves. They are no longer humans anyway, why not enjoy it? But Yi Tan was immediately angry when he saw the greedy eyes of the leaders. Look in, get out of. Yi Tan's roar was so that many insects shrank back, and the killing intent contained in that sound was too strong, making many insects think it was a powerful weapon attack. The first speaker was yelled at by Yi Tan, and they couldn't hold back their faces. All of them looked at Yi Tan savagely. Ha 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 ha, Yi Tan, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful woman. Don't worry, after you die, I will treat your woman well. The first speaker shouted frantically, and Natasha was stunned at this moment. She really didn't expect the master to say so. She always thought that the master had never been interested in him. Every time she saw her two big white rabbits, they were shy expressions, very much like a little man. But now, there was a wave of waves in Natasha's heart. She looked at Yi Tan, smiled lightly, her face suddenly smiled, and the eyes of all the Meidi people who watched were red. It's so beautiful, it must be obtained, Yi Tan must die, and the woman must be mine.